All right, good morning, everyone. We're here this morning in the state of Florida versus Katherine Magbanua, 2016 CF 3036, 2018 CF 497. Ms. Magbanua is present along with her counsel and also counsel for the state. Okay, the first thing that we need to address is any motions that the defense would like to present. And so, Ms. Kawas?
Yes, Judge.
Would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And for the record, the state has rested.
So, Your Honor, at this time, the defense would like to renew all previous motions and objections and make our first motion for judgment of acquittal as it relates to the charges against Ms. Magbanua. I'll start first with the principle to first-degree murder. To sustain a conviction as a principle for a crime committed by another, the state must prove that the defendant intended that the crime be committed and did some act or some word that would cause or assist the other person in actually committing the crime. In this case, Judge, it's very clear, even through the state's lead detective, the only direct evidence in this case against Ms. Magbanua's involvement comes from the words of Louis Rivera. Everything else is circumstantial as it relates to Ms. Magbanua's involvement. In this case, the only thing he was able to testify to as to Ms. Magbanua's involvement was that Garcia said that she is the mastermind behind all of this. There were no details as to who did the hiring, how the money was transferred. Rivera just said everything came through Garcia, and he was hired by Garcia, who was paid afterwards by Katie. So in this case, Judge, we don't have any evidence that Ms. Magbanua intended that this crime be committed or did anything to assist. I'm going to point the court to the case of Williams versus State, which is a Florida first DCA case from 2021, 314 Southern 3rd 775. The state failed to produce, and this is a murder for hire case, Judge. The state failed to produce evidence to make out a prima facie case that Ms. Williams was a principal to murder. In this case, they found that only the culpable conduct Ms. Williams, who was a defendant in the case, was that she helped develop an alibi. She included considerations of ways to kill the victim in the case, and she was agreeing to encourage the person to go out so that he could end up being killed by who was her, I guess, lover at the time, who ended up being a witness that testified against her. And the court actually overturned her jury conviction for a principle for first-degree murder. That case actually delineates very well, you know, accessory after the fact, accessory before, and the principal case as it relates to first-degree murder. And I feel that that case is controlling here. They had more evidence in that case as it relates to principle for first-degree murder. So I would say that in this case we have even less, because the only evidence as it relates to what Ms. Magbanua allegedly did to assist in this came from the words of Louis Rivera, which all he was able to say was that she was a mastermind. I'm also going to rely on Rocker versus State, 122 Southern 3rd 898 as the language in there as it relates to circumstantial evidence. I won't go over all of that, Judge. I'm just going to rely on that of what circumstantial evidence can be to establish principle. I'm going to now move on to count 2, conspiracy to commit murder. A conspiracy exists where there is an express or implied agreement between 2 or more persons to commit a criminal offense and an intention to commit the offense, which in this case is murder. We have zero evidence before this court of an agreement between Ms. Magbanua and any member of the Edelson family. In fact, the state's own witness, Ms. Edelson, said that her family had nothing to do with this. The court is very well aware that the state can't rely on impeachment evidence to substantiate the charges in the elements of the charges, because impeachment evidence isn't substantive evidence. So the court has to look at all the evidence that was not impeachment. All we have left here is Louis Rivera saying Garcia says she's the mastermind or the go-between. There's nothing in there that says who she conspired with, what the agreement was. He explicitly said he had no information as it relates to that because he doesn't know those people, and that all the information came to him from Garcia. And in this case, in this courtroom, the only thing he was able to say as it relates to Ms. Magbanua, anything occurring before the murder, was he told me that, you know, she is in the middle. Count 3, solicitation to commit murder. The elements are that the state has to prove that the defendant commanded, hired, requesting, and encouraged another person to commit a crime, and that the intent that the other person commit the crime. In this case, I'm relying on the same argument, Judge, because the only direct evidence comes from Louis Rivera's mouth. There's nothing else to substantiate who it was that solicited Sigfredo Garcia. He didn't explicitly say that Sigfredo told him that Katie was the one that came to him to get him to do the murder. He just said Garcia showed up at his residence, or actually he found out, whichever one it is, that he found out on the way up on the first trip what it was, and then he then testifies that he hears Garcia talking on the phone and believes it to be Miss Magbanua, but there is no direct evidence that Miss Magbanua solicited either one of them to do this crime. So, Your Honor, I know you've been paying close attention to all the evidence in this case. I'll rely on the court's recollection of how the evidence presented itself, but that's our argument as it relates to first JOA, that the state has failed to establish those elements as being a prima facie case of any of the three charges that I just went over.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kwas.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Kappelman?
Your Honor, the facts taken in the light most favorable to the case, including the testimony of Louis Rivera as well as Jessica Rodriguez as direct evidence, and coupled with all the circumstantial evidence in the case in the light most favorable to the state, is sufficient to go to the jury in this case. The distinction between our case and the Williams case that the defense cited is twofold. One, in that case, the court found there was insufficient evidence to show that the defendant planned anything or stage managed the murder. In this case, as the defense mentioned, Rivera describes her as the mastermind and does offer details. She's the one that hired, she's the one that paid, she's the one that told them to take stuff off Instagram. She told them when to kill, who to kill, and where to go to do it. She's the one that provided all the direction or stage managing in this case, different from what we had in the Williams case. In addition, a very important distinction is that this defendant was paid and paid others to do the murder, which is distinguishing from the Williams case. So I would ask that you deny the motion and let the case go to the jury.
All right, thank you. Okay, the court will find that there is sufficient evidence in the light most favorable to the state for all three charges to go to the jury. In regards to the first-degree murder, there was sufficient evidence proven by the state that the victim is dead, that the death was caused by the defendant, and that it was also premeditated, that she acted as a principal, had the conscious act to perform the criminal act, and also did some act to assist in the murder. That evidence consists of Rivera's testimony, which is direct evidence that implicated the defendant, from which the jury could find that this murder was committed by the defendant. That's also supported by both direct and circumstantial evidence, which would include the bank records, the employment records, the content of the intercepted phone calls, along with the timing of the intercepted phone calls, the substance of the meeting at the Dolce Vita restaurant, and then also other independent witness testimony, particularly testimony in regards to the money payment that went to Rivera and how that was done. There's also sufficient evidence to prove both the conspiracy and the solicitation. There was evidence of the intent to commit the murder, and also that she conspired with other people, namely Charlie Edelson, Mr. Garcia, and Mr. Rivera, with the intent to commit this murder, and also the solicitation. She solicited a person, namely Mr. Garcia, and that there is evidence of that, and that she commanded or hired that person or people, both Garcia and Rivera, in order to commit this crime. So therefore, in the light most favorable to state, there is sufficient evidence for this to go to the jury, and the motion for judgment of acquittal is denied. All right, so we are moving at this point to the defense case. And who would like to speak on behalf of the defense case this morning? I'm just going to ask about witnesses and that type of thing.
Oh,
Mr. DeCose?
For a second there, I was caught off guard. I'm like, can only one of us
Okay.
do the witnesses? I'll speak on it, Your Honor.
All right, so I received a list, I appreciate that, and so I see this, that you have a list of 6 witnesses, is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, and this does not include, at this point, it does not include Ms. Magbanua, but is that a decision that you want to make after these witnesses, or are you prepared to make that decision at this point? Or is
After,
your
Your
client prepared to make that decision at this point?
We would prefer to do it after, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. What do you anticipate time-wise in regards to these witnesses?
You sure you don't want to ask Ms. Kwas that?
Well, no, I'd rather ask you, and then I'll add a couple hours to that.
All right, perfect, perfect. So, Your Honor, this may help out as well, too, for the timing. Unfortunately, this system has gone down, and we need the system in some part for each witness.
Okay.
And I apologize, I don't know his name. The tech guy came, and then he said he's calling facilities management. There's no power going to it, so we're not
All
going to
right,
be
I
able.
didn't know that. Okay.
My anticipation, I'll go through the witnesses. Craig Isom, I think the direct examination is going to be about 15, 20 minutes.
Okay.
So 40 minutes. And then, obviously, cross-examination. We do have Trooper Downing, who is here, the FHP trooper. We haven't spoken to him yet. We're going to push him a little bit later in calling the witnesses and have a conversation with him. Ryan Fitzpatrick, we flew him up. He's here. He's going to be a little bit longer, and Ms. Kwas can tell me how long she thinks that examination is going to be.
Judge, I don't anticipate my direct being more than 30 minutes, 40
Okay.
minutes tops.
Michael Dillmore, he's laying the foundation to enter in some items, sort of like the ZRT report, which is a download of Sigfredo Garcia's phone.
All right.
Jason Newland, who of course is here, I think that his direct examination is going to be about 45 minutes. His
Okay.
is the longer one.
All right.
And then our first witness of the morning is Sherry Bennett. She's being called to impeach Jessica Rodriguez. It's a matter of playing 5 minutes of a recorded phone call with Jessica Rodriguez. So figure 10, 15 minutes.
Now,
of
what
that.
about play? Can you play? Do you have power to play that recorded phone call from there?
I do, but I don't think it's going to be loud enough for the jury. On all witnesses, too, there's an aspect of showing something on the Elmo to be able to go over it. So
Well, do you have all those things on paper, or do you have them just in your computer? The things that you're going to show to the witnesses. Do you have them on paper also?
no.
Well, how are they going to be admitted into evidence?
Well, I can go through it. There's certain, for example, the maps that we used, it's best in the electronic form because the printout can't get although we have the maps in evidence.
All right. Are these demonstratives? I'm just trying to see if we can get it done with some of these,
Correct.
because I don't want to hold things up just because we're dealing with this. We're going to try to get it fixed, but if we've got things in paper that we can show to the jury, you know, we've done that at one time or another.
Correct, and that's the way that we used to do it before all this. You know,
Right.
My hope is that we can get an idea of whether it's going to get fixed right now. I haven't gone, because I just came in, I got my stuff set up. I haven't gone through it to figure out what I need it for and what I don't. I can
Okay.
look real quick and see.
All right, looks like we're going to find that out right now. So let's see if we can, maybe we're running power from another source.
Judge, can I be heard while they're working on that?
Sure.
Okay, on the issue of defense exhibits, throughout the course of this trial, we have really not been privy to what the defense is showing the witnesses. That's been explained as we don't know what we're going to use until the minute we use it. But now this is the defense case. The defense knows what witnesses they're going to call. They know what exhibits they're going to use. So I would ask that the state be permitted to view whatever evidence they intend to use today and show the witnesses today. The only exhibit I'm aware of as we stand here right now is there's a portion of an interview with Jessica Rodriguez that they intend to publish. I'm not aware of anything in that interview that's inconsistent with what Jessica Rodriguez said that she was confronted with and denied saying. So at this point, I'm going to object to the admission of that item. I think that's something that needs to be done outside the presence of the jury and ruled on before we get in front of the jurors.
All right,
It's
so
just
first
lit
of all, in regards to exhibits, any exhibits that you have that you anticipate that you're going to enter into evidence today, the state needs to see those.
Okay, so Your Honor, to make clear on this, days ago I went over with Ms. Dugan and went through these items. There's nothing new in here. It's all from their discovery. We've reviewed it. I'm going to review it with them again so that there's no surprises, so that they can't claim that they haven't seen it. This idea that we have not given them items, first, it's incorrect because it's from their evidence. But yes, as I'm questioning, there's a difference in between exhibits and impeachment items when I'm questioning Agent Sanford and he says
I
something.
understand that.
Okay.
I don't need to get into
Okay.
that. If you anticipate that you're going to use some exhibits today, if you could just show them to the state
Will do.
so that they can take a look at them. Secondly, what is this? There's a recorded statement of Jessica Rodriguez.
Correct. And Your Honor remembers her testimony. She said that with respect to not being, that Investigator Bennett in the phone call says, you were aware that I was going to be calling you. And Jessica Rodriguez says yes, so she's being impeached on that topic. She said that this money...
Aware that I was going to be calling you?
Correct. So Sherry Bennett, Investigator Bennett in the phone call says, Ms. Rodriguez, you were aware I was going to be calling you. To which Ms. Rodriguez says yes. In her testimony, she said that she was not aware that the phone call was coming in. She also testified that this alleged money drop happened in July of 2014, yet in the phone call she says August, September. She says that Catherine handed the bag, but in the phone call said he had the bag in reference to Garcia. She said that she pressed Katie to find out what was in the bag and that Katie didn't know what was in the bag. She then stated that it was Garcia that called Rivera, not Katherine Magbanua, and most importantly, Your Honor, she is very clear in saying that, and again, we believe that these are all allegations, so they're not entered for the truth of the matter asserted, but we're still only using it for impeachment. She says that Sigfredo Garcia and Katherine Magbanua left before Louis Rivera got there, which is a complete contradiction to what she said on the stand the other day. That's all we're playing. It's about a 5-minute portion. There's
All right,
other stuff.
I'm going to allow it as impeachment testimony. You're getting this in through who? Through what witness?
The investigator, Sherry Bennett, who did the recorded phone call.
All right.
So I'll lay the foundation with her, play it, and that's the extent of her testimony.
Okay. You're going to mark it as an exhibit, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What, any progress?
Well,
Okay. We think we've made some progress. I see lights on over there.
so Your Honor, I have a recording of the entire phone call, but because I'm using it for impeachment, I think the government would agree that I can't enter it in as substantive evidence.
Oh, okay.
I
That's
can
correct.
mark it for the record, though.
No. That was my mistake. You're correct.
Okay.
All right. Do we want to check, Counsel, you want to check and make sure that there's power coming to this now and everything is operating as you need? Because it looks like it is. All right. Now, in regards to Trooper Downing, he's here in the courtroom. Are you anticipating that he's going to testify today?
Given the communication, so he walked in when Your Honor was on the bench, I think. That's when we noticed that he was here. Based on ASA Dugan's email yesterday, we still have to talk to him.
All right. Well, we don't want him in the courtroom then, right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. All right. So Trooper Downing, good morning. I'm going to ask, sir, that you please remain outside the courtroom until if and when you testify, and during our break, counsel will talk with you at that time, okay? Thank you for being here. All right, and you're going to be able to talk with him during the first break?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so that we can, if we need to get him done this morning, that would be most efficient so that he can then resume his duties. Okay, anything else before we bring the jury in? From the defense, Mr. DeCose?
No, Your Honor. Just one of us would like to step outside to make sure that our witnesses are here. They weren't before we started.
All right. Why don't
They
you go
were
ahead
told to
and
be
do
here
that
right before
because we're
now.
ready to start. Ms. Kappelman, anything?
No, sir, I'm just assuming there are no exhibits being shown to this first witness.
Ms. Kawash, do you know that? Well, I think this first witness, we have the audio that's being played,
I believe that's the only thing, Judge.
and that's the only one. Okay. All right, let's bring in the jury, please.
We got Bennett and Isom. just waiting on Dillmore, but we can start with
All right, the
Investigator
jury's
Bennett.
coming in. The only exhibit for this first witness is the audio, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning. 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 Good to see you. Morning. Hi. Good morning. Morning. Okay, good morning, everyone. Please be seated. The state has rested its case, as you saw yesterday, and so we're now ready to proceed with the defense portion of the case. And Mr. DeCoste, the defense may call its first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. The defense calls Sergeant Sherry Bennett.
Sergeant Sherry Bennett, please. Somebody will need to go out and get her, Mr. DeCoste.
I get it.
Okay. Good morning. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Please raise your right hand, respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Sergeant, good morning. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Officer Sherry Bennett of Tallahassee Police Department.
I apologize. I upped your rank.
Yes.
All right. What was your involvement in this case? At one time, you were an investigator, correct?
Correct.
And you were involved in this case. If you could explain to the jury your involvement.
I was initially involved with assisting with some of the paperwork, typing up search warrant subpoenas, and a lot of the data that has been collected by the other investigators and put together for orders that were needed.
At one point in time, did you do a phone interview of a witness, Jessica Rodriguez?
Yes, I did.
All right, now, that's one of the topics that we're going to talk about. That's the second one. Let's go to the first topic, which is the arrest warrant of Ms. Magbanua. Were you involved in that?
Yes, I presented the arrest warrant to the judge to be signed.
After an arrest warrant is presented to a judge and signed, what is done with it?
It is usually entered into NCIC, FCIC at the clerk of courts. I believe this one was signed after hours.
And once you enter it into the system, would it be available, let's say, the next business day to your colleagues?
Yes.
Does it even matter whether it's a business day?
Yes.
All right.
If it's entered after hours, it is temporarily entered. It is not available through the clerk of court, so therefore a copy has to be sent to someone until the clerk of courts opens the next business hours.
Now that's through the courthouse, but throughout TPD, Tallahassee Police Department, your colleagues at TPD would have access to those documents, right?
No.
The other officers that you're working on the case, Investigator Craig Ison, he'd have access to the arrest warrant, correct?
Yes, I sent it to him directly
When did you send it to him?
after it was signed that same night.
Do you have any reason to believe that he didn't receive it?
No,
How did you send it to him?
through email.
All right. Now let's go to Jessica Rodriguez. Who is Jessica Rodriguez in relation to this case?
She is the girlfriend of Rivera.
Do you remember when you did a phone interview of Jessica Rodriguez?
I believe it was September 30th of 20, give me a second, 2016.
And if you know, if you could explain to the jury the relation of that date to Louis Rivera's cooperation.
I was aware he was, at the time, in an interview with Detective or Investigator Isom and Pat Sanford.
So on September 30th, 2016, Agent Sanford and Investigator Isom meet with Louis Rivera and they inform you that there's cooperation happening?
Yes.
And what was the reason for your phone call to Jessica Rodriguez?
I was summoned to the state attorney's office to make the call regarding her providing a statement.
Was it your understanding that Louis Rivera was allowed to speak to her before that phone interview?
I'm unaware.
Was this phone call recorded?
Yes, it was.
You have that published?
You may.
Hi, this is Investigator Sherry Bennett with the Tallahassee Police Department. Were you aware that I was going to be calling you?
Yes.
Okay. Before we get started, I just want to verify you are who you are. Can you give me the last 4 digits of your social security number?
5873. How long is this going to take? Because I'm working right now.
It shouldn't take very long. Just a few minutes. And can you tell me your full name, please?
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Jessica Rodriguez.
All right, Jessica. And are you comfortable talking to us without an attorney present?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So from my understanding is you received a large sum of money for Louis Rivera. Is that correct?
I received a bag that had money in it. My understanding, it was supposed to be money and drugs in it. But then now I come to find out that it was just money. I never really looked inside the bag. I was just told what it was.
Okay. When was this that you received this?
To be honest, I don't remember. My daughter was just newborn, so I'm guessing August, September. I can't date time. I don't want to tell you something and then it be a lie because I really don't remember.
Right.
I know I had my daughter in June, so my daughter had to be at least two months, I think. 2 months or a month.
Okay. What year?
2014 when she was born.
Okay. Where were you when you received this money?
I was home.
What was your address at that time?
136th Street. I don't remember the 11. I don't remember the beginning of it. I just know it was my apartment's on 135th Street.
Okay. And who brought the money over to you?
Dudo and Katie.
Tudo and Katie?
Yes.
Okay. And what did they say when they brought it over to you? Did you know they were coming with it?
No, they just showed up in the house. To me, it was my knowledge for them to see the baby. Since I hadn't seen them in a while. They showed up to the house. He had a bag. He said, "This is for tea." I said, "What is it for?" He's like, "Oh, don't worry about it." And I'm like, "Okay, whatever." I put the bag away. Katie was looking at the baby. I was trying to get it out of her. Like, what did he just bring, taco or whatever. But she was also like, "Oh, I don't know. He just picked me up, so I don't know what's going on. I just came to see the baby." I said, "Okay, no problem." But as soon as they were there, let's say 10 minutes, looking at the baby, I guess he called my husband, and my husband rushed from wherever he was at to get it. Obviously, if I would have stayed longer with the bag, I would have opened it and seen what was in it.
Right. And when you say your husband, you mean Louis Rivera, correct?
Yes.
And Tato?
Yes.
All right. And can you describe the bag it was in?
It was in like a public bag. It was like a grocery bag. It wasn't in nothing like fancy or major or nothing like that. It was like wrapped in a grocery bag.
Like a plastic grocery bag?
Yeah, grocery bag, and I don't know what was inside of it, like wrapped in. I thought it was like a brick of like cocaine or something, because it felt like a brick. So my first thing was, you're bringing drugs to my house. That's why I kept asking questions. What is this for? But inside, it was like a couple of grocery bags, like wrapped all in one and tied.
All right, and was there anybody else there when this happened?
No.
Just you and the baby?
Yeah, just me and the baby.
And then it was Katie and Tudo that showed up, and then Rivera came home.
Yeah. Well, Tudo went upstairs first, and he opened the door, and I said, "Where's Katie?" It's like in the car. So that's when I went out to the balcony, and I said, "You're not going to see her niece?" And she started laughing, and that's when she came upstairs. But it was like within a couple seconds of me opening the door to him.
Okay. And what is the actual legal name for Tudo? Who do you know Tudo as? I know Tudo's his nickname.
Yeah, we know him as Tudo. I believe his last name is Garcia. His first name is really weird to pronounce, like Sigfredo or some crap like that.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else about that night that stands out to you? Anything that you can think of? How did they say anything specific?
They didn't say anything once Louis got there. They had already left before Louis got there. But once Louis got there, he just grabbed the bag and he left. The bag was never, after that moment, back in my house or anything like that.
Officer Bennett, just a few questions on this, just to make sure that it's clear. Do you know who Tuto is?
Yes.
Who is that?
Tudo is Sigfredo Garcia.
And who is Tata?
That is Louis Rivera.
And you would agree with me that there was interchangeable using names and nicknames in that call?
Yes.
Is your understanding that what Jessica Rodriguez is saying is that Garcia and Catherine come to the house and that they leave before Rivera even gets there?
Yes.
At one point in time, you were co-lead investigator on this case.
Yes.
The alleged payment that Luis Rivera talks about, he says that it happens on July 19th, right?
I'm unaware of what he said.
Your understanding is that it was the day after the murder?
I don't recall.
You do recall that Jessica Rodriguez, though, said that this happened in August or September,
Yes.
and that that bag was given to her by Sigfredo Garcia,
Yes.
and that Katherine Magbanua had no idea.
She did not say that.
She did not say that she pressed Katherine Magbanua and that she didn't know anything?
I don't recall about the bag.
With respect to what was going on.
Oh, yes.
One brief moment, Your Honor. I'll say, Your Honor, nothing further.
Cross-examination?
What she actually said about the dates was that she couldn't remember, right?
Yes.
That it was shortly after her daughter was born, which we learned in this trial was June 27th.
Yes.
And what she said is her best guess is August or September, but she doesn't want to say for sure because she can't be sure. She had her daughter in June, so my daughter had to be at least two months or a month.
That is correct.
So a month from June 27th would be July 27th. 2 months would be August 27th.
Correct.
So somewhere in that neighborhood, but she couldn't tell you the date.
Correct.
1 moment, please.
Okay.
Regarding whether or not Katie knew what was going on, was there ever a question and answer in your interview about whether or not Katie knew what was going on?
No.
Okay. She said that Jessica Rodriguez told you that she asked Katie what was in the bag, and Katie said she didn't know.
Correct.
But she didn't say she didn't know what was going on.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we can excuse the witness. She's free to go?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you, officer. Have a good day.
Your Honor, I'm going to step out for 1 moment. See if our next witness is.
All right.
defense calls investigator Michael Dillmore.
All right, Michael Dillmore, please. Good morning.
Good morning.
Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Please raise your right hand and respond to the question.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing well. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
Certainly. My name is Mike Dillmore. I'm an investigator with the Tallahassee Police Department. That's Dilmore.
And what do you currently do in the Tallahassee Police Department?
I'm an investigator with the Technical Operations Unit, and I do digital forensics.
Do you work with Sergeant Corbett?
I do. He's my
Good.
supervisor.
All right. So you did some work in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
If you could explain to the jury the different tasks you did on this case.
Certainly. My job in digital forensics is to go through computers and cell phones to find evidence. So when an investigator comes something across some electronic storage device in their case that they believe evidence is on, they'll either get consent or a search warrant, bring it to me or my partner, and we'll go through it and try to find that evidence. So in this case, I did some cell phones, a computer, and some iCloud returns, things like that.
Did you happen to do any work on a phone that belonged to Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, sir.
Was it your understanding that that phone was received after he was arrested?
I believe so, yes, sir.
And what kind of work did you do on that phone?
Give me one moment to get my documents up.
Yeah, if you need to refresh your recollection, just let us know what you're taking a look at so it goes on the record here.
Certainly.
And you'll take a look at it and then let us know.
Just opening up my activity log to see what I did on this particular phone. So I believe I did cell write extractions on this particular phone.
Is that related to something called a ZRT report?
No, sir, the ZRT is different. The ZRT is where a camera is used to take pictures of the device if we can't extract the data itself out of it. I believe another investigator actually did a ZRT on a different phone.
Did you do a download and a corresponding ZRT report for Sigfredo Garcia's phone?
No, sir, I did the Celebrite report.
All right. Now, there is a long report that has your name on it,
Yes.
correct? What is that called, if I'm calling that by the wrong term?
Right, yeah, it was listed in the email as a ZRT, but it's actually a Celebrite report.
This is why there's a technical unit, right? To explain to all of us what this stuff is.
Just let me get that one open. And that particular report that you're talking about was done with a Celebrite UFED device. It's a universal forensic extraction device. And basically, I connect the phone to it and then extract the data to my computer.
And you did that for Sigfredo Garcia's phone?
Yes, sir.
Did you review the information that was downloaded?
No, sir, not at the time.
Have you since reviewed it?
Some of it, yes, sir.
And in your review of that, did you find that, let me back up here. With that download, you're getting data off of the phone. Does it include things like text messages?
Yes, sir, it does.
Since the time that you did this work leading up to today, have you reviewed those messages?
Some of them, yes, sir, I have.
And in your review of some of those messages, did you find that Sigfredo Garcia was in communication with Louis Rivera during May of 2016?
I cannot say that's for certain. I do not know Louis Rivera's phone number.
Did you find in there that there was communications that within the communication referenced Louis Rivera?
Yes, sir.
All right. And if you don't remember, we can take a look at the document, but do you remember the time frame of those communications? When they began and when they went until?
I believe it was May of 2016.
If I were to ask you the specific day, would you know, or is it something you need to take a look at the items?
I'll need to take a look.
You're okay, approach?
May.
Right, I have it open right here as well.
So Investigator Dillmore, when did the communications between, and again, this is Sigfredo Garcia's phone,
Correct.
and your understanding from the content of the messages that it's Louis Rivera, or do you know if it's Louis Rivera or somebody that goes by the name of Tata?
I can say that stored in the device, in the context, it was listed, I believe, as T, just the letter T. But in one of the messages, it said, this is Tato, T-A-T-O.
Now, this is coming from another cell phone or another phone number?
Another phone number, yes, sir.
If you could tell the jury when those communications began?
Sure. Looks like the first one, that looks like May 11th of 2016.
Would you agree with me that it continues for the next week or so?
I believe it goes through the 16th of May, if I'm not mistaken. Double check real quick. The last one I have here is May 16th of 2016.
All right, you would agree with me that this is not coming from an email account?
It does not appear to be. It says that it's from a phone number.
Do you know if the technical operations unit ever did any work to find out if the phone number that these messages, that Mr. Garcia's handset was communicating with, whether any work was done on that to find out whose cell phone it is?
I don't know.
But you yourself didn't do any work on that?
No, sir.
Now, you also did, and I think it was a celebrate, but you're going to let the jury know if I'm wrong in that, with respect to Charles Edelson's iCloud, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, just for education purposes, my understanding is that a warrant or a subpoena is sent to Apple. Apple gives you data, and you need to put it into a system to then interpret that data, correct?
That's correct.
And the Celebrite program interprets that data, so it will organize contacts, calendar events, recordings, messages, stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
You were involved in the review of Mr. Edelson's iCloud information, correct?
I did the processing of it and created the report for it. Yes, sir.
In your review and in your prior testimony with respect to that iCloud data, did you come across a phone number, 954-581-1747?
Yes, sir, I believe I did.
And that was in Charles Edelson's iCloud data?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
Was it saved under the name Eco-Friendly Shop?
Yes, sir.
Did you happen to find that same phone number in the download of Sigfredo Garcia's phone?
Yes, sir.
And what was it saved under?
I'll give you one moment and I'll tell you. Could you give me the number one more time, please?
954
Yes, sir.
581 1747.
Sully Mech, I believe.
Do you know who Sully Mech or Eco-Friendly Shop is?
No, sir, I do not.
Do you know if any investigation was done into that phone number, the 954-581-1747 number?
I don't know.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can release the witness?
Yes, please.
Okay, all right, you're free to go.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Defense may call its next witness.
Your Honor, I'm going to walk out and get him. It's
All
going
right.
to be, it's going to be Craig Isom.
Okay. Good morning.
Morning.
We are going to swear you in again.
Sure.
Okay, please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. You may proceed.
Hello again, Mr. Isom.
Hello.
Investigator, or retired investigator.
Yes, sir.
I want to point you in reference to Ms. Magbanua. When you testified for the government, you talked about circumstantial evidence. You remember that?
Yes,
All right. Now,
vaguely.
one of the pieces of circumstantial evidence was the cash deposits, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the theory was that it was payment for a murder, right?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that you can't say the source.
Correct.
And this is in relation to her work at nightclubs. You can't say the source because there was not a full investigation of the nightclubs, correct?
Correct.
By you, there was actually zero investigation.
Correct.
And there's no reason why you didn't investigate. It was just an oversight.
Correct.
And you would agree with me, too, that you made many trips to South Florida for other investigative purposes.
I don't know how you define many, but we were down there a number of times.
Do you know who Juan Vega is?
I've heard this name during the state's case that you provided. I do not know him.
Did you ever meet with him?
No.
Is it your understanding that at the time he was a Latin King probationer?
I don't know him. I don't know, have any background on him.
All right. Now, you do know who investigator Jason Newman is, correct?
Yes.
Works with so you were an investigator for Tallahassee Police Department. Jason Newman is an investigator that is law enforcement but works for their office.
Yes.
You received no information from him with respect to any information that Juan Vega had, right?
I recall that there was a communication between myself and Newland about someone in Central Florida. I do not recall the name. And to my understanding, whatever he found out, I don't have knowledge of.
Now, based on whatever information investigator Newland gives to you, that would dictate what work you do, right? Let me ask that a different way.
Okay.
If he doesn't tell you that there's somebody that has potential information about the case, it's natural that you're not going to investigate it, right?
I missed half of that. Are you saying that I would not investigate it if someone told me there's something pertaining to the case?
No, back up and I'll ask that.
Okay.
So Jason Newland doesn't tell you about the importance of Juan Vega. Is it then expected that you're not going to investigate something that's not important.
Like I said, there was somebody in Central Florida. I just recall that. I don't know if that was the name. And I did not do anything as far as investigating this person you're talking about, this Vega.
If you were told it was important, you would have investigated.
Yes.
All right. That's the way that I should ask.
Okay.
Now, on your redirect examination, and I wasn't able to get up and ask you more questions, you talked about Ms. Magbanua's alleged flight, right?
There was testimony to flight, yes.
All right, on cross-examination, I asked you, and I went through a series of things like, you know, the PC affidavits, 2020 special, and you agreed with me that she didn't flee. And
She did not flee the county, flee the country, or anything like that.
All right. What she did was she moved, right?
Yes, from my understanding, she moved to her brother's home
And
someplace.
This is subsequent to Sigfredo Garcia, the father of her children, being arrested, right?
Correct.
All right, so he gets arrested, she moves in with her brother, right?
I don't know for a fact she moved in with her brother, but I knew it was somewhere in South Broward County.
Okay, just want to make sure we're not talking about she fled the state, fled law enforcement, because the word flee, you would agree with me, has a connotation to it.
Yeah, it could be a lot of different things. I mean, fleeing from one house to another house next door, fleeing 3 miles down the road, fleeing halfway across the country.
To say that she packed up and never returned wouldn't be accurate of what happened. She packed up and moved to another address, right?
That's correct.
Now, May 2016, you went to that house, right?
May of 2016, yes.
You went to the first house that you moved out of.
I went to the house on 122nd Street.
Now, this is the same day that other law enforcement are out speaking to Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Correct.
Sorry about that. So at the same time, law enforcement is speaking to Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Yes.
You and a Miami Beach Police Department detective go to Katherine Magbanua's house and you knock on the door.
Yes.
Were you in uniform?
No.
What were you wearing?
Civilian clothing with a Tallahassee Police Department badge displayed on my belt, clearly visible.
You would agree with me that you didn't do anything letting her know that you were there for her?
Specifically for her, no. I just know that I was told because of the wire, the phone, that she was stating to a third party that the police are out front.
So you'd agree with me that when you're knocking on the door, she doesn't know that you are there to speak to her?
Specifically to her, no. We're looking for a response at the door.
Now, at the same time, and you just referenced those intercepts, at the same time on those intercepts, she knows that Sigfredo Garcia is getting questioned by the FBI, right?
Yes.
Let's now go to our last topic. Louis Rivera. October 4th, 2016, his statement is recorded, correct?
Yes.
September 30th, 2016, you agree it was not recorded, but it could have?
Yes.
And should have?
I'm not going to say that. That was instructed by the state attorney's office not to report it.
This office?
Yes.
What did Louis Rivera tell you about when he found out it was going to be a murder?
When they were en route on the first trip in June, the first attempt, when they were on the way to Tallahassee from Miami.
All right. Now, investigator, you wrote a report summarizing what he told you on September 30th, right?
Yes.
Do you have that report with you?
Not right here.
Did he not tell you, did you not write, that he told you it was before the June trip, before leaving Miami?
I recall that the original trip was for a robbery because he specifically states that's his specialty. He robs drug dealers.
Investigator, would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the report
Sure.
as to what he told you about when he learned? Your Honor, if I may approach?
Yes.
12-6 reports.
I reviewed it.
That refresh your recollection?
Yes,
He told you that he learned about it before the June trip, before leaving Miami, correct?
it's during departure. The date of departure is when he learned it was a murder.
If I could approach him?
Yes.
Investigator, you would agree with me that if we had the recording, it would be the best way to interpret his words, correct?
Yes,
And what you wrote was not on the way. What you wrote was, once the departure date arrived, June 2014, Garcia told Rivera it was actually a murder he was hired to do and wanted Rivera to commit the homicide. Rivera was promised $30,000 to commit the murder. After leaving Miami en route to Tallahassee, Garcia provided more information.
that's what I wrote, and that was the way I understood it.
And you agree with me that what you didn't write was that it was on the way to Tallahassee that he was told it was going to be a murder.
It says on the date of departure, you can interpret that as being driving on the date of departure, or we haven't left yet and we're talking about it in the driveway.
Who did he say did the hiring for the murder?
Rivera? Rivera stated it was a mother that wanted her kids in South Florida.
He said that it was Wendy that did the hiring, correct?
I don't know if it was specifically Wendy. I remember it was a mother, a woman.
Would it,
Sure.
Your Honor, if I could approach,
Yeah.
page 3. Basically.
Okay.
He told you Wendy did the hiring, correct?
Eventually, he uttered the name Wendy. Yes.
All right. Now, he also told you on the June trip that Garcia drove the whole trip, right?
Yes.
Emphasis on the word whole trip. Or 2 words, whole trip.
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been entered in as States 85. Just one second, the camera get going here. You know what I'm showing you, right?
Yes.
What am I going to show you?
Speeding ticket.
For Louis Rivera, right? Now, he also told you that on this first trip, the June trip, that he never saw Professor Markell, correct? Is that the right one?
No, it's not.
Citation. You'd agree with me, though, that we all have paperwork over here. You'd agree with me that there is a citation for Louis Rivera, correct?
Yes.
I'm not going to waste the jury's time digging through all that. And that citation would mean the obvious, which is that Louis Rivera was actually driving, correct?
Yes.
Now, the other question, I don't believe he gave an answer, that he stated he never saw Professor Markell on the first trip. If you don't remember, we can...
I'm sorry. I believe that's accurate.
He also tells you that on the murder trip, the July trip, that there was one gun brought, right?
Yes,
Not two.
correct.
Next, with respect to the call after the murder by Sigfredo Garcia to Katherine Magbanua, he originally told you that Garcia told him what was said,
Yes,
and then he changed it to he overheard.
yes,
Nowhere in the September 30th statement did he say that there was a separate third trip between King Anthony and Sigfredo Garcia, right? No mention of that.
no,
The morning of July 19th, he told you he was at a barber shop,
yes,
that Katie called him.
yes,
You've reviewed the call detail records. Louis Rivera actually called Katie, right?
I believe so, if I remember right, yes.
There was no mention ever by Louis Rivera in that statement or any other ones that on that morning everybody apparently had burner phones.
I believe Garcia's phone had already been disposed of, if that's what you're asking.
I'm going to get laser focused with this one.
Good.
September 30th, 2016, did Louis Rivera tell you that Katherine Magbanua had a burner phone?
I don't recall that.
No, because you would have written it in the report.
Right,
You had always worked under the theory that Luis Rivera had his 8153 phone on him and that Miss Magbanua had a 1312 phone number.
yes,
Luis Rivera never told you that he gave that 8153 phone to King Anthony to go do an errand for him, right?
to go do,
To go pick somebody up. He never said that to you,
No.
right? One brief moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, if I could approach, retrieve the document, I got one final question. Mr. Eisen, I just want to confirm, on the day that Ms. Magbanua was arrested, when Ms. Kawas was asking you for a copy of the arrest warrant, your testimony is that you didn't have it and you couldn't provide it, right?
I didn't have a hard copy, a paper version. I could have obtained an electronic version, but I did not have it with me at the time. I didn't have a paper copy with me.
So you had it in email, right?
I could have gotten it in email from Tallahassee. It could have been sent.
You didn't already have it from Investigator Bennett?
I may have. I mean, the warrant was already in the NCIC FCIC system. It had already been entered in the computer system.
What we're talking about is you providing it to Ms. Kawas. when she
We
asked
never
you-
met. We never met to provide her anything. I was expecting her to call me after she met with her client at the Broward, Maine jail. Never heard anything back about that.
Mr. Eisen, you would agree that on that day you're text messaging back and forth, you're talking on cell phones back and forth, right?
Yes,
You don't have to meet in person to send somebody an email, right?
no,
You could have emailed it to her.
it was never requested. I didn't, no.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Do you know if it was specifically mentioned to the defendant at the time of her arrest that we were looking to do a controlled call to Charlie Edelson?
No, that was not mentioned.
You were asked about a few things in your report. I wanted to ask you again about, one was this issue about, did Rivera tell you that he learned on the first trip that it's going to be a murder? You were asked to read, so a couple lines of your report were read to you, omitting this first line. Could you read
Yes,
the highlighted portion?
okay. No, I'm good.
I need readers. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Go ahead.
You want it aloud?
Is
Yeah.
the objection, is the witness refreshing or just reading the
No,
document?
sir, he's reading the complete portion of the report that he was asked about in part.
All
on,
right, I'm gonna allow it,
Right.
since you read it out loud, I'm gonna allow it, so you can read the sentence which was before what was read, if you can decipher that.
Okay. Garcia initially told Rivera about a high-dollar robbery he wanted to do with Rivera in Tallahassee. Once the departure date arrived, June 2014, Garcia told Rivera it was actually a murder he was hired to do and wanted Rivera to commit the homicide.
and you were also asked about this place over here, Wendy. Did he say the name Wendy? Did he say, did Rivera indicate that he knew the name Wendy initially?
No,
So first he knew it was a lady,
right,
and then what?
yeah.
Yes.
During more discussion with Garcia while waiting to see the target, Rivera learned the ex-wife's name, quotation, Wendy, in quotation, who Garcia said hired Katie to have her ex-husband killed.
You were asked about the not recording the first interview. Was there, you documented the first interview in this report,
Yes.
right? Okay, so if there was anything inconsistent with Rivera's testimony between this first report and the recorded interviews later, you would have documented that,
Hold
right?
on a second.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Yes,
That's the purpose of a police report,
yes,
to document what's said, what happens, what you observe, what you learn.
correct.
All right. I want to ask you about what happened when you went to interview Katherine Magbanua. I know we've kind of beaten this to death, but you attempted to interview her, and on that day, that's the day she left that apartment, right?
Yes,
So she packed up and left the apartment the day of the interview attempt.
the interview attempt at her home when I knocked on the door and she did not respond, yes.
And she did not return to that apartment,
Not to my knowledge,
never stayed there again.
no,
And after she left that apartment, police had a difficult time tracking her. We didn't know where she was staying, right?
correct.
All right. In reference to Rivera and the speeding ticket, Rivera initially and really still maintains what about the speeding ticket? What was his recollection of the speeding ticket?
He remembers it, that the ticket was given to him on the second trip when he was driving.
Well, he got a ticket in the Prius, right? Maybe I'm getting it confused. Let's find the
No.
actual thing.
$65.
All right, so it's 65. All right, so what is the actual date of the ticket? And what vehicle was he in?
And the citation was issued on June 4th, 2014, 9:12 a.m. to Louis Rivera. The car is listed as a 2011 Hyundai four-door.
All right, so it was the first trip that he got a ticket.
Yes,
Okay, but he believed it was the second trip he got a ticket.
yes, he's
All right.
maintained that. I've never corrected him.
Okay. He thought he got a ticket in the Prius, but it was actually the Hyundai.
Yes,
Okay. So was the fact that he got a ticket in the Hyundai something that had been documented in police reports and provided in discovery?
yes,
All right, so if Rivera was studying the reports to memorize them and regurgitate them, he would know that he got the ticket on the first trip.
Yes,
Okay, but his memory was that it was Prius in the second trip.
correct.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, nothing further, Judge.
Redirect.
So Rivera claims that Wendy hired Katie, right? That was your testimony, right? And I'll read it back. Garcia said, this is Rivera saying it. Garcia said hired Katie to have her ex-husband killed. So Wendy, who Garcia said, I'm sorry, I've got to read your words here again. Wendy, who Garcia said hired Katie to have her ex-husband killed. That's what you wrote, right?
Can I look at it again?
Yeah. Before I do that, you would agree with me that it would be easier for us to have a recording than you trying to interpret your own words. We could just directly.
Objection, asked and answered.
That's asked and answered several times.
Okay, can we repeat the question now, please?
What you wrote about what Rivera said is that Garcia said Wendy hired Katie, right?
Yes.
Has Wendy been arrested?
No.
Nothing further.
All right. Whose item is this? Whose report is it?
It's my report. I'm figuring he's going to give it to me when he's getting off the stand.
Okay. All right. You are excused. You might be subject to recall, so just.
Still under the rule.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're still under the rule. Thank you. Defense may call its next witness.
Brief moment, Your Honor. Defense calls Jason Newman.
All right, Jason Newland, please. Are you going to get him, or can somebody at your table assist you?
I'm thinking that Ms. Kappelman, because I don't think he's waiting outside.
Oh, okay.
Let's make sure he's just not going to come and wait outside the doors either. He's on his way, Ms. Kaplan?
He's gonna come in, Judge.
All right. Good morning. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Please raise your right hand, respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Please have a seat.
You have permission to treat him as an adverse witness?
You may.
Well, I get organized. If you can introduce yourself to the jury, please.
My name is Jason Newland, Jasonnewlin. I'm an investigator with the State Attorney's Office here in Tallahassee.
If you could explain what being an investigator for the State Attorney's Office here in Tallahassee means.
Assist the prosecution with follow-up investigation, piecing cases together. One of the ways to describe it is law enforcement puts the puzzle together and we try to kind of put the glue on it.
You're law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
You have a badge,
Yes.
carry a gun,
Yes.
but you work closely with Ms. Kathman, correct?
We're employed with the same office, yes.
And you work closely with her. You work directly with her in cases.
Yes.
All right, y'all are a team.
Yes.
Now, you'd agree with me that part of your work is doing investigation, correct?
Correct.
But one of the other tasks that you do that you receive from other law enforcement, their reports, their evidence, and you organize it, correct?
Some of it, yes.
So in this case, TPD's involved, they're producing reports from their investigation. They're providing it over to you, to the state attorney's office, right?
Correct.
And the reason why they're doing that is because you have an obligation, your office, to give it over to the defense.
That's correct.
And that includes all defendants, right?
All
Are entitled to what's called discovery.
Yes.
Louis Rivera was entitled to that discovery, correct?
That's correct.
And your understanding of the rules that apply to discovery, that you have to give it in a timely fashion.
That's correct.
So if somebody's arrested, within weeks, items have to start being given over. It's not something that a report is drafted and years later it's given over.
No, it's generally within weeks.
Same thing applied in this case to the reports that were authored by the FBI, correct?
That's correct.
You've also reviewed these reports because at the same time you're investigating things, right?
Many of them.
And you would agree with me that these reports were detailed.
Most of them, yes.
In July of 2016, right after Louis Rivera is arrested, Investigator Isom does a 30-plus page report that's very detailed.
He wrote a 30-plus page report. I'm not sure when it was actually completed.
Do you believe that you've reviewed that report?
Oh, I would have looked at it, yes.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the report?
Yes.
A brief moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, if I can approach.
Yes.
Investigator, take a look at this and let me know if it helps you.
Okay. Yes.
So I'm going to ask the question again, Your Honor, if I could retrieve.
Yes.
In late July of 2016, did Investigator Isom author a 31-page report?
Yes, he did.
And was that report detailed?
It was fairly detailed, yes.
Those 31 pages, you would agree with me that it's basically single-spaced narrative.
It is. Well, there's at least a page or two of it is information, but the rest of it's the report, correct?
Fair enough. So you've got some biographical information, page 1 and 2. And of course, there's breaks in between paragraphs, but it's a lot of words in the remaining 20-plus pages, correct?
It is.
And it lays out the government's theory as to what happened in this case, correct?
I do believe most of it is in there, yes.
All right. It basically talks about the theory that Katherine Magbanua was somehow in the middle, right?
Ugh. I don't know the last time I read that one, so it may.
Now, in this report and in other reports, you'll agree with me that it had loose information, not the detail that Sergeant Corbett. Actually, let me withdraw that question. I'll ask a different one. You as an investigator for their office, you're allowed to sit in during the trial, right?
Correct.
The rule of sequestration doesn't apply to you. You're the only witness that doesn't apply to.
That's correct.
So you've seen some of the testimony in the case.
Some of it, yes.
So Sergeant Corbett from the Technical Operations Unit, he gives very detailed testimony about cell phone communications, right?
Yes.
But in these initial reports, it was not as detailed about the cell phone communication, just talked about contact in between people.
Sergeant Corbett, I don't even know if he writes reports.
So
This is,
let me break
how he
that
does
down
it.
for you. You've got TPD, you've got Investigator Isom, you've got Agent Sanford. They're communicating and getting information from Sergeant Corbett, correct?
there is some of that, yes.
And there's some rudimentary cell phone data that they put into their own reports about the communications on
Yes,
significant
there is.
days, correct?
Correct.
but it lacked all the detail that Sergeant Corbett gives us in his testimony.
That's correct.
And again, those items are going over to Rivera. They should be, right? Police reports?
Police reports go to Rivera. Like I said, I don't know that Sergeant Corbett even writes a report.
We don't have one.
Yeah, I don't.
Let's go through this and it'll make a little bit more sense. You receive these items, these reports from Investigator Isom, from Agent Sanford. You organize them, right?
Correct.
And then you are involved in the process of providing them over to the defense shortly after arrest, correct?
Correct.
And that's what we were talking about, that there's a rule, the rule of discovery, that you have to do that.
Correct.
Rivera is arrested May of 2016?
No. June.
Early June?
Correct.
You would agree with me that there's no reason to believe that discovery wasn't timely provided in the month of June and July?
No, discovery was provided in that case.
All right. And Rivera, then months later, he implicates Katherine Magbanua in September of 2016.
That is one of the proffers, yes.
You would agree that this would allow him the time to review, either himself or with his attorneys, digest, and formulate his own theory?
That would be between he and his attorneys.
Let's talk about the media in this case. You'd agree with me that it was extensive?
Yes.
There was a 2020 special in September of 2016.
There's something along those lines, yes.
Well, you know it's something along those lines because you appeared in it, right?
Not in 2020, no.
No. Not the year 2020, the show 2020.
No.
Was there another one? Which one did you get interviewed on?
That was the Dateline one.
Okay, so you get interviewed by Dateline. You'd agree with me that all of these shows, it's also discussing the government's theory.
Yes, it was discussed, yes.
Ms. Kappelman even did an interview talking about it, right?
Yes.
You've been to the jails, right?
Oh, yeah.
They have telephones there?
They do.
They have television?
Some do.
They have email?
Some are getting email, some have had email, yes.
What we're getting at is Louis Rivera wouldn't be cut off to the outside world.
Where Louis Rivera was, I don't even know if they have email yet. Jefferson County is still a little bit behind.
All right,
I think they just got text recently and they didn't even know they had it.
We're talking about, that's when he's cooperating. He's transferred to Jefferson County for safety, right?
He was transferred pretty early on to Jefferson County.
Okay, but before that, he was in Leon County.
He was.
All right. And you also know, because you guys requested often, that you can get an inmate's phone calls, right?
Yes.
And you've gotten them before from Jefferson County.
Yes, we have.
So he would have access to people in the outside world to discuss whatever it is that's going on in the media, right?
Yes, he would.
And you don't know whether they have television over there or not, or do they?
I don't know about Jefferson County.
You don't know, but most jails do have TV, right?
Most do that I've been in, yes.
Leon County, where he was for a period of time, they have TV, right?
They do have TVs there, yes.
Let's talk about Louis Rivera and the interviews. You were present for these interviews, correct?
I was in the same building. I was not in the room with him.
Okay, but all right. So there are meetings, and we're not saying that you're in the room. We agree on that. But you're present in the building, right?
Correct.
Now the purpose is to let's back up here. Let's back up even more. You understand that there were meetings with Louis Rivera before you ever met with him, right? In May 27, 2016 and June 3rd, 2016?
Those were interviews done by Pat and Craig.
And you said it perfectly. We're going to talk about the difference in between interviews and proffers, okay? So let's talk about the interviews first. Present for the first time on May 27, 2016, when there was a meeting with Louis Rivera. You weren't there, right?
No.
But your understanding is that Agent Patrick Sanford and former investigator Craig Isom were there?
Yes.
All right, so they go into a jail. They go into Coleman down in South Florida, right?
That's correct.
And the purpose of this interview, it's to investigate, right?
That's correct.
And that's different than a proffer, and we'll get to that in a minute. So they're going in there to find out information to investigate it, right?
Yes.
All right. So May 27, 2016, you're not present. Sanford and Isom, you'd agree with me that it's recorded?
That one was recorded, yes.
And that Louis Rivera denied any involvement.
Objection. Calls for speculation and not true.
If you know, you can answer.
I don't know which interview it was where he did not say he was not involved, but he said you're talking to the wrong person.
Okay, so in one of them, either the May 27, 2016, and Your Honor, and I asked you for the government to not make speaking objections.
All right, just make your objection. That wasn't a speaking objection. Go
May
proceed.
27, I'm sorry, Your Honor. May 27, 2016, it's recorded though, right?
It is.
June 3rd, 2016, you're not present for that one either?
No.
Again, at Sanford and Isom?
I believe it was, I know it was at least Pat. I'm not sure about Isom.
It's recorded?
Should have been, yes.
He didn't confess to being a murderer?
No, he didn't.
In either of those?
No.
Now, proffer is different, right? What
Correct.
is the purpose of a proffer?
It's the opportunity for an individual to tell the truth, and anything they say that incriminates themselves can't be used against them at that point in time.
It's a little bit more than that, right? You're evaluating the information that's being given, right? To figure out if you're going to make a deal.
No, that's kind of chicken and egg situation. It's like you try to figure out where you're going to go with the proffer before you come up with any idea with the proffer. Sometimes we have the deal on the table and sometimes we don't. It depends on how it's working.
Okay, so let's back up a little bit. In these proffers, you're going to have law enforcement present, right?
Yes.
It could be yourself, it could be Ms. Kappelman.
Yes.
But you're also going to have whoever it is that you're speaking to, their attorneys.
We're going to have the inmate.
The inmate's attorneys are
The
going to be there
attorneys
as
are
well
gonna
too
be
for a
there.
proffer.
Correct.
So it's different. When you do the interview, it's investigation. The attorneys can be there, but in this situation, they weren't. For the proffer, you've got all the people involved talking, right?
Correct.
Now, when a proffer happens, it's with the hopes of getting to a point of coming to a deal, right? That's sort of the whole point of the proffer. We want to see, does this guy or girl have information that we can use, and then we'll figure out if we want to give a deal, but it's moving towards coming to a cooperation, correct?
In some cases it is, in others, again, we'll have the deal already made and then the proffer is conducted.
In this case it was, right?
The deal already made?
No. When you met with him for these proffers, it was with the hopes of coming to a deal.
And these, from what I recall, we were, there was discussions about the plea negotiations, there was discussions about what he had to offer, and the attorneys were just back and forth.
That's trying to work out a deal, right?
That's correct.
Right. So August 8th, 2016, you were present for a proffer with Louis
Yes.
Rivera, correct?
So that's a little bit different than a proffer. That situation was us in a room, myself and Georgia, and I don't know if any others. And then the defense attorney and that entire team was in a whole other room. We never saw Rivera that day. We never crossed paths with him. The attorneys would go back and forth and tell us this is what he can provide to you. And that's the extent of that one.
And we agree on that.
Okay.
We agree. So, and I just want to get who was there. You were there?
I know I was there. I know
Ms.
Georgia
Kappelman
was there. Yes.
One of the Collinses was there?
Had to be one of the Collinses because they were doing the back and forth.
And for the jury, the Collinses, the father and son team, represented Louis Rivera.
Correct. They were his defense team.
And of course, Louis Rivera is there.
Yes.
And Louis Rivera is in a room, and his attorney will leave that room, give you what he's saying, then you'd say something and he'd go back. So basically, one of the Collinses is going back and forth like a tennis match with information.
Correct.
Now, you remember some of the details of the information that you were provided, correct?
Some of them, yes.
And one of the pieces of information that you received was about the gun, right?
Yes.
That it was thrown near a body of water and a bridge located on Interstate 10 between Tallahassee and the Interstate 75 corridor.
Yes. 2 bridges, body of water, I-10, yes.
You also remember how the information was given to Mr. Rivera that giving Garcia wouldn't get him any deal.
No.
You would agree with me that there was no mention of Katie that day.
I would not agree with you.
brief moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Do you remember?
I know what you're going to ask me. So,
What am I going to ask you?
did I recall?
You don't recall whether he ever said Katie's name that day?
I do not specifically recall that, but I can't say that he didn't say it either.
You would agree with me that if he were to have implicated somebody else, the person who literally has been at the center of your theory since the beginning, that you would have remembered that?
I can tell you that an agreement was not made on the 8th, and that stemmed from the agreement on a sentence, and when we left that day, there was nothing I could use.
All right. No report.
No, there's nothing to document.
So to back up here to Garcia for a moment, you would agree with me that the evidence against Garcia was strong? You already had Garcia in custody?
Yes.
The evidence against him was equally strong, if not stronger, than the evidence against Rivera?
Yes.
Safe to say you did not need Rivera to flip against Garcia.
I mean, it always helps.
But you wanted to further your case to get Rivera to cooperate against Ms. Magbanua, right?
Literally, we're trying to get to the bottom of the case.
All right, so we're going to come back to what you wanted, but you would agree with me that no deal was struck that day?
That's correct.
If Louis Rivera had said Katherine Magbanua was involved on August 8th on that day, you would have gone and arrested her.
No, no. The agreement was the term of prison was not agreed upon, and he was not going to provide that information to us directly. At the time we had it, it was literally coming from his attorneys. I never got it from Rivera himself.
No deal was struck. Rivera returned to his cell.
Correct.
With his thoughts.
Correct.
And his discovery.
Correct. Well, I don't know what he had as far as discovery goes.
But you have no reason to believe that he didn't have it.
He may have had some paper documents, but CDs, he wouldn't have had any of those.
These reports that lay out the narrative, are they on CD or printed?
Those are printed.
September 30th, 2016. That is when the next proffer happens, right?
Correct.
Now, the reason why it happens on September 30th is because on September 29, 2016, your office and Luis Rivera's team come to an agreement, right?
I don't know the answer to that.
September 29, 2016, you had another meeting with the same fashion with Ms. Kappelman, one of the Collinses, Mr. Rivera, where the attorney's going back and forth? Right?
I truly don't remember that one. Possibly?
There's no recording of it, there's no report?
No.
Now, with respect to these two meetings, Luis Rivera, he never said anything about the involvement of Anthony Ortiz, aka King Anthony?
He mentioned Anthony Ortiz. I do not remember when that occurred. I know I've heard the name.
Investigator Newman. Rivera never said that Anthony Ortiz made a third trip with Sigfredo Garcia, right?
At some point in the last 6 years, he said, I believe Garcia made a prior trip to Tallahassee with Hebero because he knew where he was going. He drove around Tallahassee like he'd been here before.
And you know that in the past 6 years he made that statement. He made it in deposition when he slipped up because you've reviewed that deposition.
I do not know when that statement was made. I don't recall. I just know that statement was made.
All right. And around the September 29, September 30th, 2016 timeframe, he does what y'all had hoped, and he names Katie, right?
It's not what we would hope. He told the truth.
Okay, but in September 29th, September 30th, he names Katie, correct?
I know September 30th, yes, because that was an official proffer.
And he gets his deal.
I know paperwork was signed. I think he pled a few days later.
And Katie was arrested, in fact, the following day, October 1st, 2016.
That's correct.
Investigator Newell, what evidence do you have that Rivera didn't untruthfully name Katie to get a deal?
I mean, there's a whole lot of evidence to that.
that this guy isn't lying and made things up based on the reports that were provided over to him. What evidence do you have that he is not lying?
Talking to him, sitting in rooms with him,
Do you think that somebody becomes the boss of the Latin Kings by being stupid?
Street smart.
And what do you think is needed to get a deal in a criminal murder case? Street smarts or the aptitude to score perfect on the SATs?
I would say he listened to his attorney's advice.
All right. Now, the meeting on September 30th, 2016, that could have been recorded, correct?
Could have been, yes.
Should have been recorded.
Wasn't my decision.
Our determination of the evolution of Louis Rivera's statements is limited by your memory and the memory of other law enforcement, right?
You had Craig and Pat.
And you would agree with me that
I was in another room.
That it's limited because we're only going based on people's memory.
I would agree that what was written in the report is what you have.
That we wouldn't have that problem with memories if we had a recording, right?
No, that's correct.
But Rivera's testimony potentially could have a problem because we could show the conflicts in his different statements.
That's correct.
And this exactly is precisely why you don't record these initial meetings, right?
No.
So that we can't show the conflicts between the initial rehearsal statements and the eventual showcase, the final statement.
That wasn't my decision, but no, I would not say that's why.
Your Honor, this would be a good time to break if you want to take the morning break and we can talk to Trooper Downing.
Well, we need to have cross-examination.
Oh, no, it's a good time to break. I'm roughly halfway through.
All right. Okay, we'll break for 15 minutes, and we'll then come back and continue with the testimony. Please no discussions amongst yourselves, and we'll see you back in 15 minutes, okay?
How's it coming across? I'm feeling off right now.
All right, please be seated. Refresh my recollection in regards to Mr. Fitzpatrick. What, he is who?
He is a friend, our former friend of Charles Edelson. It's Ms. Kawas's witness. She can answer the questions better than me.
All right, so,
Judge, he was listed by the state, I think, in 2021, and we took his depo, and we've now adopted him as our witness.
all right, so you anticipate his testimony to be approximately what?
With cross, depending with the state cross, I don't think it would take more than an hour. And I'm being generous, Judge. I mean, I don't think my direct is going to be more than
All
an
right,
hour.
okay. So when we come back in then, all right, well, we'll take another break then before I inquire of the defendant.
Yes, Judge.
But I expect that these two witnesses, I expect that all of these witnesses will be completed prior to we break for lunch.
Yes, Judge.
But then when we send the jury out, I'll have a discussion with Ms. Magbanua, so I expect at that time the decision to be made. I'm not going to wait until after lunch.
That's what I was going to request, Your Honor, if I could just have that.
No, we've had plenty of time, and you'll have the testimony, and I'm going to make my inquiry at that time so that we know where we're headed, okay? So I'm going to need to know at that time, okay?
I did have one thing. I'm not going to have much cross for Mr. Fitzpatrick, but I was just looking through his depo. In his depo, there's a lot of statements about what Charlie Edelson told him. I would object to hearsay for any of those statements. I don't know if the defense can't entirely.
I'm going to wait until I hear the testimony, make an objection if you need to, okay? We'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Can you make that? All right, Deputy, would you please bring the jury in? Please be seated. We're ready to continue with the testimony. Mr. DeCoste.
Investigator, you would agree with me that the goal was to get Katherine Magbanua to cooperate against Charles Edelson?
Yes, there have been attempts to do so.
All right, now, I have law enforcement questions for you that I've asked a lot of law enforcement. The jury's heard it, you've probably heard it. You'd agree with me that your job as law enforcement is to objectively investigate?
Objectively, yes.
Correct. To present the evidence, both the good and the bad?
Yes.
Subjectively investigating a case would be a bad thing, right?
That's correct.
It could lead to a lopsided case, right?
Could.
Could lead to wrongful convictions.
Could.
All right, so let's go through some of the work. Now, in fairness to the jury to explain it, your investigation was less than that of law enforcement, other law enforcement, TPD and FBI, right?
Yes, and it's kind of hard to say it this way, but some of what I would do is almost just pick up the trash that was left behind.
That's a perfect segue into the next topic. You did some investigation about a gun, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that a murder weapon is great for a murder case. Great piece of evidence.
It is.
On August 26th of 2016, you went down to the Osceola River, right?
I did.
All right. And you were supported by one of your investigators, Tully Sparkman.
Correct.
And analyst Thomas Balboni, right?
Correct.
Now, you already knew from your work on the case the type gun that was used to kill Professor Markell, right?
I did.
And you know guns, right? You have training in guns.
I do.
And when you were out there at Osceola River, you did find a gun, right?
Yes, sir.
But you knew right away that it was a different make and model.
I did.
But you still investigated it, correct?
I did.
You took pictures?
Took photographs in place, yes.
You guys went down into the river. Do you guys have like waders on or boots?
Just old shoes, but yeah, it's down into the mud underneath the bridge.
You got in there. You did your work, right?
Yes.
And you impounded the gun, which means that you just can't take it. You have to bring it to the Madison County Sheriff's Office, right?
We had Madison County meet us at the bridge and signed it over to us.
A gun that the thought is this doesn't belong, but we're going to objectively investigate this gun, right?
That's correct.
And you then checked it out from Madison County and you brought it over to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Correct. We submitted it there.
And you brought it there for testing, right?
Correct.
For ballistics, DNA, fingerprints.
Anything they could do.
Now, you knew about this, or you went there, not knew about it because it was a different gun. You went to Osceola River because of what Louis Rivera told you from the meeting, right?
Correct.
You remember that he had given details. It was rather specific, near a body of water, Interstate 10 between Tallahassee and Interstate 75, right? He was pretty detailed in that.
So, I got to say, let me correct. It wasn't from Louis Rivera. It came through his attorneys, and they were telling us that the gun should have been dumped within an hour after the homicide, somewhere on I-10, near two bridges, a body of water, and before I-75. So, that's where I went looking.
So you remember, in fairness, given by his attorney, you remember that detail being given,
Correct.
but you can't remember whether Katie was mentioned or not.
No, I
Can you say, and I don't mean this to be attacking, but can you say that you did the same level of objective investigation for evidence that would hurt law enforcement's theory?
evidence that would hurt our theory?
Correct.
I investigated almost everything that came to me that I could try to do, yeah.
So let's go through it. If you receive information that somebody wants to talk, your involvement in this case, you would send it to FBI or TPD, right?
I would always contact them prior to following through with any of the stuff we would get, but yes.
December 15, 2016, you receive a letter from a woman, Jennifer Mosley, correct?
Ooh, I do remember Jennifer Mosley.
Do you remember the letter?
I do not.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the letter?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may approach.
May.
Investigator, I'm going to do two things here. First, I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as defense 31A through O. You know what those are, right?
Oh yeah, that's the gun under the bridge.
Those are photographs of the gun under the bridge at Alcilla River, right?
That's correct.
And you know that those are pictures because you were there when they were taken?
That's correct.
And those photos are in the same or substantially same condition they were in the last time you saw them?
Yes.
Defense offers what's been pre-marked as defense 31A through O.
Any
Objection
objection?
relevance, Your Honor?
Overruled. Be admitted as defense 31A through O.
All right, you take a look at that. Let me know if this refreshes your recollection.
It really doesn't.
It doesn't refresh your recollection?
No.
You remember receiving the letter, though, correct?
We received lots.
Lots of, in fairness, Miss Mosley, she was an inmate, right?
She was an inmate, yeah.
All right. Now, understanding on a case like this that you get a lot of communications, at the point in time that you received that letter, that letter's received December 2016, right?
Correct.
That's after Louis Rivera is cooperating and is your witness, correct?
Yes. And
it states that she has new information or confirmation of facts on Rivera. Right?
It just said she rode the van with him.
It
just said she rode in the van with him.
And has new information. Or confirmation of facts, quote unquote.
Okay, yes.
All right. Nobody ever met with Miss Mosley, correct?
I didn't. Not that I can recall, no.
If somebody were to impeach Louis Rivera's testimony and show that there's contradictions, that would be bad for law enforcement's theory, correct? Somebody discredits Rivera.
Yes, that would be bad.
Your Honor, if I could approach?
Yes.
Let's now talk about Facebook, Instagram, and owls. You smirk. You know what I'm going to ask. If you could, what am I going to ask?
I'll let you do it.
All right, thank you. So, at one point, Louis Rivera tells you this tall tale that he posts a photo of an owl on Instagram, right? Instagram or Facebook, which one is it? Do you know?
I believe it was Instagram at the time.
All right, that he posts a picture of an owl.
That was, yes.
Not a lion.
No.
Were you in the courtroom when he said that it was a lion?
I was not.
Now, understanding, I'm going to trust that everybody in the courtroom knows this. Is there a difference in between an owl and a lion?
There is.
A big difference, right?
There is.
He previously said it was an owl. Now he says it's a lion. But there was something, whatever animal it is from the Wild Kingdom, was posted on Instagram.
Correct.
And that apparently, allegedly, Miss Magbanua called and told the Latin King boss, "You take that down," right?
I thought it was either a call to Garcia or a call to him, but yes, get that off the, yes, take that down.
Now, he tells you this after he's cooperated.
This would have been in that September 30th, October 4th time range.
Because, of
Okay.
course, he's not confessing before and saying, hey, you know, all this stuff happened,
Right.
right? So he peppers in this detail of, you know, hey, this other thing happened where I posted on Instagram. Did anybody ever get the records from Facebook or Instagram?
I do know we tried. I know Instagram, just the amount of times I've had to get documentation from them. If you don't send a preservation letter within 7 days of anything being removed, it's gone. And this proffer was 2 years later. So.
Investigator. Your understanding is that Facebook owns the Instagram, correct?
They do now, and I don't know how long they've owned them.
All right. You were able to get social media accounts for Sigfredo Garcia and Katherine Magbanua, right?
So, yes.
All right.
Yes.
Now, you're saying that there was an attempt to get from Instagram. Were there any warrants that were signed?
There was nothing to sign a warrant for.
Okay. Were any subpoenas sent to Facebook? We'd have those if a subpoena was sent, right? You'd have to give that to us.
You would have had them, yes. Yes.
Is the fact that I don't have that consistent with the fact that none were ever sent to Facebook or Instagram?
It would be consistent with that, yes.
Now, you'd agree with me that, you know, if he is telling the truth and there is a response showing this post that was taken down, you don't, and let me sidetrack for a second, you don't know the policy of what they retain on posts that are taken down, right?
No, at Instagram, if you don't send a preservation letter within 7 days, you're not getting it.
That's not what we're talking about. Louis Rivera says that he took the post down, right?
Right.
You don't know whether Instagram maintains data of posts that are taken down, right?
If you don't send in a preservation letter within 7 days, you're not getting it. It's gone.
All right.
So it would have literally had to have been done before July 25th of 2014.
But nothing was ever sent to try to collect it.
Not to my knowledge. There was nothing to get.
But we don't know until an attempt is made, correct?
I guess you could say it that way.
But let's talk about now your meetings with Louis Rivera. And I want to preface this. I'm not trying to insinuate that you told him what to say, okay?
Okay.
I'm not trying to say that. What I'm saying is he's a very smart guy, all right?
Louis Rivera is, no, street smart, I'll give you.
All right. Now, we talked about that, and I don't want to go things that were asked and answered. But again, you're understanding this man, when he's still, before he's even a teenager, he's a gang member, right?
It was pretty early. It was like 12 or 13. He was through an uncle.
Before he can even have a license, he is the boss over 15, 16 years old. He's the boss of Miami for the Latin Kings.
I don't know what age he became the boss, I guess you would say.
So now we'll get into the topic that we're talking about, your meetings with him. You'd agree with me that there's many times that he was transported from the jail over to your office here, and that you sat down and met with him to review his testimony. And again, I'm not saying that you told him what to say, but you reviewed the discovery in his testimony to help him testify again, right?
Correct.
And over the years, that's happened many times.
Prior to appearances, yes.
So in 2019, October 2019, multiple times he's transported. He would spend the day reviewing items and preparing to testify, correct?
We had to review calls. We had to review his prior testimony. But yes, there was, I recall one day. I don't know how many.
All right. Let's go to the next name. And we're still on the topic of objectively versus subjectively investigating. Juan Marcos Vega.
Okay.
September 2016, you receive a letter from Imran Hussein, correct?
Correct.
And you also have a phone interview with Mr. Hussein.
I do.
Now, Mr. Hussein, unlike Ms. Mosley, gives you some very precise details, correct?
He gave us details that were highly publicized details by that point. He gave us literally what almost our headline from an article. He had nothing more than that.
So he did basically what Louis Rivera did.
No.
Louis Rivera doesn't confirm many things that aren't known. Again, we don't say that Louis Rivera wasn't here for the murder, but with respect to Katherine Magbanua, Louis Rivera says things that are written all over the reports, right?
He confirms the reports.
And your thought is that his story fits the facts, not that he's fitting his story to the facts.
He's not fitting his story to the facts now.
But you have no evidence to say that that's not happening. Let's stay on Juan Marcos Vega. So, Mr. Hussein, whether he got the information online or not, he's got information. You do a phone interview with him, right?
Correct.
Now, this one you find relevant enough to actually travel to South Florida to interview Juan Marcos Vega, right?
This is kind of one where, like I said, I cleaned up the trash.
All right. So, September 22nd, 2016, you have a recorded interview with Juan Marcos Vega.
Correct.
And you'd agree with me that when you walk in there, one of the first things you say to him is, "We believe someone has linked you to a case you know absolutely nothing about."
That's correct.
You'd agree with me that that was the wrong approach.
Probably not the best.
Because you're not finding out if this is legitimate information or not, correct?
I did research prior to going to do that interview. I mean, I knew a lot of the case. This was 2016, so it was all very fresh. And when Imran Hussein described who he said Vega, and then he described him as shorter, round. Vega's 5'10" and not round. Rivera is short and round. Nothing was fitting other than what he got on the news.
So, you do know that Juan Marcos Vega was a co-defendant in Louis Rivera's 23 defendant and RICO indictment, correct?
I do.
And he was a probationer in the Latin Kings.
I didn't know his status in the Kings, no.
Right. Now, you didn't ask Imran Hussein clarifying questions of what he considered to be tall or short, correct?
He described him specifically as 5'7" or shorter, I think.
Okay, and sometimes descriptions are off by an inch or two, right?
We'll have to agree to disagree on that one, but 5'10" and 5'7" are
3 inches apart.
Yeah, but they're different.
Did you show him a photo lineup?
Imran?
Yes.
Was on the phone.
So you never actually met with him in person?
No.
All right, so you immediately walk in and you make the decision, this isn't the guy, right?
Vega?
Yeah.
No, I didn't make that decision as I walked in, no.
But you're telling me you knew it wasn't the guy, and right when you walk in on the recorded interview, you say, "We believe somebody has linked you to a case you know absolutely nothing about," despite him clearly knowing Louis Rivera.
He actually doesn't. He said, "I met him because we got indicted in the same indictment." He goes, "I didn't even know who he was until we all went down." He was a different Latin King in a different group, and they wrapped 23 of them in together over a couple counties, and he's like, "I didn't know 90% of my co-defendants when I got indicted in this thing."
That's what the convicted criminal told you, right?
Yes.
Doesn't mean it's the truth, right?
Yep.
You sat down once with Miss Magbanua, correct?
I did.
And it was by invitation of the defense, you and Miss Kaplan went over to the Leon County Jail, and we said, ask her anything you want, right?
Right.
No immunity to ask any questions, correct?
Ask questions, yes.
And she told you she was not involved.
That's correct.
But you don't take her word for it.
Nothing fit.
All right. So staying on the topic with Juan Marcos Vega, in bringing in Osceola River, when you went to Osceola River, you knew it wasn't the gun, but you still took 20 photos, impounded, went to FDLE for testing, brought in other personnel, got down in the mud, right?
Yes.
Did you ever let Agent Sanford or former investigator Isom know about this possible information from Juan Marcos Vega?
Yes, that was actually, I mean, like I said, I would communicate with them and let them know, hey, we got another one. You want to handle it or you want me to handle it? And generally when it came to ones that were pretty off base, I got stuck with.
So is your testimony that they told you to go down there and do it, and that there was a discussion about him?
No, it was, somebody's got to do it, so I'm going to do it because they weren't.
What Imran Hussein tells you is this guy's got information about Professor Markell's murder, right?
No, Imran said he had information and that the guy Vega, what he was describing Vega was Tato. He was describing Louis Rivera to a T.
You never showed him a photo lineup, so it's your opinion he was talking about Louis Rivera, right?
Everything he said about him was Louis Rivera.
But there is the connection between Juan Marcos Vega and Louis Rivera by way of the Latin Kings, right?
By way of a single indictment, yes.
But their gang affiliation.
Latin Kings, correct.
Okay, so there's the indictment and there's the gang affiliation. One brief moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, investigator.
So we went out to the Leon County Jail to meet with the defendant. You were asked about that.
Yes.
How'd that work out?
Not too good.
It was a joke, right?
It was.
We were invited out there so that, you know, the defense could tell the jury we were invited out there.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Objection, speculation, move to strike.
Overruled.
You were showed defense A through O pictures of a gun. Does that gun have anything to do with this case?
No.
Not related in any way to the murder we're here about?
Nope.
You were asked about the interviews that you were a part of in reference to Mr. Rivera. Did you or did anyone in your presence ever tell Mr. Rivera what he needed to say?
No.
Did anyone in your presence give him any information about a particular suspect he needed to give up? You need to give us Charlie, you need to give us Katie, you need to give us Garcia.
No.
Did we ever say that we needed him to do or say something in particular in order to get a plea bargain or a deal?
No.
Was there anything unethical that happened in your presence at any Rivera meeting?
No.
Was there anything unusual about the way the Rivera deal was handled?
No.
Were you aware of any Rivera statement that did not implicate Katherine Magbanua?
No.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Briefly, Your Honor. Investigator, September 20th, 2019 was that meeting, correct? September 23rd was the following Monday. It was a Friday afternoon.
Which meeting are we talking about?
The meeting with Ms. Magbanua that Ms.
Oh.
Kappelman termed a joke.
Yeah, that sounds September, October, something like that.
All right, so let's walk through this briefly. Friday afternoon, Ms. Kappelman contacts you and says they're giving us an opportunity to speak
Right.
to Ms. Magbanua, right?
Right.
And there's no requirement of that, right?
No.
She doesn't have to speak to you at all.
No.
And you were notified because Ms. Kappelman wanted to have a witness there with her.
That's correct.
And both yourself and early evening on a Friday, ASA Kappelman and yourself went out to the Leon County Jail, right?
Correct.
I was there.
Yes.
This Ms. Coas was there, Tara Coas,
Yes. Yes.
and Ms. Magbanua.
Yes.
And this wasn't something that had been prepped for days, weeks, like
No.
Louis Rivera. This was a, you want to talk to her? Let's go right now.
That's correct.
No. When witnesses speak like Louis Rivera, he signs paperwork that's immunity, right? That they're protected, that anything they say can't be used against them, right?
That's part of the proffer agreement, yes.
And Louis Rivera had that every time he spoke to you. Not for the interviews, for the proffers.
For the proffers, yes, at that point, and then he pled.
Ms. Magbanua didn't request to have that protection when she met with law enforcement, correct?
That would have been between you and Georgia.
You don't know that it was there, right?
I don't know.
And basically what happened in that room is Ms. Coas and I sat back.
Object to counsel testifying.
Continue with the question.
What happened in that meeting is that Ms. Kwas and I stepped back, right?
Sort of.
And let you and ASA Kappelman, for as long as you wanted to, for whatever questions you have, question Ms. Magbanua.
You kept throwing hints that you had a piece of evidence that we missed and overlooked, and we knew what that piece was, and there was no surprise to it, and so, yeah, it didn't go anywhere.
Okay. That wasn't my question, though. My question was, we let law enforcement ask her whatever you want without any protection.
That's correct.
We didn't stop you. We just said, go ahead, ask away.
No, that's correct.
Not so that we could come in here and say that there was the opportunity, so that you could finally try to get to the bottom of what happened here, right?
The strategy behind it, I don't know.
Ms. Kappelman said it was a joke. Was anybody laughing in that room?
Nobody laughed in the room, no.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
All right. You may step down. Thank you. Defense may call its next witness. Right. Is this Mr. Downing?
No, this is Mr. Fitzpatrick, Judge.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Fitzpatrick. Come up, please. Good morning. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Okay. Please respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Please have a seat. Just need you to scoot up to that microphone and talk loudly into that, okay? Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Fitzpatrick. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing well. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Ryan Fitzpatrick, RyanFitzpatrick.
And what do you do for a living?
I run a medical facility in Hypoluxo, Florida.
Do you know someone by the name of Charles Edelson?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know him?
Known Charlie for many years. He was a former friend of mine and a former business partner of mine.
And how long ago do you think, and you can approximate, how long have you known him? 2012, 11?
Like 15 years.
Okay. And when do you, if you remember, when did you first meet?
Prior to moving to South Florida, just through mutual friends.
And from that time on, you guys were really close, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you know his family as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you spent a considerable amount of time with his family?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
So you know his mother, Donna?
Yes, ma'am.
Harvey?
Yes, ma'am.
And his sister, Wendy?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know his brother, Robert?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Have you ever met him?
No, ma'am.
When you were ever around the Edelson family, did they talk about him a lot?
No, ma'am.
And how close would you describe Charles Edelson to his mother, Donna?
Very close.
Like, talk on the phone every day?
Yes, ma'am.
Multiple times a day?
Probably, yes, ma'am.
And how close was he to his sister, Wendy?
I mean, very close.
Was he protective of her?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever meet Wendy?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember how many times you were hanging out around her?
Multiple occasions.
Okay, but the majority of the time that you knew her, was she living in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am. Well, no, she had come to South Florida at that point for the majority of the time, but I had know who she was and when she was in Tallahassee.
Okay, so the majority of the time that you spent with her is after she relocated back to Miami after the death of her ex-husband?
Yes, ma'am.
After the murder of her ex-husband?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she ever talk to you about her divorce?
No, ma'am.
Did Charlie ever talk to you about her divorce?
Maybe occasionally in passing, nothing that I recollect of significance at all.
Was there a type of tone or demeanor to him whenever he was referencing the divorce or Dan Markel?
After the murder, yes.
Okay. Before the murder, did...
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No.
After the murder, how did Charles express his feelings towards Dan Markel? Did he, one way or the other? If he didn't, he didn't. If he did, he did. Let us know.
Can you rephrase it?
Let me make it easy. Did he ever talk badly about Dan Markel?
Nobody talked good about Dan.
Nobody talked to you about Dan?
Not in that family.
Okay.
Nobody
And
talked good about Dan, I said.
Okay, so that's what I was gonna get to. How did you, because you've been around them, how did you get there? What was their feeling towards Dan Markel?
I mean, I really didn't pay a lot of attention to it. Obviously, it was insignificant to me at the time, but, you know, I mean, you could tell it wasn't someone that they were fond of.
Now, how would you describe, would you describe Charlie Edelson as the marrying kind? Want to
He
settle
was
down
never my
with-
type, no.
Okay. I appreciate that, Mr. Fitzpatrick. All right. So, but Charlie wasn't a one-woman kind of girl, was he? When you guys were
No,
friends?
ma'am.
Okay. And you kind of laughed when you said that.
Yes, ma'am.
He would have different girls all the time.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you even keep track of them?
No, ma'am.
Would some of these girls, the ones you've seen, they overlap with each other, right?
I imagine they did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And as far as you knew, all these women didn't know about each other, if you know.
I don't think so, no, ma'am.
Okay. And you remember when he started dating Katherine, right?
Vaguely, yes, ma'am. Just
Okay.
because I would hear her name, Katie, Cat, you know.
That's how Charles would refer to her?
Yes, ma'am.
And your understanding of their relationship, was this just one of the girls that Charles was seeing?
To be honest, I really didn't pay a lot of attention to girls that he saw.
Understandably.
It was just kind of like, okay, whatever.
Just because it's another one and another one and
Yes,
another one.
ma'am.
You don't want to invest too much time in someone you're probably not going to know for too long.
No, ma'am.
All right. Now, would you describe Charlie as being someone who likes to be the center of attention?
I guess you could describe him as that, yes, ma'am.
Can you describe for the jury as a friend how much he talks?
When doesn't he talk?
I couldn't have said it better.
Right.
So, and isn't it true that part of the reason you don't speak to him is because you got sick of listening to him talk?
It became overwhelming, yes, ma'am.
And it's because he always puts himself as the center. It's always him, his problem just going on in his life, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And is it an accurate description to say that he will repeat the same thing 100 different times, 100 different ways to prove his point?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And has he ever, when he's trying to prove a point to you, presented different scenarios to try to prove his point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And sometimes do you just agree with him because you give up?
Yes, ma'am.
You just want him to shut up, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, have you seen him use this technique to manipulate others?
To myself, I mean, I've experienced it, and
Do you feel that that's what he tries to do with his words, is that he's a manipulator?
I mean, I never thought of it as like that till later in our relationship, but you could say that, yes.
Okay. And you'd also describe him as being very, very smart, right?
Brilliant, yes.
Brilliant is the word you've used. Can he read a situation very quickly and just react?
Yes, ma'am.
The wheels are always turning when it comes to him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, were you best friends with him in July of 2014?
We were close friends.
Okay, I'll say close
We-
friends.
We got closer as time went on.
Okay, and then you had said earlier, just so we have a time frame for the jury, that you eventually have a falling out.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember what year that was?
I mean, the COVID year that I imagine it was 2018.
Okay,
like
perfect.
June of 2018 or something around that time.
All right, and I know it's an approximation, but the year is held.
Yes, ma'am.
So going back to around the time that Dan Markel was murdered, because that is July 2014, and you said you guys were close friends, right? There's a bunch of you guys, right, that hung out.
Yes, ma'am.
Who was a group, basically? You, there's Clint Stevenson, right?
Yes, ma'am.
There's Darren Pike.
Yes, ma'am.
There's, am I leaving anyone? Charles?
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else that is a close friend of that group?
I mean, there was a large group of
Okay.
friends. Yes,
Of,
ma'am.
of guys, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And whenever you guys, I mean, when this happened, that was a pretty big deal, right?
Yes.
Someone that he knew, a family member, former family member, had been murdered.
Yes, ma'am.
That just doesn't happen every day, right?
Not in my family.
Now, when he was around you guys, did he ever say anything like, oh my God, you would not believe what happened to Wendy's husband?
Never.
Never said, did you guys hear this about Dan Markel?
No, ma'am.
You never heard him express that, right?
No, ma'am.
Did he, as far as you know, go up to Tallahassee to be with his sister when he was murdered?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know if he's ever been to Tallahassee?
No, ma'am.
Did you find that strange that he just never spoke about the circumstances surrounding Wendy's ex-husband's murder?
I think it was so hard to fathom and that it was a reality, I guess, that
Okay.
I really didn't, it was just never brought up, so it was almost like it wasn't real,
Okay.
even though obviously it is.
And that's close to home as it relates to Charles Edelson. This is his sister's ex-husband,
Yes, ma'am.
the father of her two sons, his nephews, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Have you ever met them?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, isn't it true that when you were friends with Charlie, one of the ways that you would use to communicate with him, and he communicated with you, is by the use of WhatsApp?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, now, and he would use the WhatsApp to make phone calls to you on the phone. That's how you guys would talk, voice calls on WhatsApp, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you knew that back then, I mean, Charlie even would talk to you a couple times a day, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so your records had WhatsApp. You don't know if WhatsApp would be reflected on call detail records, right?
Well, the thought was that it was encrypted communication.
Mm-hmm. Would you describe Charles Edelson as a paranoid person in that way?
Yes, ma'am.
Like, has all these cameras around his house,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, and always thinking that, like, you know, he's always very cautious when he's talking on the phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And this was even before Dan Markel was murdered, right?
I can't recall. I don't even think WhatsApp was out back then, but I mean.
It was, but,
Yeah.
but you don't, that's just the nature of who he was, kind of, that he's always kind of suspicious of everyone.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, you remember meeting Catherine, and...
In passing, but no, I don't know Catherine personally at all.
No, and the one time you had met, you had seen her at his house.
I believe so, yes, ma'am. I mean, it's been so long.
You do remember, though, Charles telling you that Sigfredo Garcia, the mother of her kids, had confronted him before, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You also remember him telling you something about a confrontation that involved Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember?
Just continue with your question. That's
Okay,
over.
I'll just go to the next one because he just asked it, Judge. Okay. Now, with that said, do you know if Charles knew about the existence of Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Has Charles Edelson ever made payments to you in cash?
Yes, ma'am.
How did he package his money?
Stapled.
Describe for the jury how bills and where the staple would be.
Usually would separate $1,000 at a time. 10 100s equals $1,000, and would staple that.
Okay, and he just what, staple, like stacks of hundreds, but it's 10 $100 bills
Yes, ma'am.
per 1,000, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he's paid you that way before.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find that strange?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yes, ma'am.
And I mean, that was an odd way to have money. You've never seen anyone ever done that with money before, right?
No, ma'am.
Now, in your estimation, 10 stacks of the thousands, it'd be the same as if it were 10 $1 bills, right? Because a $1 bill and a $100 bill are the same in diameter, width, and all of that, right?
Correct.
So if you just stack 10 of them together, it's pretty thin, right?
Correct.
And then you put 10 of those together, it's probably about that big, right?
Probably, yes, ma'am.
Not like a brick of cocaine.
Right.
Now, to your knowledge, did Charlie use drugs? Like, have you ever seen him do drugs in front of you? Marijuana?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know if he was using steroids? Only if you know.
I know he was.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, around the time that Katherine was arrested, all right, that was in October of 2016, did you notice a change in his behavior?
Yes, ma'am.
Describe for the jury what that change was.
Frantic behavior, nervousness, paranoia, restlessness.
Did you guys as a group ever even confront or just ask him, or this was just a topic that was off limits when it came to Dan Markel and how he died?
Did we confront him as?
Like, you know, just in passing or talking, because this was kind of a known thing. Did you ever say, hey, did your family ever get any information about what happened to Dan Markel?
It was never really relating to Dan. It was just relating to the case.
Okay, and would he ever talk about the case with you guys, or just not?
Just that, you know, he was innocent, he's got nothing to worry about, this is nonsense, or other expletive terms about it.
Okay, do you remember him ever saying something in reference to, you know, you can get away with murder, you just have to keep your mouth shut?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. He's not one to keep his mouth shut, is he?
No, ma'am.
Now, around the time that, oh no, I asked you that already. Now, at some point, you said you had a falling out with Charles Edelson, right?
Correct.
Has he, since the time of 2016, has all of his close male friendships kind of fallen apart?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is he still friends with Darren Pike? As far as you, if you know,
I think they still communicate, and, well, not anymore, but I think they were still in communication. I don't necessarily know at whose benefit that was.
Okay, but Clint Stevenson and some of the others,
I
not
don't
close
believe
anymore.
they speak to him anymore as well.
Now, with regards to you, what happened that caused your falling out?
Well, it was kind of a labored relationship, just because all he did was complain, talk about himself, talk about this scenario as well. And it just got old. I mean, it would be 4 times a day, repetitive, calling me at noon in the middle of the day, 45-minute phone calls in the middle of the day. And it just got frustrating. And then we had a business together, whereas we had a difference of opinions on how it should go. And because of this trial at hand, or potential trial at hand, he kind of freaked out and pulled the rug out from under me. And I continued to placate the friendship in order to close out our books and do the right thing. And, you know, he kind of crossed me a little bit, and then has since opened up, you know, litigation against me. So.
Against you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And now, even though you've been friends with him for years, you did not hear from the police until after the pandemic, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So your name is all over his iCloud, but they didn't contact you until 2020.
Correct.
And this was after he had begun his lawsuit against you.
Yes.
So they probably
Yes,
knew
ma'am.
they probably knew you weren't on good terms.
Correct.
And it was a phone call that they reached out to you, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Do you remember who it was that you spoke to on the phone?
Mr. Newman and someone from the FBI.
Agent Sanford, sound familiar? Could be.
I don't know.
Okay.
He's special agent.
Special agent, all right. And you told them specifically about the money, right? How
'Cause
you've
they had-
seen him packaged it that way before.
They asked me about the money, and I concurred with their
Oh, so
question.
they specifically asked you about that?
It kind of led into it, and then, yeah, because I figured they already knew the answer, so tell them
And
the
then
truth.
when they called you, they specifically directed your attention to, hey, we know you're friends with Charlie. Do you have any information about the murder of Dan Markel? Is that
Basically, yes, ma'am.
okay? And you told them more or less everything that you've told this jury today, right?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's a lot of relevant information that you have against Charlie, right?
Unfortunately, yes.
You're not here under a state subpoena, are you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Which side brought you here to testify in court?
Catherine's side.
All right. And I want to talk to you about one other thing. You know about Charlie's had a Lexus
Yes,
at
ma'am.
some point in time, right?
Harvey's. It was
Harvey's. It
name.
was Harvey's Lexus, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then it ends up, well, the records show that Katherine paid for it, okay? Have you ever bought a car from Charles Edelson, or do you guys have?
He bought one from a friend that I sold a Range Rover to a friend that sold it to Charlie, and then Charlie since sold it, but.
But that's something that he's done, is he'll buy cars and then he sells them. It was at a reduced rate too for this Range Rover, right?
Very.
Very. How much was it sold for?
I think it was bought for me for 17. I think I sold 8,500 or something like that.
Okay, and Range Rover's a pretty high-priced car. Do you know what year it was?
2007, but it only had like 35,000 miles on it. And I had no problems with it, but as soon as I sold it, they did.
But that's something that he normally does, is he
Yes,
will
ma'am.
take cars and sell them to his friends, right?
Correct.
Does he also involve himself, he's a dentist, right? That's not his only source of income though, right?
No, ma'am.
He has other business ventures and other things going on.
Yes, ma'am. We were in business together, and then he owns like Class C rental properties.
Oh, properties that he rents out to tenants and stuff?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he has a house in Fort Lauderdale, right?
Correct.
Is it a mansion?
Not at all.
Okay. In comparison to some of the other houses in South Florida, how would you describe it? Moderate?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. It was. I don't know. It was kind of gross.
But he's still that guy that has a Ferrari parked in his garage, right?
Correct.
All right, may I have a brief moment?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Judge. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
What was your understanding of how Katherine Magbanua came to own the Lexus?
That it was sold to her for a reduced rate, or I don't know the price or what the terms were.
You were given a deposition in this case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to turn your attention to page 55, lines 18 through 21.
Oh, yes, I said he gave it to her. I don't gave it to her a reduced rate. I don't know what a reduced rate is. You know, it could be 50 bucks or something.
You don't have any personal knowledge of their bank accounts. You didn't see any check or
No,
cash
ma'am.
exchange. Okay. You said in your deposition that you thought that he gave it to her, but he may have given it to her at a reduced rate.
Possibly, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So I want to talk about this confrontation. This confrontation that you're talking about, this is what Charlie Edelson told you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he told you that Garcia confronted he and Katherine Magbanua when they were together, right?
Correct.
Okay. And this confrontation occurred during the day
From my understanding, yes.
when when Charlie Edelson and Katherine Magbanua were planning to go jet skiing that day.
From my understanding, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and Charlie Edelson had his jet skis with him. That's what they were planning to go do.
From what I understood, from what Charlie said, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's when Garcia confronted them, tried to run them off the road.
Correct.
Okay, made a scene.
From my understanding of what I was told, yes, ma'am.
And Katherine Magbanua was there.
From my understanding from what I was told, yes, ma'am.
Right, you weren't there.
No, ma'am.
This is just what Charlie's telling you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said that he didn't tell you about any other confrontation that he ever had with Garcia besides that jet ski incident.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you don't have any knowledge of any communication between Charlie and Garcia besides him saying that, hey, he confronted me when we were taking the jet skis out.
Correct.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Redirect?
Mr. Fitzpatrick, you described Charles Edelson as brilliant, right?
Correct.
He wouldn't be the type of person to plan a homicide on a regular phone that could be tracked, right?
I would hope not.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Please.
Defense may call its next witness.
Your Honor, understanding it's early for lunch, I believe that now would be the time to take the break.
Okay. All right. We're going to break a little bit early today, and but we will give you until 1 o'clock, so you're going to get some extra time, and we're going to be mindful of the time today. So please, no conversations, no looking at the internet, no discussions with any friends or family members, and we'll see everybody back at 1 o'clock to continue. Okay? Thank you. Jury's out of the courtroom. The door is closed. Please be seated. So, Mr. DeCoste, I take it that you will not be calling Stephen Downing?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, I will, and I'm not going to elaborate on it. I have some serious concerns based on that conversation, not against the government, but the change. So we're not calling Mr. Downing. We are done with all of our other witnesses. We are not calling our expert, John Sawicki.
Okay.
I do have there were some exhibits and the government wanted to look at everything again, so I saw it best to wait so that we could have that. There are a series of text messages. Now, these are all messages we've already spoken about during the trial. The defense would like to move them in. We're not entering it for the truth of the matter, and I can articulate why we're not entering it for the truth of the matter. And then my understanding is that the government has their demonstrative that had gone in, and if theirs has gone in, we would like to move ours in as well, too.
All right. Well, it's not going to the jury anyways if it's a demonstrative, so you can put it in as a demonstrative, but it won't be going back to the jury.
And we have it as a demonstrative right now. It's already been entered. I just didn't know if the government had theirs in. I can check it. With the messages, what I can do is...
I don't think that, well, let's ask. Is the picture with all the faces on it that you use, Ms. Kappelman, that's just a demonstrative, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so that's not going back to the jury.
Settles that. We have these series of messages. Now, we've already laid the foundation. They've been authenticated. I just want to, in fairness to the government, have the discussion with them. I can explain how it's not for the truth of the matter. It's to, and I can articulate it at the time.
Why didn't we go ahead and enter them into evidence when we're going through the particular witnesses?
Because we were because it was my choice at the time, trying to move through the witnesses, knowing that we've already laid the foundation. All of these have already been discussed, and witnesses have discussed it. We just haven't moved it.
All right, Ms. Kappelman, do you want to take a look at these?
Yes, sir.
How many are there?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sets.
All right.
We've discussed all of them now.
Okay. What is the state will take a look at those. Okay, so now our issue is how we're going to proceed this afternoon and whether or not Ms. Magbanua will be testifying. All right, so Ms. Kouas, I know that you've been having discussions with Ms. Magbanua, and so has a decision been reached as to whether or not Ms. Magbanua will be testifying? And I'm going to inquire to her after, but you can tell me right now, Ms. Kouas. She will be testifying? Okay. All right, so I'm going to ask her a few questions. And so, Mr. DeCoste, would you mind putting the microphone, bringing that up to Ms. Magbanua? All right, Ms. Magbanua, I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that you have the right to testify, but you also have the right not to testify? Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you can discuss this with anyone. You can discuss it with friends or family members or your attorneys, but ultimately it is your decision as to whether or not you want to testify. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, you have an absolute right not to testify. You've heard me already instruct the jury that you have that right. And if you choose not to testify, then in the closing instructions, I will again instruct the jury that you have the absolute right not to testify and that they cannot hold that against you or consider that in their deliberations. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, you do also have the right to testify. And if you choose to testify, then I will instruct them that they will consider your testimony just as any other witness. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
So have you made a decision as to whether or not you want to testify?
Yes, I'll be testifying today.
All right, so you have made the decision. Is anybody forcing you to testify?
No, Your Honor.
Is this by your own free will?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and so at the appropriate time, are you certain of this decision?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so at the appropriate time, when we return, your counsel will call you as a witness, and you'll come to the witness stand and be subject to examination and cross-examination by the state, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Okay, so that's how we'll proceed this afternoon, and I anticipate it will take a good bit of the afternoon, and but I expect that it will conclude today, okay? So we'll be mindful, we were going to be mindful of the time today in regards to the jurors because of obligations. So Ms. Magbanua will testify this afternoon, and we'll complete that by 5 o'clock. Now, so what we will do then for scheduling purposes is that tomorrow morning we will go, if there's not, I'll ask for any rebuttal witnesses after Ms. Magbanua testifies. Do you anticipate any at this point?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So so defense will rest. I will ask for any rebuttal witnesses, and if there are none, then I will excuse the jury for the day. If we need to go over jury instructions, but I expect everybody has taken a look at them, okay? I don't think that there's anything earth-shattering there. I think we can get through those pretty quickly. And then tomorrow morning, I will read jury instructions, and then we'll get right to closing arguments, and then those will be completed. By lunchtime, I'll have lunch ready and available for the jury, and they'll begin their deliberations at that time. That is the schedule moving forward. Everybody have a good understanding of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Okay, that's how we'll proceed. So you have some time here till 1 o'clock, but let's be prompt in the courtroom at 1 o'clock to continue with the testimony, okay? All right, in regards to these exhibits, were there any objections to those?
Just hearsay, Your Honor.
All right, and you were saying that they're not for the truth of the matter asserted?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right,
If
if
Your
I
Honor
could,
wants to take it for lunch, and I can articulate when we come back as to why these are being brought in, whatever works for the court.
I'd rather do it. Let me take a look at them.
Okay.
Just about need a magnifying glass for these.
I apologize, Your Honor. The first two are quite small. What you have in the first message is Wendy Edelson and Charles Edelson talking about where they're having dinner. And in the second one, you have a text message from Katherine Magbanua to Charles Edelson about the fact that Sigfredo Garcia is upset. We're not trying to prove that that there was a dinner on March 11th. We're not trying to prove that Sigfredo Garcia was upset. What we're trying to prove is that he was aware of the relationship, that he's upset about the relationship, but more importantly, that he knows where they are and that he has the potential of access to Charles Edelson. The next set of ones is something that the government already has in. It's, did Tuto have, I think that I have this order right. Did Tuto call your phone? Now the government entered in, if I'm not mistaken, an exhibit. That is ours. There's actually one slide that's not in there. But that one, we're not trying to prove that Tuto called the phone. We're not trying to prove that it was deep sea fishing. There was a lot of testimony about this, about the fact that it was a joke or not. What we're trying to show is that there is the potential access between Sigfredo Garcia and Charles Edelson. I don't know what the next one is, if Your Honor gives me the reference. Yeah, so that's the goodbye tour. We're not trying to prove that there was a trip to Key West. We're not trying to prove that it was actually the goodbye tour. What we are trying to establish is the fact that Charles Edelson, around the time of when these trips are happening, has made the decision that he is no longer going to be dating Katherine Magbanua. And then I think the next one is in August, where Katherine is upset. Now, we're not trying to prove that Katherine was upset, but instead that Charles Edelson was pushing her out of his life. There may be another one in between the two.
All right, there's other ones between the defendant and Mr. Edelson again, in regards to Mr. Garcia. Then there's the ones in regards to, are you going to the beach or the pool?
We had a lot, and so that's the morning of the alleged money drop,
Right.
7/19/2014. We're not trying to prove that she actually went to the pool with the kids. What we're trying to show and illustrate from those messages, and there has been testimony about it. I think Sergeant Corbett was asked by the government specifically about it. What we're trying to show is that there aren't any communications about a murder, because the government has this theory that the cell phones were used to communicate about the murder.
All right, I'll allow them to be admitted. This will be what? This is going to be a composite exhibit?
I would have them as 7 separate exhibits.
All
Or
right.
but whatever the court, I think it's easier.
Well, let's get them marked and then, and numbered, please, and then, there's 7 different exhibits?
Yes.
Okay, so it'll be, 32 through 39. All right, so they're not for the truth of the matter asserted, although they are hearsay, I'll allow them to be admitted. And so defense exhibit 32 through 39 will be admitted.
And that's all, Your Honor. We're going to confirm over lunch in a few minutes just to make sure all of our stuff is in, but I believe that it is.
All right. Okay, so this afternoon, we have the testimony, and then if we need to have any discussions about jury instructions after that, we're going to do that after that,
Okay.
because the jury's going to be excused, and then we'll make sure everything's ready to go for tomorrow morning. Okay? We'll be in recess until 1 o'clock.
I'm sorry to hold up, Your Honor. Will we be able to get any sort of extra access to Ms. Magbanua during this?
All right, anything from council before we bring the jury in? I'll go to the state first. Ms. Kappelman?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, let's bring the jury in, please.
Bless you.
Okay, thank you.
All rise, jury entering the courtroom.
Okay, please be seated. And we're ready to continue with the testimony. The defense may call its next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense calls Katherine Magbanua.
All right, Ms. Magbanua, would you please come up and take the stand? Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Please raise your right hand and respond to the clip.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat. And scoot up close to that microphone, adjust it if you need to, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Yes. All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Magbanua.
Good afternoon.
Okay, can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Katherine Magbanua, Katherine Magbanua.
Okay, so before we get started, I just want to ask you how you're feeling.
Freaking out.
Okay. Are you a little nervous?
Yes.
All eyes on you?
Yes.
A lot of eyes you've never seen before?
A lot of eyes I haven't seen.
Okay. All right, so if I ask you a question and it's confusing, stop me.
Yes,
okay?
ma'am.
And I want to make sure that everything that we get out is clear for the jury, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, we're going to be talking about a lot of stuff.
Yes, ma'am.
We're going to go back in time almost 10 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because you know that this has a lot to do with your relationship with Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And also your relationship with Charles Edelson.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now you understand the oath that you took just now,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And what was that oath?
To tell the truth.
Okay. You understand what the punishment for lying on the oath is, correct?
Perjury?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Now, you also understand, because we've talked about it numerous times, you do not have to testify today.
Yes, ma'am.
You have a constitutional right not to testify.
Yes, ma'am.
And are you doing this voluntarily and freely?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anyone force you to testify?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So let's start at the very beginning,
Mhm.
all right? Okay. When is the first time you ever laid eyes on Charles Edelson?
I was working down in South Beach at a dental office, and he's one of our specialists, periodontists, so he came into our office.
Now, which office was this that you were working at the
It's
time?
at Sophie Dental. It's south of 5th, I think.
That's what
that's what-
SOFI stands for, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And is it on South Beach?
It's on South Beach, yes.
Right. And where were you living at the time?
At that time, I believe I was living in Treasure Island. That's in North Bay Village.
Now, what did you do? What was your duties working at Sophie Dental?
I worked front desk, so I did a lot of like clerical work, answer the phones, set up appointments, insurance verification.
Okay. And Was Charles someone, he didn't actually work there like you said, he would just come in and perform his specialty?
Yes, ma'am.
What was his specialty? If you
He
know?
was a periodontist, so he travels up and down from, I guess, Miami to Broward County, probably West Palm.
It could possibly go all the way up to West Palm Beach.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember when exactly you met him in 2013? And I know it's a long time ago, but if you can try to narrow it down as much as you can.
Probably towards the end of the year.
Okay,
Yeah.
towards the end.
Yes,
all right?
ma'am.
And I'm not pigeonholing you into a specific
Yes,
date. Okay,
no.
if you don't remember, you let the jury know.
Okay.
Now, at the time that you met him, had you broken up with Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, we were separated already.
Now, I want you to explain to the jury about Sigfredo Garcia, okay? When did you first meet him?
I met him probably right after I graduated high school. He's just like through mutual friends, and I mean, he was trying to get with me, so.
Were you a teenager at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did he go to the same high school that you went to?
No, he didn't. I went to Beach High, Miami Beach Senior High, and he's older than me, so he's like 2 years older than me, so we weren't in high school together.
All right. So it's because you had mutual friends how your worlds collided.
Yes, ma'am.
And like you said, how old were you? About 18, 19?
Yeah, 18.
Now, did you guys start dating?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you end up going away for college?
Yes, I got accepted to a couple colleges actually, and then I picked University of Central Florida, so I'll have a chance to be out of the house.
Where were you living when you were graduating from high school? Who were you living with?
When I graduated from high school?
When you first met Sigfredo?
I moved up to Orlando, where UCF it was, or is, and I was living in an apartment.
And before you moved to UCF, when you guys were just dating, were you still living with your family at that time?
Yes, with my parents.
Okay, so mom, was your brother and stuff and everybody in the house?
I believe I was the last one. I have 2 older brothers, so yeah, I think they were already gone to college, so, or finished college.
Okay.
Just with my mom and my dad.
Okay. And your mom, what does she do for a living? Or what did she do for a living?
She's a nurse. She was a nurse.
And she worked her entire career as a nurse,
yes,
right?
ma'am.
Now, going to UFC?
UCF.
Thank you. UFC is something completely different. Okay, UCF. What did you study at UCF?
I got my bachelor's in Health Services Administration.
And what did Sigfredo do when you moved to Orlando?
I believe he was in construction at that time.
Did he move to Orlando with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How were things when you guys were living in Orlando?
It was great.
Okay. And why do you say it was great?
I mean, this is the first time we lived together, and it was my first time being out of the house, so it was just, it was good.
Was he giving you any problems at that time in terms of infidelity or drug use?
No, we didn't know anybody in Orlando.
Okay.
Yeah.
So was he a stay-at-home, working?
Oh, he was working like almost 2 to 3 jobs because I ended up getting pregnant. So he was working 3 jobs at that time.
So while you were in college, you got pregnant with your first child?
Yes, ma'am.
Your son?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you have your son in Orlando?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
In Winter Park Hospital.
Okay. And were you able to complete your bachelor's degree?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do after you completed your bachelor's degree?
I stayed in Orlando for a little bit, but then eventually I ended up moving down south because I wanted to work in a hospital.
Okay.
And I
when
needed
you say,
a babysitter.
When you say down south, you mean?
To Miami.
To Miami.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say you needed a babysitter, who would have been the prime person to be a babysitter?
Sigfredo's mom or my mom.
All right. So, takes a village, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you get pregnant with Kaylee, your daughter?
I got pregnant with her around 2012, yeah.
2012. When is her birthday?
May 30th.
Did you have her May 30th of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we're going to use that as another big, point for you to go back in time because you can remember things around important dates.
Okay.
Did you ever get married to Sigfredo?
No, I didn't.
But you do refer to him as your husband, right?
Yes, ma'am. I've been with him for so long, yeah.
Would he refer to you as his wife?
Yeah, I believe so.
And even though you're not legally married, in your mind, do you consider yourselves married?
Yes, ma'am.
At that time?
Yes.
Now you come back to Miami. Do you remember how old you were at that time?
I was probably 19, probably, no. I don't really even remember. I must have been like 19, 20. No, I graduated. I had my son. I was probably 22, 23.
How old were you when you had your daughter?
I believe like 26, 27.
Okay, so we'll just, you were in your 20s at this time
Yes,
when you come
ma'am.
back. And when you come back from Orlando, you're still in a relationship with Sigfredo, right?
Yes.
Did things start to change when you returned to Miami?
We were around, like, you know, our friends, and we, you know, we had a little bit more of a chance to kind of hang out. So, not right when we moved. It was still, we still had a good relationship.
Now, how was Sigfredo with your family? Was he close with your mom?
Yes, he was.
Close with your brothers?
Yes.
Okay, so your family was aware of Sigfredo and that he was a part of your life?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at this time, is Sigfredo able to come back to Miami and get a job?
Yeah, I believe so. I think he got a job in construction again.
Did Sigfredo graduate from high school?
He got his GED.
Okay. So when was it, if you can remember, that things started to take a turn for the worst in your relationship with Sigfredo?
It had to be like a little, I started kind of fighting like when I was pregnant with my daughter. And then probably after I gave birth to her, that whole year we tried to, you know, work things out, but it kind of started fiddling down.
Now, what were you guys arguing about?
He just disappeared and would, I don't know, he would be drinking, and half the time I didn't know what he was doing.
Did you suspect that he was using drugs?
At that time, I believe so, yeah.
Would he do drugs in front of you?
Probably smoke weed, but nothing, or, you know, like alcohol, but that's about it.
Okay. And did you suspect him of cheating on you?
What time frame? Like,
Okay, so now we're talking about, like you said, you got pregnant with your daughter.
yes.
Okay. And it's a year later when you guys actually break up, around her first birthday.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you'd say that that whole year between her birth and her first birthday is when things were kind of rocky.
Yes, ma'am.
How bad were your fights? Did they ever get violent, or?
No, it didn't get violent like that. Like, we would just argue back and forth. Half the time it was probably me, like, screaming at him, and then he just doesn't, you know, he just doesn't respond, or, like, he'll leave.
Okay. And now, just to remind, you're in your mid-20s, and so is Sigfredo.
Yes, ma'am.
So you guys are kind of young.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you aware that he was involved in criminal activity?
I mean, I don't know if he was, or like, I mean, now it's like I'm seeing a lot more of, you know, what's been going on, but at that time, no, I mean, he was just hanging out.
And you do remember a time when Sigfredo picked up charges in South Florida, right?
In South Florida?
He was arrested. You know, you're aware that he's a convicted felon, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so do you know what it was he was convicted of?
I know he used to get in trouble when he was younger.
Okay.
But probably sale of cocaine and weed, or...
Did any of that, was that any of that going on, like him getting arrested and going through the criminal system, if you remember, you know, around the time of 2012, 2013?
No, I don't think so.
All right. And were you aware that he was selling drugs?
When he was younger, yeah.
So you knew he was selling drugs when he was younger?
Yeah.
Were you aware of him selling drugs while you two were together in your good times?
No.
Okay. And did you suspect that that is maybe what he was doing after you broke up, or you didn't know?
I didn't know.
All right. Now, is there one specific thing that caused the breakup in 2013?
A specific thing, not that... I can recollect right now.
Like, you know, sometimes people will say, oh, I caught him cheating on me
Oh,
with this.
yeah, he did. One time I was going through his phone and I saw that he was like talking to another girl, or there was like text messages from another girl.
Okay, and that could have been the catalyst just for the argument that caused
Yeah,
the split.
yeah.
But are you sure, or you think that's what it is?
I believe that was, that's one of the times.
Now, because of this massive fight that you had, he was living with you at the time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he helping you take care of the kids at the time?
Yeah, he was living with me. So
Was it you, him, and the kids, and that was it?
yes, ma'am.
Right. And so you kicked him out of the apartment.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know where he went?
No.
Okay. And how serious was this separation between the two of you?
Around this time, this is like when Kaylee was like probably
This
one,
is
right?
now we're at 2013.
Okay, yeah, she's around.
She's one.
Well, I'm sorry. What was your question?
How serious was this separation between the two of
Oh,
you?
I've had it at that time. Yeah, it was a lot of things led up to that big fight that we had.
Okay. And on times that you would fight before, you'd fight, but it never got to the point where you'd kick him out the house.
Yeah, no, I would kick him I've kicked him out once before that time, but nothing really. Like we would just argue and
He'd come back in a few days.
yeah, like he'd come back like later at nighttime and he'd be home.
So would this be the first major breakup?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were done?
I was done.
Did he try to get back together with you?
Yeah. I mean, he always tried to get back with me.
Now, so you start working at Sophie Dental. Do you remember how you got the job at Sophie Dental?
And one of my high school friends was working there, and she told me there was an opening, and she told me the hours would actually be really good for you. I already had my daughter, so I was looking for a job, and I did an application and I got hired.
Started working there. Did you have any other jobs at the time you were working at Sophie Dental?
I believe I was working promotions as well.
You saw earlier during your trial a picture with you and some other ladies standing up behind like a table with some, like a case of beer.
Like samples, yeah.
Was that a good example of what the liquor promotions were?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what you were doing in that picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to the jury what that entails and how it is that you became involved in that?
Okay, so we worked with different liquors, like let's say Absolute, it's been so long, and certain types of vodkas, and we would set up, we would buy with the money that like the company would give us. We would get it from the owner of like the store, or buy it from the store, and then we would give samples out to people that are coming in.
Okay. And then how would you get paid?
At that time, I think I was getting paid through checks.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Are you certain or you're not certain?
I'm not certain.
All right. And were you broken up with him at this time with Sigfredo?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, when you first meet Charlie, did you know right away that he wanted something more than a friendship?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Explain to the jury how it is that he got your number.
Well, he was one of the specialists in the dental office that I was working at. So he came in, and I think he was telling some of the girls, like, asking about me. And he got my phone and tried to put his phone number, on my phone. And I was like, I already have it, because we have to text the doctors to tell them about their appointments sometimes.
Okay. And would you say... I mean, what did he ask you out right away, or how did that evolve?
I think through time, like he kept, Kaylee was little at that time, so I could never like really hang out or go out. So he kept on, and then one day like we went out to go get something to eat or something.
Okay, so it's fair to say he was persistent.
Yes.
All right. Now, I'm going to try to help you with your memory, so I'm going to go back to... Now we're moving forward. Do you remember if you guys were dating at New Year's Eve in 2013?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you guys go out for New Year's?
Yeah, we went to this place called Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, and we spent New Year's over there with some other friends.
That establishment is in Fort Lauderdale?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and it's a big casino with lots of shops and clubs and all that kind
Yes,
of stuff, right?
yes, ma'am.
And did your relationship ever get to serious boyfriend and girlfriend?
No.
All right. But how much, like, how about the communications between the two of you, between you and Charles?
We would text.
Okay, now
Yeah.
explain to the jury, because I know sometimes women complain that men do not communicate with them a lot, all right?
Okay.
Did Charles Edelson have this problem?
No, he is always texting.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is he someone too that talks a lot on the phone?
all the time.
Okay. And even with his job where he's working all day, he will call and text and everything in between throughout the day?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when was the first time you ever met Charlie's sister, Wendy?
I believe the first time was when they were talking about Yardbird when we were eating.
Okay, so you remember that day?
Yes,
when
ma'am.
that was the first time you ever met Wendy?
I believe so, yes.
Before then, because that's in March of 2014, okay? Before then, do you remember Charles ever talking about Wendy to you?
Not that I can remember.
Okay.
He probably said he had a sister, but, you know, like, he had a sister and a brother, but I just didn't know when he told me he had a sister
Okay,
and a
and
brother.
he never spoke to you, or you never had any knowledge of, for example, you know, Wendy's divorce?
No.
Okay. All you knew is he had a sister and a brother?
Yes.
Now, that night you went to Yardbird, all right? What is Yardbird?
It's a restaurant that, like, you can eat out on the patio. It has an indoor, outdoor.
And this on South Beach?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it daytime or nighttime?
It was after work, so it was like early dinner.
Okay, and would the records reflect, probably be an accurate reflection of what time it was?
With what records?
iCloud records or some,
Oh,
whatever
yes,
they have
ma'am.
there. We can rely on the records to determine the time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you leave work and meet them there?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you remember what car you were driving at that time?
My Mazda.
Is that the white one?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what car was Charles driving at that time?
I think he had that Mercedes.
Okay, the one that we saw in the picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you get to the restaurant, are Wendy and who you now know is Jeffrey Lacoste, were they both there?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
They were already sitting there.
And did you show up before Charlie, or you guys got there at the same time?
I don't remember.
And how did Wendy and Jeffrey, I mean, I know you probably don't remember too much, but did anything weird stand out with the two of them, or it was obvious to you that they were dating?
Nothing weird. They were just there together.
Anything stand out from you from that dinner? Anything that, you know, you remember that stood out to you?
No, not that I can recall.
Okay. And then after that dinner, where did you go?
Home.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you know where Charles went?
He probably went back to his house.
Okay, he didn't go home with you?
No.
Now, at this time when you're full on, well, not full on, but you're dating Charles, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you seeing any other men?
No, ma'am.
All right. Did you have time to see any other men?
I did not.
How many jobs were you working at that time now? Now we're in March of 2014. Were you still at Sophie Dental? If you can remember.
I think, I can't remember.
Is there ever a time from 2012 onwards that you remember not having a job?
No, I always had a job.
And sometimes multiple jobs, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And even when Sigfredo was out of the picture at this time, you were able to, with your jobs, you know, provide for your kids?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any other family help?
Yeah, my mom.
Your mom would help you out?
Yes, ma'am.
How would she help you out?
She'd either I transfer money or like she'd give me cash.
Now, describe for the jury now, you're dating Charlie. How is Sigfredo's presence in your life at this time? Where was he living, if you know?
When I was dating Charlie?
Yeah.
I know he wasn't living, like, he was probably, like, living at his friend's house, but eventually he ended up living with that girl.
Shrimp.
Yes.
Okay. So, but you don't know when that transition took place?
No, ma'am.
All right. So as far as you knew, he's staying with friends, things like that.
Yes, ma'am.
Was it any of your concern where he laid his head at night?
No,
Why?
we weren't together.
And you saw the call detail records about the flurry of communications between you and Sigfredo and Charles.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there almost like a pattern of coming up on Fridays is where the
Yes.
increase of the calls happen?
Mm-hmm.
Why is that?
Because usually we were trying to work out something where, you know, one weekend I get the kids and then he try to help me out the following weekend. So I'd usually start blowing up his phone like Fridays if I can't get a hold of him, because it was always difficult for him to take care of the kids.
Okay, so and you're still in your mid-20s at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and would you go to him first before you go to other family members to
Of
watch?
course, yeah.
And would it be a situation where you would call back to back and he wouldn't pick up?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you wouldn't let up on the texting
No.
and that's because he's the father of your kids,
Yes.
right? And you wanted him to help you.
Yes, ma'am.
You notice anything unusual about the fact that you'd be texting the father of your kids and then maybe not get through and then maybe make a phone call to your boyfriend?
No.
All right. Now, at the time, you did see some of the summaries that were presented by the state in this case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, there's a lot of numbers on your call detail record that haven't been identified,
Yes, ma'am.
all right? The only one that they were able to put in there is Yindro,
Yes, ma'am.
and she testified here today, right? You had other close friends at that time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Who were your closest friends?
Kenya and Maria.
Okay. Would you say that they were your best female friends?
Yes.
Were they closer to you than you were to Yindro?
At that time, I mean, they're my two best friends.
They're your two best friends?
Yes.
Okay. And they're not your only friends, right?
No, ma'am.
If I had you look at those numbers now, do you think you'd remember whose number belonged to who?
I don't think so.
Okay. It'd be in your contacts, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, as far as you knew, did Sigfredo know about Charlie, that you were dating this guy?
Yes, ma'am.
And why do you believe, or how do you know that?
How do I know that he knows?
Or
me?
what is it that made you realize that he knew that you were dating this guy? Did you say it to him, or did he ever make a comment?
I probably did. Like, I probably mentioned Charlie's name or whatever,
Okay.
trying to get him mad.
Oh,
Yeah.
to push some buttons with him.
Yeah.
And you frequently spoke to your boyfriend, Charlie, about
ma'am.
the father of your kids,
Yes, ma'am.
Sigfredo.
Yes, ma'am.
So you referred to him, to Charlie, as several different names, right? Well, one, you've called him Tuto before, right?
Sigfredo?
Yeah.
Yes.
So Charles Edelson knows the name Tuto.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when you heard on some of the recordings him saying, I don't even know who these guys are, and he keeps repeating it over and over,
Yes, ma'am.
he's lying, right?
Of course.
Now, in June of 2014, okay, that is when Kaylee's birthday is, right?
Yeah.
May 30th.
May 30th, yes,
Just a
ma'am.
few days before June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, 4th, where they say the first trip happened, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What did you do for your birthday? For Kaylee's birthday, if you can remember.
I just had like a little gathering in the house, just like another friend of mine, I think, and her kids.
Okay. Something small?
Something small, yeah.
How old was she turning?
1. Wait, no, this is
2014.
2.
2,
Yeah.
okay. And you're still living at the same apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was living with you at the time?
My mom.
All right. So it's just the 4 of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 2 kids, you and your mom?
Yes, ma'am.
Would Sigfredo still come over?
Yes.
Okay. Why is that?
He'd come by every now and then, see the kids, hang out.
Were there times where he would come and take the kids and take care of them for the weekend?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So he wasn't a complete, total absentee father?
No.
Was he consistent, though?
That he wasn't. He wasn't consistent about it.
Now, around that time, you've seen these things about you pinging and going to take Sigfredo
Yes, ma'am.
to rent a car. Did that ever happen?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have any idea why your cell phone would have been pinging on that day 8 years ago? Do you remember why?
No, but one of my friends lives close by there, so
Okay, which friend of yours lives close to the
Kenya.
airport? Kenya lives
Yeah.
there, okay. But you wouldn't even be able to tell the jury if that is consistent with that tower, because you don't know anything about towers, right?
No, ma'am.
All right. But had you taken him to go rent a car, you think you've never taken him to rent a car?
No, I've never taken him.
Okay. Now, when you were, at this time, did Sigfredo own a car? Or was he just switching cars all the time?
He was switching cars. I don't know if he had his own car at that time.
So it could be that you just don't know whose cars he was driving.
Yeah, he would just get his friends' cars, or I don't know.
Did
I
you
didn't
ever-
know what he was really doing at that time.
Did you ask?
No.
Had you asked about what his day-to-day, what he was doing every single day,
Yes.
would he have answered you? Told you what he was doing every day?
Probably not.
Why?
He doesn't tell me everything.
But also, too, like, you don't have to tell him what you're doing every day, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Why is that?
We're not together.
So I want to talk to you about this day, because this day actually stands out in your memory, okay? Is the July 1st
Yes, ma'am.
confrontation, okay? Now, explain to the jury in your own words what happened that day. So let's start with, do you get a call from Charlie? Like, is he inviting you to go out?
I don't remember, like, who called who first or
Okay.
whatever, but I know he wanted to go out on the jet ski.
And were those his jet skis?
Oh, a jet ski, yeah.
Or just one?
One, yes.
Okay. Had you guys ever gone jet skiing before?
I believe so.
All right. And what happened with Sigfredo that day? Did he come and pick up your kids?
Yes, he did.
All right. Was it his turn to watch the kids?
Yes, ma'am.
And he picks them up. How old are Ethan and Kaylee about this time, around this time? Kaylee would be 2, and so Ethan would be 5?
No, probably 7.
7, okay. So he takes the kids.
They're
Do you
5 years
remember what
apart.
car he was driving at that time?
I believe he had like a blue Volvo.
Okay. And is this the car that he was in when the confrontation happened?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So do you see him take the kids and leave?
Yes.
Where do you think he went, or you just didn't ask?
Well, I mean, I found out later that he was at that, like, a pizza place,
Mhm.
like, down the block from, like, where we stayed, where I stayed.
But when he left, you had no idea where he was
No,
going?
ma'am.
So you come downstairs, does Charles come to pick you up?
Yes, ma'am.
What's he driving?
The Lexus,
And what's tacked onto the back of the Lexus?
the jet ski.
Is this outside your North Bay Village apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this in the parking lot?
Is it like what, when you want to go pick me up?
Yeah.
Yeah, he picked me up in the parking lot.
So he picks you up in the parking lot.
Mhm.
Are you guys able to exit the parking lot?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When is it that you see, or you know what, you tell the jury, what happens next?
As we were pulling out of like the parking lot, we were gonna go down the way, like one of the roads, and Sigfredo cut us off and just jumped out of the car and started screaming in the middle of the street.
So you're on a roadway.
Mhm.
Okay. He blocks in. Do you immediately recognize that that's Sigfredo's car?
It was fast, but he jumped out of the car and like stood in the middle of the street, so I knew it was him.
Now describe for the jury, because he's not a small guy, Sigfredo, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay, he's a lot taller than you are.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that time, was he, working out, or
Yeah, he was fit.
he, stood up in front of the car, and what did he do?
He just started screaming in the middle of the street, but I didn't know what
Was
he
he
was saying.
Could you hear what he was saying?
No, ma'am.
Were the windows up?
Yes.
All right. And do you know if he was screaming in English, Spanish?
I don't know what he was saying.
Now, when you see him, what was your reaction?
I was shocked.
What was Charlie's reaction?
Oh, he was petrified.
Now, when you say he was petrified, what do you mean?
He looks at me and then he's like just trying to find a way to get out of this, like the one, because the street is very narrow.
Mm-hmm.
So he was trying to figure out how to basically do like a turn with the jet ski so we can go the other way.
Okay, so basically turn around because now Sigfredo was blocked off the other way.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did Charles ever get out the car?
No, ma'am.
Did Charles ever say anything to you in the car?
Say something to me?
Yeah, about Sigfredo.
No.
He was just
Not
trying to
that I
get.
can yeah, he was trying to get, his focus was to get out of the way.
Now, did he get out the way?
Yes, ma'am.
What happens when you guys drive off?
Sigfredo like kind of pulls, so he jumps back in the car and he pulls up next to us and he's just screaming, and I'm just looking at him like why are you, he was acting crazy.
Did you see him get on the phone?
Get on the phone while
Yeah.
while he was driving?
At any point at that day, did you see that he had gotten on the phone?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. Now, did you find out that at some point after you left that he had made a phone call to the Edelsons?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you find out that that phone call had been made?
I don't quite remember.
Do you know did Charles tell you or did Sigfredo tell you?
I think this was already on the way when I came back, like when I was gonna pick up the kids from Sigfredo.
Mm-hmm.
So he was like trying to, we were fighting about something, I guess the whole situation, but I went out to the jet skis already. Like we already went out and this was on the way back.
Oh, so you'd already
I was
gone
already
out.
gonna pick up the kids from Sigfredo.
Where was Sigfredo with the kids? Do you know? Remember?
I think I pulled up in front of Shrimp's house.
And that's where he was with the kids?
The kids might have been inside the house because it was, or he left them with his mom, but I was talking to him like we were outside and he was on the phone.
Okay, so that is when as far as you know, is making the phone call.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
could you
ma'am.
hear what he was saying?
No, ma'am.
Okay, did you know who he was speaking to?
No, ma'am.
Was he talking?
Yeah, he was talking and then he walked away. Like he was talking on the phone and then walked away, and I'm like chasing him in the middle of the street.
All right, were you able to get his phone from him or anything like
No,
that?
ma'am.
And why is it that you end up calling Harvey Edelson after that debacle?
Because he left a message apparently on his phone.
And what was your purpose of calling the Edelsons? Were you embarrassed?
Yes.
What did Charlie ever say? Did he ever talk to you about that afterwards? About, what happened with Sigfredo doing that?
I don't remember.
Okay, so you don't remember him specifically discussing that with you or saying anything about it?
I think about leaving a message on the phone on his dad's phone.
Yeah.
But besides that, not that I can recall.
Did he seem upset that this is what had happened? Like, oh, your psycho ex-boyfriend is like, I can't be with you because he's so crazy?
I mean, I guess.
No, did Charlie ever kind of say that to you? Like that, because of that incident, that is what would have caused your later breakup?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did he ever talk badly to you about Sigfredo?
Not really.
And you would talk to him about how frustrated you are with Sigfredo, right?
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
All the time?
Yeah.
About how he doesn't help take care of the kids?
Yeah.
And wouldn't Charlie be always encouraging you?
Yeah,
oh, that's the
he's
father
always
of your kids?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and it was always kind of encouraging you not to end everything with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's Yindra?
Mascara,
Yeah.
I've worked with her. I mean, she was a high school friend too, but she was younger than me. And we started hanging out when she said, I guess her birthday, one of her birthdays.
And did that sound right to you that you
Yes,
remember?
ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you guys got back to, you met, you see each other at the club, it's her birthday, and your
Yes.
friendship kind of starts there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, she actually worked in the clubs with you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, let's talk about the 2 clubs that you worked at. Were there more clubs that you worked at, or it was just those 2?
At that time, I think it was only those 2.
What is the first club you worked at?
I worked in Fate.
Okay, so Fate
Nightclub.
first?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's the one where your former boss came in here, Mr. Neighbor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, explain to the jury how it is that you made money and how you were paid at that job, at Club Fate.
I did bottle service and I bartended as well, and we would get cash tips or on credit cards.
Okay. And was what he said, Mr. Neighbor said it, fairly correct, that the only thing they can really track from you guys is what's written on the credit card receipt?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you declare all of your cash tips?
No, ma'am.
Okay. As far as all the other employees, did you know if they all declare their cash tips?
I don't think any of them did.
Okay. Is that something that's normal in the service industry?
Yes, ma'am.
And why do people not declare all of their tips?
So they can keep all the money.
And not have to pay too much taxes,
Yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So, how long do you remember working at Club Fate?
The dates have been so off, like I don't even remember anymore.
Okay, so we should rely on things that are in records to
Yes,
determine.
ma'am.
Okay, because I don't want you to, if you don't remember, you don't remember.
Yeah.
Now, what would you do with your cash? Every time you made cash, did you just go to the bank the next day and deposit it?
No, I usually saved it
Okay, and where would you save it, at home? Or?
at home.
All right, but you did deposit some of your cash into the bank?
Yes, ma'am, and when I had a chance to.
Okay, and you have 2 bank accounts?
Yes, ma'am.
And you deposited cash into both bank accounts?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and that's something you've been doing since you've
Yeah.
had a bank account?
Yes, ma'am.
Even before you met Charles Edelson?
Yes.
Did Sigfredo ever come out to the clubs and see you working?
Not that I know of.
Okay, that probably wouldn't have been a good idea, right?
Probably not.
All right. And did Charlie ever come out to Club Fate while you were working there?
Not that I know of.
All right. Did you have other jobs while you were working at Club Fate?
I don't remember.
Were you, because you saw on the chart, your employment overlaps sometimes.
Yes, ma'am.
So was there a time when you were working at Club Fate but not holding any other jobs, or you'd have a 9 to 5 and then just do the Club Fate?
I believe so. I usually have 2 jobs.
All right. And after Club Fate, what was the next club you worked at?
A Hollywood Live.
All right. Now, you saw that photograph that the state presented as to what Hollywood Live was, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In your opinion, is that a fair and accurate representation of what the club looked like?
No, it was not.
Back in 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It wasn't the club opened at night, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and it didn't look as run down as it did in that picture?
No.
You now know that picture was taken during the pandemic?
The pandemic, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know someone by the name of Dan Markel?
Yeah, not now. I mean, not now, but
I'm just going to
do.
ask you right now, and you can tell the jury. Did you have anything to do with the murder of Dan Markel?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you know anything about the murder of Dan Markel?
No, ma'am.
Would you have ever assisted anyone in having a father of 2 killed?
No, ma'am.
Would you assist anyone in having anybody killed?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you know anything about Wendy Edelson's divorce?
No, ma'am.
Did you know anything about her custody battle over her kids?
No, ma'am.
Did you even know she had kids?
I knew she had children, yes.
Okay. Were her kids with you when that time that you were at the Icon with Yindro?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And that was in Father's Day in 2014?
Well, yeah.
What happened on that day that you all came together on that day in June? I think it was
What
June.
happened?
Yeah, how is it that you ended up in a picture with Wendy Edelson and Yindro?
Oh, Charlie invited me to go down to the beach, and then his sister was in town, I guess.
And
I was already with Yindra, so I was like, you want to go to the beach? So then she tagged along with me.
So explain for the jury. South Beach, okay, it's more like a tourist place, especially south of 5th, right?
Yes, ma'am.
This is the South Beach everybody sees on TV with the neon lights and all the hotels, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the Icon, it's a massive, like, I don't even know how many stories apartment building.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the building that had that staircase that you saw Donna Edelson walking down? On the bump?
I don't know.
Okay. But when you get off the bridge,
Yes, ma'am.
it's one of the first buildings on your right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you even recognize the school?
Yes, that was my elementary school.
It was your elementary
Yeah.
school? Now, that apartment building has a very nice pool
Yes, ma'am.
and access to the beach.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you said he invited you to come over to hang out at the beach and the pool, and you invited Yindra with you.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the second time you hung out with Wendy Edelson.
Yes, ma'am.
Did she talk to you or Yindra about divorce?
No.
Anything about relocation with her kids?
No, ma'am.
You guys weren't close like that, right?
No.
You had no idea that this was going on in her personal life.
No, ma'am.
Now, I want to talk to you about July 18th.
Yes, ma'am.
You now know that that is an important day.
Yes, ma'am.
Back in 2014, that day doesn't stick out to you.
No, ma'am.
All right. So if, for example, we had all your text messages from that day on Charlie's iCloud,
Yes, ma'am.
That would be a good memory jogger for you, right?
I believe so.
If Charles Edelson had ever spoken to you about a homicide or a murder, would that stick out in your mind?
Of course.
Okay. Do you remember him mentioning that his brother had been in an accident?
Do I remember him mentioning that?
That his brother had been in a car accident?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That was the night that you said that you could have possibly dropped your kids off to Yindra to go and be with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember if that's night that you went and spent with Charlie?
No, I don't remember.
Is it possible though?
Maybe.
Okay. If the record said you did, can we rely on it?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you were there that night, did anything stand out to you about Charlie's behavior?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did he ever to you seem weird or nervous or say that he was sick? Did anything stand out to you that night?
No.
All right. Did Charles Edelson give you $100,000 in stapled cash to then go and give to the father of your kids who you were not with the next day?
No, ma'am.
If Charles Edelson had said to you, here's $100,000 in stapled money, what would you do? What would be your first question to him?
Why are you giving me that?
Okay. Did you ever see him with stapled money?
No, ma'am.
Now, you heard Miss Umchindo. She's seen the stapled money. Were you, even though you were dating,
Yes,
were
ma'am.
you at his house every single day?
No, ma'am.
And why was that?
I had the kids, and I could never just go away and spend a night.
Okay, so you'd have to get basically
A babysitter.
A babysitter.
Yeah.
Did you spend the night at Charlie's house a lot?
No, ma'am.
All right. You'd have to come back home.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And where did your brother live at the time?
He lives in Tamarack.
All right. Close to the Edelson Institute?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Very
And-
close.
Very close.
Yeah.
And your brother married with kids?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, the next day you say, well, they say that the next day, the July 18th was a Friday, okay? I'm telling you, it was
Yes,
a Friday.
ma'am.
I'm sure you don't remember. The next day is July 19th, where there is this allegation that you went over to Jessica Rodriguez's
Yes,
house to
ma'am.
drop off money.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's talk about that. You know Jessica Rodriguez, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know her?
She's Tato's girlfriend, ex-baby mama.
So were you guys close before she got pregnant, or it was only until she got pregnant?
I think after she got pregnant. Or
Okay.
I think I knew her when she had the baby, like when she had the belly.
Oh, when she actually
Yeah,
had
yeah.
the belly. Okay. And even though you and Sigfredo weren't together, you and her bonded.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Was she having the same problems with Louis that you were having with
Yes, ma'am.
Sigfredo?
Mhm.
She has no idea where he is and all of that? Did she complain about him to you?
I believe, yeah, we probably spoke about it.
Did you know that he was a Latin King gang member?
I did because of the Crown. Like now they talk about it all the time with the Latin Kings. I don't know at that time if I knew he was in the Latin King, but I do now.
You do know?
Yeah.
Okay. Was Sigfredo, to your knowledge, ever in a gang?
No, Sigfredo was not in a gang.
All right. And so on this day, did that happen?
No, ma'am.
You never went and were trying to find Sigfredo and to get him to drop off money for a murder?
No, ma'am. I was looking for Sigfredo, but not for that.
And in your text messages, you see that from that day, you actually was trying to get Ethan and you were going to go take him to the pool.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But it's a weekend.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
Saturday. So it's not unusual for you to be looking for Sigfredo.
No, ma'am. It was probably his weekend.
And he wasn't picking up the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You heard Louis Rivera say that you called him first.
Yes, ma'am.
That's not true, is it?
No, ma'am.
He called you.
Yes, ma'am.
You were looking for him. Do you remember if who you called was Anthony Ortiz or Jessica Rodriguez?
I don't remember.
Okay. Would that be normal that you would try one of them to try and find out where Sigfredo is?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
If I couldn't find him and I was blowing up his phone, it'd be the next person that I would think would be around him.
And that's Hibaro, right?
Yes.
That's Anthony Ortiz.
Yes, ma'am.
He was close to Sigfredo.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you would probably go to Jessica first before you call Louis.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. That number that they found in your phone turned out to be a wrong number for him.
Yes, ma'am.
You don't talk to him that much, do you?
To whom?
Back then, you didn't talk to Louis a lot?
No, ma'am.
Ever on the phone?
No, ma'am.
And they only got your records from May forward, right?
Yes, ma'am.
We're unable to get any of your records past then, before then, right? And that time that you tried to reach out to that number, that's because you didn't know what his new number was.
No, ma'am.
Okay? And you had an old wrong number for him.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I've had the same phone forever.
How long have you had your phone?
I've had that phone since I was in high school.
The same number?
The same number. Not the phone, the same number, yes.
Now, let's talk about your work for Charles Edelson.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? Because you heard a lot of testimony about where there's no evidence that you were working at the Edelson Institute.
Yes,
Were you working at the Edelson Institute?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Who gave you that job?
Charlie.
Okay. Explain to the jury why you asked him to put you on the payroll.
Well, my son, he has a disability, and I needed to get insurance for him, and the jobs that I was having didn't have insurance, or it was so high, so I asked him to do me that favor to put me in his office so that I could have a job on paperwork.
Now, you didn't work for Donna Edelson?
No, ma'am.
You didn't work for Harvey Edelson?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What would you do for Charles Edelson to get that bi-weekly paycheck that you were getting?
Well, I was more like his assistant. Like, just I helped him get like for his website and set up those appointments for him, and just odd things, odd jobs.
Would it be a situation where he asked you to do something and you just do it?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't have a set schedule?
No, ma'am.
Of what your duties for him entailed, right?
No, ma'am.
And you wouldn't agree to be put on the payroll if you were involved in a homicide, right?
No, ma'am.
Because that's just stupid.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you hear that he says, oh, you'd go and you'd clean up and stuff like that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, explain to the jury what he's talking about.
I mean, he just goes off on things, and I just, okay.
Are there times where you would go and clean up if he had asked you to?
Have I ever?
Yeah.
Go what, to the office?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think like I lied about it. Like I told him that I did, but I really didn't.
So that you'd say to him, oh yeah, I went and I cleaned up, but you didn't really.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Were other things that you did for him too was what? Name some of the things that you said, the website, any other odd things
I've done the rental. He had like rental places, and I've had to talk to the tenants before, and collect actually rent before for the tenants, and don't really remember much. It's been so long.
But it was a situation where it's just, hey, if he calls me and he asks me for something, I'm just gonna do it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. He didn't ask you to do anything weird.
No, ma'am.
Like get someone to get a hitman to commit a murder of his ex-husband.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Had Charlie Edelson asked you if you knew a hitman?
If I knew one?
If you knew a hitman or knew someone that could commit a murder for him, would you stay in a relationship with someone like that?
No, ma'am.
Would you have called the police?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I want to talk about your breast augmentation.
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you wanted breast augmentation?
Since I was in high school.
Yindra even said that.
Yes, ma'am.
And how long had you been saving up for that?
I've been saving up for a while.
All right. What is the benefit of paying for that in cash as opposed to a credit card?
Well, working in the medical field, whenever you pay cash, you get a discount. So I spoke to the doctor about it, actually the coordinator, and I asked him if I paid a certain amount, can you guys give me a discount?
And that's because if you get charged by credit card, they could be charged a fee.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Did Charles Edelson give you money or pay for your breast augmentation?
No, ma'am.
Who paid for your breast augmentation?
I did.
So Sigfredo didn't pay for it either?
No, ma'am.
When you had your breast surgery, do you remember when that was? When was it?
I believe it was like October, around October.
Had you broken up with Charles at this point?
We never really like broke up because we never really had like a specific day where we would start going out. But I don't think I was like we weren't hanging out as much at that time.
Do you remember, explain to the jury how it is that things kind of tapered off with you and Charlie?
How it kind of like dwindled down?
Yeah, because I'm sure he was, you know how he is, calling you all the time, and you
Yes,
guys
ma'am.
talking to each other all day.
Yes, ma'am.
And then at some point, did it kind of, he was just not calling you as much?
Yeah, it just kind of, well, dwindled down. I see now from the text messages.
All right. And you can see now from the communication how right after the murder, it just goes.
Yes, ma'am.
He never said anything to you, though, like, about why that happened. He just kind of
No,
ghosted you.
ma'am. Yeah, yeah.
Were you aware that he was also, he began talking and seeing to another woman?
No, ma'am.
Did you ask him about that?
No, ma'am.
That wasn't your business?
That was my business.
Now, even though you guys, the intimacy in your relationship kind of dwindled down, because you were never formally boyfriend and girlfriend.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when that kind of dwindled down, did you remain friends with Charles?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he constantly keep in communication with you?
Yeah, we would text.
All throughout up until Sigfredo was arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. It's like, maybe not daily, but every few days you guys remained in contact.
Yes, ma'am.
So it wasn't weird that, you know, something happens in May and it's not like he just called you out of the blue.
Yes, ma'am.
You've always been talking.
Yeah, we were always communicating.
Now, when did you move out of the Treasure Island apartment and move to the other townhouse?
After the Treasure Island, I believe I stayed like in 125th, around that area at an apartment, and then I moved to the townhouse when I was with Sigfredo.
Okay, now let's talk about when it is that you remember you and Sigfredo getting back together.
Well, that Pacquiao fight. like,
Okay, so
it
that's
sticks
correct.
out. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, was that like the official day that you guys kind of said, okay, we're back?
Yes, ma'am.
That was over a year, or about a year after the murder of Dan Markel.
That was in May 2015.
May 2015.
Yes, ma'am.
And Louis Rivera was there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but then he got arrested right after that.
I believe so.
When he got arrested, did everyone find out what he was arrested for?
I believe so. About that RICO?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you surprised?
Not really.
Were you worried that Sigfredo was going to get arrested?
No, because he's not in a gang.
Okay. Did Sigfredo ever say anything to you about Louis's arrest?
Not that I remember, no. But I think everybody knew about it. Like, you know, it was all over social media. Not social media, but everybody, like, knew about it. I don't know if Yendra mentioned something about it to me, and then we all
But it
kinda
spread
knew.
amongst all your small group of friends.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's not even a group of friends. These are people who all went to high school together.
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of them remained in Miami, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And now, when you moved out of the Treasure Island apartment, did your mom go with you?
Out of Treasure, no.
Okay.
I just moved with the kids.
Okay, and so it was just you and the kids?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember an accident with Sigfredo Garcia
What kind of accident?
on a motorcycle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
I believe that was in the beginning of 2015.
Mm-hmm. Did you find out who it was that he was on the bike with?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was that an issue for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Sigfredo trying to get back together with you at that time?
I think he was trying to get me to take care of him, but I was like, you're on your own because you just got in a car, you know, like this girl was just in a motorcycle accident with him.
And you had no idea that he was still seeing Shrimp?
I mean, at that time, I don't think so.
Okay, and because he was still seeing her, that probably put a little wrench in him getting back together with you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now I want to talk, oh no, we already went through it. So I want to also talk, yes, you see the cash deposits, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, is there ever a time where if Sigfredo ever came into a large money, he'd come and give it to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know how many times that happened?
Not a specific number, but it would happen every now and then.
Okay. Did you ask him where the money came from?
No, ma'am.
Why?
It's probably something illegal.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you just didn't want to know anything about
I
it, right?
did not care
Okay. And why didn't you care?
because I needed the money for the kids. So
So
I'm
if
gonna have
he,
to ask him.
but that did happen. You do remember occasions where he had come and given you a bunch
Yes,
of
ma'am.
cash.
Yes, ma'am.
What's the most cash he's ever given you, if you remember?
I can't recall.
And you can't tell this jury specifically if he did that in July of 2014.
No, ma'am.
Because if you did that, you'd be lying.
Yes.
You don't remember.
I don't remember.
Now, after you and Sigfredo get back together in 2015, you were still talking to Charlie
Yes, ma'am.
as friends. Did you keep that away from Sigfredo?
Yes.
Okay, so he didn't know that you were still in communication with your ex.
Not that I know of now.
And what do you think his reaction would have been if he knew that you were still?
He wouldn't like it.
As far as you knew, what was Sigfredo's feelings towards Charles?
Towards Charles?
Yeah, did he like him? Did he not like him?
He probably didn't like him.
Okay, but and I'm only asking if he ever said or did anything in front of you to make you think so, apart from him trying to run you guys off.
Yeah. No, he didn't like him.
Is
Like
he
you said,
jealous when it comes to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. He doesn't like you being with anybody else but him.
No, ma'am.
Now, was there a time when you began working for Jerome Obed?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's Jerome Obed?
Jerome Obed was he had a dermatology office. He was also Charlie's I was just about to say bunkie because I'm so used to jail. Roommate.
Roommate.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Now, he was living with Charles at the time of the homicide. In July of 2014?
I believe so, yes.
Because when you were still dating him, all the time that you were dating him, Jerome Obed was his roommate.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So he was living with Charles around the time that this homicide
Yes,
took
ma'am.
place. Okay. And he didn't come and testify here in this case, right?
No, he didn't.
If you saw him, you'd remember what he
Yes,
said.
ma'am.
All right. Now it's come to your attention about this whole, what we call the bump and
Yes, ma'am.
Dolce Vito and all of that stuff. Now, I want you to explain to the jury so that they can understand what was going on around that time, okay?
Yes,
So we
ma'am.
now know that that is April of 2016, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You're still with Sigfredo.
Yes, ma'am.
He's working, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Life is good as far as you know it. And you're still communicating with Charles on a regular basis. Not as much as before, but on a regular basis.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember the time where he calls you? You can hear it now.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that weird for you listening to?
So weird.
Okay. Do you have an independent recollection of the circumstances surrounding each of those conversations?
A recollection of it?
Like, does it almost sound sometimes when you listen to it, it's almost as if you're listening to it for the first time? Because it's been so long.
Well, it's not the first time that I've ever heard from the last time, but do I have yeah.
Okay, so let's talk
little
about
bit.
Let's talk about what you do remember.
Okay.
Because the best person to explain what was going on in those conversations is you. Because Sigfredo's not here, right?
ma'am.
They didn't tap his phone.
No.
Charles is not here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know where he is?
In jail?
Okay. Do you know how long he's been in jail?
A month.
Okay, so we'll get to that in a second. So he reaches out to you, and you heard that phone call where he tells you, oh my God, someone came up to my mom on the street.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he said to you, they mentioned something about an ex-girlfriend.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What was your response to him?
You have a whole bunch of other girlfriends?
Okay. And you could hear your voice and the tone that you had.
Yes, ma'am.
Is surprised and shocked the words used to describe how you felt when he was telling you that someone mentioned or came up to his mom?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, at that time when he tells you, oh, it has something to do with an ex-girlfriend, you had no idea that it had anything to do with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Because that would be strange.
Yes, ma'am.
And he actually says to you on the phone, listen, if I'm wrong, I'm going to feel like an idiot.
Yes, ma'am.
If it's not you on the phone call.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right? So Charlie then goes and meets with his mother, right?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
And then the next day, he is asking to meet you in person.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you find that strange?
Well, from like him wanting to meet me the following day?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Why did you think it was strange?
See, that's what I'm getting confused, because is it because they said my name already, or is it because he's saying the ex-girlfriend situation?
Well, up until this point, because this is where I know things might get a little mushed
Yes.
over for you, okay? Is he hasn't said anything. He's already met with his mom. So we can
Okay.
assume that his mother showed him the paper or gave him the paper,
Okay.
right? And probably told him that they had said your name and Tuto's name.
Yes, ma'am.
The next day is when you go and he says, I need to talk to you in person. And that's when the Dolce Vita meeting is.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now you saw that picture where it is that it's a Mercedes and then you're behind on the Lexus, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's not the same day as the meeting though.
No, I don't even know when they got that picture.
Because y'all aren't not wearing the same things that you are in Dolce Vita.
No, ma'am.
Did you go into a car and sit down with him before? You
I
remember
don't
doing
recall
that? All right.
I mean, this is the first time I heard it, like when they were talking about it. I was like, I don't recall that.
You don't remember going and sitting in his car for 10 minutes and then leaving
Going-
the car and going to go meet at Dolce Vita?
No, ma'am.
The safest place if you guys were going to be talking about something that you shouldn't be would be in his car.
In the car.
So you then go to Dolce Vita. Try your best, because I know we've spoken about this over and over and over again. Okay, and you have been asked over and over again what you can remember
Yes, ma'am.
about that meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we now have an enhancement, right?
Yes, ma'am.
We didn't have that in 2019,
No,
right?
ma'am. No.
In 2019, you were interviewed by Georgia Kappelman and Jason Newland.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, when you heard her reference that meeting as a joke?
Not to me.
Okay, it wasn't a joke to you, right?
No, ma'am.
Where'd that meeting take place?
In Leon County Jail?
Okay, and had you any idea that they were coming to talk to you?
No, ma'am. We actually, I think, just came back from like a pre-trial, I don't know, like some court before trial was supposed to start that Monday. And then they just called me out. It was probably it was pretty late already.
It was at night?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you were told that basically they're coming to talk and interview you.
Well, they said to go to,
All right.
What?
There's a lot of leading questions, but
Judge, I'm not used to directing, so
Okay.
I'll switch it. Just
right.
let me know. So, were you prepped at all?
no, ma'am.
All right, and Ms. Kappelman and Jason Newland sat in a room with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Were they allowed to ask you whatever they wanted?
Whatever they wanted.
And you answered all their questions?
Yes, ma'am.
They just didn't like your answers?
They did not like my answer.
Okay. And it's because you said you had nothing to do and didn't know anything about the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, they keep saying that doesn't make sense, but you haven't heard anything in this case that's not Louis Rivera that contradicts what you've been saying?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, I want to stick on the bump, okay? So, and Dolce Vita.
Yes, ma'am.
Explain to this jury from what you remember, because we don't have the whole first half of the conversation. What was he saying to you?
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, was he talking about the thing that happened the day before with his mom?
Not that I can recall. I don't know.
Okay.
The first 30 minutes of...
Oh, no, just, I'm not even going to ask to pinpoint you to just anything in that conversation. You remember him talking about his mom, someone had come up to his mom?
Yes, ma'am, yes.
Okay.
I thought you were talking about the first 30 minutes. I'm like, I don't remember what he was saying the first 30 minutes.
So for the jury, you can't sit here and say, oh, he said X, Y, and Z to me in the first 30 minutes.
Yes, no, ma'am.
If we had the enhancement or a clear recording, we would be able to know exactly what he was saying to you?
They do have it, though, because they played it the last time.
Oh, what?
The video.
Oh, no, right. But you can play it, but you can't hear.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it's not that you're not talking. You just can't hear what you're saying.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, describe for them what it is that he was saying, from what you can remember. Was he giving you scenarios?
That's how he always talks. He talks in different scenarios on and on and on.
Okay. And did he mention Tallahassee?
No, ma'am.
Did he mention a murder?
No, ma'am.
Did he mention Dan Markel?
No, ma'am.
Did he mention Wendy's ex-husband?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You heard that they said, oh, that he had said this has been on the news and everywhere. Had he said murder to you, would you have remembered him saying that?
Yes, ma'am. It would have stuck out.
Was it unusual for Charlie to be nervous that the government was investigating him?
Would it be normal?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's always sketched out about everything.
Okay, that he sketched
Yeah.
out about everything.
Yeah.
So you even hear when he's talking to his mom, is it the IRS?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So he didn't, can you remember specifically what he said to you?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. And he was telling you that the reason he was even coming to you was because they had said your name.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did that seem odd to you, that someone had said your name and Tuto's name to his mother?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did that seem strange?
Why would anybody be mentioning my name or Tuto's name to him or his mother?
And you and Sigfredo were together at that time.
Yes, ma'am.
As far as you knew, Sigfredo did not know Donna Edelson.
No, ma'am.
As far as you knew, there should be no reason why Sigfredo Garcia and Charles Edelson should even know each other.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's strange that to you, that you and Tuto are being said to
Miss Donna. Yes, ma'am.
Donna Edelson, right? Now, was he trying to convince you to call the number?
Yeah, he was trying to convince me the whole time. That's why he goes off of scenarios and this is what I want you to do.
Did he say to you in that meeting, because I have nothing to do with this?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know what's going on.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, you go and find out, and I hope that this is the police.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, doesn't sound like something that people who are conspiring to commit murder would say, right?
No, ma'am.
If you would have been freaking out,
Yes, ma'am.
would you have been freaking out
I
if
would've
that
been.
happened?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And are you able to fill the gaps for the jury if you were to sit down and listen to that enhancement to try and fill in what it is? Do you even remember what you were saying to him?
No, I don't recall.
All right. But did he ever show you that paper?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You would have remembered if you saw an article about
Yes, ma'am.
a law professor that was murdered.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? And in the video, you can actually see him holding it down here.
Yes, ma'am.
So you can't see it.
I did not see it.
Why did you agree to call the number? Explain to the jury why you agreed to call the number.
Well, besides the fact that they were saying my name, I mean, you know, through the whole thing, I never did call the number.
Mm-hmm. And so you
But-
were lying to Charles about calling the number?
Yes.
Okay. Why were you lying to him about that?
Well, why would I have to be the one calling the number for him? That's why I said because I had Tuto do it for me.
So you had asked Sigfredo to call the number for you.
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you ask Sigfredo to call?
Because they were mentioning our name.
Okay. So would you have ever asked Tuto to do anything if they had only mentioned your name?
No, ma'am.
Because you wouldn't want
Why
him
would I exactly
to explain.
Why would I involve them in it?
Okay, you probably would have called then if they had just said your name.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what do you remember what you told Sigfredo about the situation that was going on?
No, not that I can recall, no.
You don't know specifically what you told him.
No, ma'am.
When you listen back to the call now, he sounds upset. Sigfredo?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And you heard that call where, well, it was minimized, so some of it's missing, where
ma'am.
you and him are screaming at each other.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in that phone call, you're begging him to explain to you what happened.
What's going on?
All right. Is that something that's regular with Sigfredo, that he just basically says, don't ask me anything?
Yeah, he always tells me, don't worry about it.
Okay. Why do you think he does that?
He never wants me to know anything.
Okay. Do you think he's trying to keep you out of trouble?
I believe so.
So you heard when he told you the less you know, the better, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then even if you'd continue to press him, he just wouldn't
He
give
just
you an
never,
answer.
he would never tell me.
So why is it that what was going on in your mind when this was going on? Who did you think that this person could have possibly been?
Well, the whole time, like as because all those phone calls that they played wasn't all the phone calls. There's so many calls in between that, and that's why I was so frustrated by the time at the end of the call when I'm basically screaming at Charlie because he's been going on and on and on about this for a number of phone calls.
Okay, and he never said, you never hear him say, don't talk on the phone, Katie?
No, he never
The
told
only
me
one
that.
that said that to you was Sigfredo.
Yes, ma'am.
You've heard Charles tell
His
mom not to talk on the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And why on that day, explain to the jury, because you can hear the frustration in your voice of, I mean, you're screaming at him to call the FBI.
Yes, ma'am.
Explain to them what point did you reach there with him,
With
with Charlie?
Well, that's what I said. He kept on and kept talking about this over and over and over. So I was like, just call the cops, call the FBI. Why are they harassing? But like I told you the whole time, since I don't know when they had mentioned about a brother and Tato and all that stuff, so I thought it had to do with drugs, or somebody that's trying to extort money from his family, which is like from Tato's family, from somebody that Tato might know.
Oh, so you were trying to investigate that maybe it was possibly someone that was linked to Sigfredo
Who
knew you were
Tato.
dating a rich ex-boyfriend.
Yeah.
Okay. So because of Sigfredo's background, it didn't seem that unusual to you that someone might have done that.
No, ma'am.
All right. And who Sigfredo used to hang around with.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And why didn't you call the police?
I mean, how was I gonna call the police when somebody else was getting harassed? Like, I would sound weird. Like, what am I gonna tell them? I have a friend their mom is getting harassed that mentioned my name, so you need to go investigate them.
If they had walked up to you, would you have called the cops?
If who walked out to me?
Someone walked up to you and
Oh,
tried...
yes, I would.
Okay. Now, all of this is going on. It's very weird. You know, we haven't heard all the phone calls, but you know that your phone was tapped all the way up until Sigfredo was arrested,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Is there a phone call that records what you were going through, or on the day that Isam and, well, now you know it's Isam, came to your house and was banging on the door?
Was there a phone call that was recorded?
That you
Well, I believe so now, yeah.
Okay. And did you know it was the police at the door?
No, they did not say who they were.
Okay. And what did you hear? Just a banging?
A loud banging, and you can't even look. I looked out the window, and you can't even see them. Like, they were all the way to the side.
Was there a marked police car in your driveway?
No, ma'am.
Was
There's no cars in front of my driveway.
No one said, it's the police, we need to speak to you about something important?
No, ma'am.
You then find out that the FBI went and interviewed Sigfredo.
Yes, ma'am.
Did this worry you in any way?
Of course.
And is that because Sigfredo isn't, you know, clean as a whistle?
Exactly. I didn't know what he was getting in trouble for.
You weren't worried about him having anything to do with a homicide. You just worried, oh my God, is this something to do about, you know, the drugs or anything that
Yes,
he does?
ma'am.
So when he gets arrested on May 25th, 2016, okay, your phone is still being tapped, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the only thing that they release is that Sigfredo Garcia has been arrested for a murder that's occurred in Tallahassee.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So at this time, if you were involved and they're monitoring your phone, we'd probably hear something on those calls, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What were you doing at that time after he got arrested?
After he got arrested?
Yeah. With your apartment or your home?
Oh, well, I had to get out of the house.
Explain to the jury why it is that you were leaving that house when you
With the
found out the
whole thing.
FBI was investigating Sigfredo.
Well, he got like, this is after he got arrested,
Mhm.
correct? Well, after he got arrested, my brother told me you should just get your stuff and move up here because we don't know what he was getting in trouble for at that time. I don't know if I already was, you know, I looked up online what you know, like his arrest was for, but he just wanted me to be close with the kids over there up north in Tamarack.
So up north, even though you left a 305 area code, all you did was go move closer to your brother.
Yes, ma'am. I still had the apartment. I still had the apartment, but eventually I even had to talk to my landlord, can you give me some time so I can get all my stuff out and move out because I wasn't going to be able to stay there.
And at that time, what was it like in the media with Sigfredo being arrested amongst your community and circle of friends?
Well, everybody was kind of like blowing up my phone and aside, and I was like really distraught. I don't know why none of those phone calls are played, but I mean, I didn't know what was going on. I tried to retain an attorney for him, and I was just trying to figure everything out.
Now, they plucked Sigfredo out of your life and put him in a jail, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Since that day, have you ever been in a position to sit down and talk to Sigfredo about what happened?
No, ma'am.
Why is that?
He's been in jail the whole time.
Okay, and every call or anything he makes,
It's all monitored.
and he would say to you, don't talk to me about this.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you've never ever had that chance, even though you've wanted to,
No, ma'am.
to answer the questions about what his involvement in this case is.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So then a week later, we find out Louis Rivera gets charged.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that when they release all the warrants in the media?
Honestly, I don't even remember what time frame wise. I don't remember once he got arrested and what they put out. I was just worried about Sigfredo.
Now, isn't it true? So you retained an attorney for Sigfredo, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's Jim Lewis.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Jim Lewis was telling you that the FBI and they want to talk to you,
Yes, ma'am.
but he wouldn't tell you what about.
Exactly. I kept asking him. He's like, you might need to retain an attorney yourself. I'm like, why would I need to retain an attorney? And then he's like, it's just best. They're trying to speak to you. And I was like, who's trying to speak to me? And that's when I was just like, I have no idea what's going on, but I don't know what was released yet.
Okay. So, but it was clear to you that somehow, I mean, they'd shown up at your house, you find that out now.
Yes, ma'am.
And that even after he was arrested, they wanted you to come and talk to them.
Yes, ma'am.
But they wouldn't tell you what they wanted to talk to you about.
What it was for. Yes, ma'am.
And the person who had been arrested was the father of your kids.
Yes, ma'am.
During that summer, because that happens in June, had it been released in the media, a document calling for your arrest?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and it was prepared by the Tallahassee Police Department, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was how long?
19 pages?
All right, and it got released to the media.
Yes, ma'am.
Did it basically outline your involvement in a homicide for Dan Markel?
Yes.
Did it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this was just out for anyone to click and read?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you seek out the assistance of an attorney at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it clear to you that they considered you a suspect?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they at any time after that try to get you to come in or talk to you?
No, ma'am.
Did they ever offer you a state subpoena like they did with Wendy Edelson to get you to come in?
No, ma'am.
All right. So you're just in the dark.
Yes, ma'am.
Then in August of 2016, did you find out that they were trying to get your medical records?
Yes, ma'am. You had to come up here and basically had a court date for that.
And then that was turned over?
Yes, ma'am. We proved everything. We showed all, the payment, and still, kept on.
So then, even after that, there was a 2020 special that was released to the media, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you out at that time?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I believe it was Sigfredo's attorney that told me that there was going to be something on 2020, and I was like, what do you mean, like a national news? And he's like, yes, just tune in. I watched it, and I didn't even know that they were following me because there was surveillance on that video where I was staying at and my brother's, and I was just like, I started freaking out because with my children, my niece and nephew, I don't know if it was safe where we, even where we were staying at.
Okay, and did that show basically lay you out as being a middle person in this homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did anyone from 2020 try to reach out to you to find out any information from you?
No, ma'am.
Now, at the end of that episode, there was the two hosts came on,
yes,
and they said, we just received information that Louis Rivera is cooperating.
Yes, ma'am.
You remember that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you and I talked after that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you were involved, you would have probably freaked out if you heard that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's sustained.
Now, that was in September of 2016, right?
Yes, ma'am.
They release this thing in the media, your name is tarnished, and when is the next time that you have, and that something happens to you in regards to this case?
When I got arrested.
All right, so let's talk about that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you just come from?
I had just dropped off I had a ballet recital for my daughter, and my son thankfully wanted to stay with my mom at that time. So I went with Kaylee to the ballet recital, and then she wanted to go to her cousin's house, which was Sigfredo's mother's house, because all her other cousins were there. So I dropped her off there.
That's a day you remember very clearly, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And you had actually sent a message to Tallahassee Police Department through your attorney that if you ever get a warrant, you'll voluntarily turn yourself in.
Just to let you know, and I'll come in.
Okay. On October 1st, describe for the jury how it is that the police pulled you over and how many of them there were.
It was crazy because I was in a shopping plaza. Like, I had to get a couple of stuff for the kids. I already got the food and dropped it off at his mom's house, and then I came back out and I went to the plaza to get some stuff. And as I was leaving the plaza, like, there was a little bit of congestion in one area, so I was just like, maybe something happened or whatever.
What car were you driving?
I was driving the Lexus.
Okay, continue.
Yes. So as I was leaving the plaza, they just like swarms of like guys just had all these guns pointed at me, telling me, stop the car, stop the car. So I put up my hands because at that time there was a lot of shootings that was happening. Like, so the officers would like just shoot if they thought that you were, like you were doing something.
Yeah.
So I put up my hands and they're like, put it on park, put it on park. So I parked the car, and then I got out, and I was like, that's when I was so nervous that like really urinated on myself.
Okay. And that's from just the way it's because of all these guns coming at you. You thought you were going to get shot.
There was, they had like the big guns, and they were all pointing it at me, a whole bunch of like SWAT team.
Broward SWAT, right?
I believe so.
Now, there's two faces that you recognize that day, though, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You recognize them now?
Yes, ma'am.
Who are they?
Retired Isom and Sanford.
Okay. And they actually took your phone from you?
Yes, ma'am.
The one that the same one they were monitoring, you've always had. They unlocked the phone for you?
Yes, ma'am.
And they allowed you to call me, right? To let me know that they were going to take you to jail.
Arrest me, yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, we had a conversation, right? And then a couple hours later, I came up to see you in the jail, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I
think they already had me handcuffed, so I don't know if they were, like, it was unlocked, so then I think it was Isom, and he had me, I'm like, put it on speaker, and that's when I was talking to you, and then he walked away with my phone, and I don't know what he was talking to you about.
So he had your unlocked phone?
Yes, ma'am.
He could have gone through it if he wanted to.
Whatever he wanted to do with it.
But he's had it since then?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't seen your phone again?
At all.
Okay. Did any of them say anything to you?
No.
Okay. Now, when you go to the jail.
Yes, ma'am.
Myself, and that's the first time you ever met Mr. DeCoste, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did I have a warrant with me?
No, you didn't. Actually, I was asking you, why am I being arrested?
Okay. And I wasn't able to tell you that, right?
No, ma'am.
And why wasn't I able to tell you that?
Overruled.
You didn't have a warrant, and I wanted to know what I was getting arrested for.
What information was I able to give you as to why all of a sudden they were able to arrest you?
At that time, I don't recall. I just know that, like, the warrant that you're trying to get was, like, redacted.
Well, it ended up being redacted.
Yeah.
So we had no idea what had changed from the
Exactly.
19-page probable cause affidavit to now give you probable cause.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? And when we were there, I explained to you that now would be the time if you know anything.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? And I'd also explained to you that those detectives were there with the specific purpose of me talking to you about cooperating.
Yes, ma'am.
We had that conversation.
Yes, we did.
And I had no idea what it was, evidence that they had against you.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? What did you tell me?
That day?
That day. When
But
I
who
said if
wanted
you
to
know
talk?
anything at all, talk now,
I knew nothing.
Overruled.
okay?
I knew nothing.
All right? Were you under the belief that if you did have the information they sought, that I would be able to get you home?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. After that, were you then transported to Leon County?
I believe I stayed there for like 10 days. We were still trying to figure out like what was going on, what was the full probable cause. And I think they transported me like probably on the 10th day.
And it wasn't until October 4th, when Louis Rivera cooperated, that we found out what it was.
Yes, ma'am.
That he had said that he heard you on the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
And then that's why you got arrested. Now,
Yes, ma'am.
we previously spoke about, we previously spoke about a meeting that you had in the jail in 2019 with Jason Newland and Ms. Kappelman, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's not the only time that you've answered questions for them, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Kappelman had the opportunity to question you all she wanted under oath, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the jury was able to get snippets of that testimony during the course of their case in chief.
Yes, ma'am.
How long had you been questioned? More than a few hours?
That's why I was so surprised that I had to do this all over again, because I did a 4-hour testimony that day.
Okay. And you explained to them and to whoever was listening everything you knew about Dan Markel?
Everything. She was free to ask me anything she wanted.
Everything you knew about Charles Edelson?
Yes, ma'am.
Everything you knew about Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
You've heard also that the state said they wanted you to cooperate.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you tried.
Yes, ma'am.
Why do you think that this is not, that it didn't turn into anything else?
It's not the answer they wanted.
Okay. What do you think that it is that they want from you?
What do they think?
What
Well,
do you
they
believe
wanted-
they want from you in terms of cooperation?
Well, they wanted Charlie, and after
That's sustained.
Okay.
Ask another question.
Okay. Did you know that they wanted to arrest Charles Edelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Charles Edelson has been free up until a month ago.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Back in 2019, when I asked you, do you think he's guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you say?
After seeing everything, yes.
To this day, do you think he's guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe that he should be prosecuted for his involvement in the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you think he should come forward and let the jury know that you had nothing to do with this?
Yes, ma'am. That's why I just don't understand why I'm still doing this right now when he just got arrested a month ago. And I said on the last trial, well, after seeing all of this, you should arrest him. And still nothing until, I guess, I don't know, it's the Dolce Vita video, which I already testified to, and I already said exactly what was happening to my recollection of that day, and it took him 3 years to enhance a video that I testified for 3 years ago.
So in your mind, nothing is changed?
Nothing has changed. I actually told them what happened that from what I recollected on my last testimony 3 years ago.
And it turns out that that's consistent with the Dolce Vita video?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, can I have a moment, please?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, we'll take a short break before cross-examination. We're just going to take a 10-minute break, and we will start back at 2:45. So the deputy will take you back, and then we'll be back out promptly, okay, so that we can stay on schedule for today. right, jury's out of the courtroom, the door is closed. We're going to take a short 10-minute break. Ms. Dugan, are you doing the cross-examination? Yes, sir. Okay. All right, so be mindful of the time that we're dealing with. I don't think we should have any issues. We'll start back at 2:45, and then we'll continue with it. Okay? Ms. Magbanua, if you need to stretch your legs or get some water over there, I'll leave it up to the deputy to take care of that, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes. right, looks like we're ready to go. And,
Sorry, before we get
Yes.
started, I showed the defense several messages from discovery that I intend to show Ms. Magbanua. It's a composite exhibit. I'd like to label it State's Exhibit 136.
all right, so the defense has had an opportunity to take a look?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And
So
I'm
it's
entering
a composite exhibit, State's Exhibit 136?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so just ask at the appropriate time. I'll ask if there's any objection at that time.
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Okay? Let's bring the jury in, please.
That's perfect. And then both these.
Oh, no, I don't mind. Whatever you need to be comfortable.
All rise, jury entering the courtroom.
Please be seated. We'll continue with the testimony at this time. Cross-examination. Ms. Dugan, you may proceed.
All right, so I want to talk about what you just talked about with your attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
You said that you and Charlie Edelson were together in July of 2014, right?
Yes, ma'am. No,
Did-
July 2014?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you broke up in August, you said?
I believe so.
Okay. And then you became friends after that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you became his personal assistant in September of 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that all goes on in the matter of those 2 months, July to September 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
If you're someone's personal assistant, you have to see or talk to them every day, right?
See and talk to them every day?
Mhm.
Talk to them on the phone, but
Right.
not have to see them.
Okay. Did you and Charlie continue to talk on the phone every day, multiple times a day, since you were his personal assistant?
Multiple times a day? I don't remember.
Well, every day then?
I don't remember if it's every day.
Okay, well, how often would you talk to him?
I don't know. Do you have like phone record?
No, I'm just asking you, what's your memory of how often you talked to him?
From 2014?
When you became his personal assistant?
I don't know how often I was talking to him.
Well, if you're working for him and being his personal assistant, you
Whenever
said
he would call me, so
Is that it's everyday duties that you had?
He was calling. I don't know how often he was calling me. That's why I don't want to answer like a wrong amount or a wrong number.
Okay. Well, you were getting paid every 10 days for your work, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you would have regular work and you'd have regular contact with him during all of your pay periods?
Not regular contact, no. I don't know how many times he would call me during the week.
Okay. And he had just broken up with you 2 months before that.
Like I said, like I was telling Ms. Kawas that I never had like a definitive date when we stopped like talking.
Sometime between the murder, though, and when you became his personal assistant, he broke up with you, though. That was your testimony?
Like it was dwindling down, like our relationship.
Meaning that he was ghosting you? That's what
Something
your
like that,
attorney
yeah.
said in her opening statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Why would he want you working as his personal assistant if he was ghosting you?
Well, I told you that I needed that favor for the insurance purposes. That's why I put that I was working for him.
Uh-huh. And you needed that favor, though. You needed that favor, and you asked him for that favor actually in June of 2014, didn't you?
If that's what the records show.
Mm-hmm. showing, the first, composite exhibit state 136.
All right, well, let's make sure we're gonna get it. You're asking that State's Exhibit 136 is admitted into evidence? Right.
No objection.
It'll be admitted as State's Exhibit 136.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Sorry about that, I thought we'd
That's
done
all
that
right.
last time, so I wasn't sure. All right, looking at this, you asked him for this favor, baby, I need your help with employment, I have to send it to DCF for my kids' insurance, also, if I end up moving, I need to show I'm working for you, or else I won't be able to get an apartment. That was in June of 2014, right?
Yes, ma'am.
June 24th, actually, right in between the trips to Tallahassee to commit this murder, right?
Say the dates again?
June 24th, that's in between the June Tallahassee trip and the July Tallahassee trip,
I believe so.
that you asked for this favor for him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then you guys were together at the time that you asked this favor, right?
I believe so.
Right, but he didn't put you on the payroll in June, did he?
No, I don't think I was on the payroll till September, you said?
Right. Okay, so that was a favor that he did for you after he broke up with you, you're saying?
We never really broke up, like, I guess when we stopped having, like, that type of relationship.
Right, you were no longer intimate with each other?
Not that I could recall.
Okay. You said that y'all broke up sometime after the murder of Dan Markel, and then about in May, that's when you got together with Sigfredo Garcia, right?
I got in 2015.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
But you said that in August, that's when he broke up with you.
I don't know the dates that when we stopped, or not stopped, but like when our communication dwindled down in the relationship.
Okay. You asked him for that favor in June when y'all were definitely together, though.
I believe so.
And he ghosted you after the murder of Dan Markel. That's what the argument is, right?
Okay.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But at the same time that you're saying he ghosted you, you're also saying he asked you to become his personal assistant.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does that make any sense?
I needed the help to get my kids' insurance. I don't.
Why would he want his
see anything wrong.
ex-girlfriend, who he doesn't talk to and he's ghosting, to become his personal assistant?
He talks to his other ex-girlfriends.
No, I said, why is he ghosting you but asking you to become his personal assistant?
Because I'm asking him for the favor so that I can.
Right, but at this point, y'all are broken up.
What is
when
that?
he puts you on the Edelson Institute payroll, right?
Why? We stayed as friends. We were friends.
Okay, so he put you on the Edelson Institute as a favor to a friend?
Yes.
To their payroll, okay. But the other employees of the Edelson Institute, so they said that, you didn't work there. So
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
why you're saying that you worked remotely, you worked at home, that's your
Yes,
testimony?
ma'am.
Okay. And Charlie Edelson, we hear him in the recording saying, oh, well, you clean the office on the weekends, but you're telling us you actually did not do that.
No, ma'am.
Right? Okay. So why didn't you go into the office? Why were you working from home? Like, what was so different about you?
What was so different about me?
Mm-hmm.
My whole purpose was to get insurance for my kids. I didn't like, whenever he asked me to do some stuff, like I would do it. Like I told you, the site, and I can't recall a lot of the things from 2014. That's why I don't know how to really answer your question.
Well, as his remote personal assistant, what exactly did you do for him? You said earlier you set up appointments for him,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And you looked at rental places for him?
Yes, ma'am. He had owned properties, and like he was telling me to collect from those properties.
Okay.
From the properties.
So
that
let's
he
take
had.
those one by one, setting up
ma'am.
appointments. Did you actually schedule any patients?
No, not scheduled patients on the thing. It's for the site, like his website.
So you did not schedule patients?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What appointments did you set up for him?
No, I can't recall.
Okay, what type of appointments if they weren't scheduling patients?
I can't recall.
You don't know what type of appointments you set
No,
up for
ma'am.
him? Okay, but you did not schedule patients.
Not that I can recall.
So
no.
it wouldn't have been for his work as a dentist.
I'm kind of getting confused about your question.
His work as a dentist was he did dental work on patients.
Yeah, I
right?
can't recall the patients that I've called or which ones I've scheduled back in 2014.
I'm not asking you for specifics. I'm just saying, what type of appointments did you set up for him if you didn't schedule patients? What other types of appointments?
I didn't do the appointments. I did it for the site. Like his appointments with other, like if other things that he needed to do, not for patients in the office.
Okay, so you were not scheduling patients. You were not, this isn't the office website you're talking about?
Yes, the office website.
Okay, what type of appointments are you putting on the office website that are not patients?
He just needed to, well, like to take the pictures for his office and his website.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was setting up the appointment for.
You set up an appointment for him to get his website done
Yes.
by a company that does websites?
Yes, like my friend that was doing the website, yes.
That is the appointment that you set up
Yes,
for him?
ma'am.
Okay, and that is one appointment you're saying that you set up for him?
That I can remember, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. And so you earned over $800 a month, over $17,000 over the course of a year and a half for setting up one appointment with him one time to get his website set up.
I don't remember all of the specifics of stuff that he's asked me to do.
Okay. That's the only one that you can think of.
I mean, like right now, yes.
Okay. Well, your defense is that you're not involved in this murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said it seems like Charlie Edelson is, obviously, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
And your children's father obviously is too, right? And you're caught in the middle of it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And if you're collecting money from Charlie Edelson for no legitimate purpose, that looks suspicious. It looks like he's paying you for, or keeping you happy for your part in this murder, doesn't it?
No, ma'am.
Okay. If you're doing something to earn those payments, then that no longer would seem suspicious, right?
Well, I just don't understand when it's like, you're talking about like the checks, right?
Right. If you're doing something to earn that money, that would no longer seem suspicious.
I'm not understanding your question.
My question is, you're telling this jury that you did something for, you set up some type of appointments for him, but it was not scheduling patients. The only thing that you can tell us today that you ever set up for him, though, is one time you called a website company to have his website, him to have an appointment with them for them to set up his website. Isn't that true?
That I can recall, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in that message, that's one of the ones that your attorney showed you, it was an investigator Isom when he was on the stand the other day.
Yes, ma'am.
That was actually in August of 2014. That was a month before you started getting paychecks from the Edelson Institute, wasn't it?
What was the message?
About, hey, I called this person and he'll do your website. That was in August of 2014, wasn't it?
That's what the text message showed.
Okay. So that was before you ever received a paycheck from the Edelson Institute, wasn't it?
July, August.
If August is before September?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you keep up with his schedule? I mean, you'd have to know his schedule to be able to schedule patients, right? Or to set up appointments for him, I mean?
That's what you keep talking about, like these appointments. I can't remember things that I was doing back in 2014.
I'm not asking
I didn't
any
have like a
specifics.
schedule
Right.
of his like daily activities and stuff, so I would just call him or he would call me if he needed me to do something.
Okay. Did you keep up with him, though, and his schedule in order to be able to make appointments for him?
Keep up with him, like see what his other appointments
Know what's
were?
going on with him. My boss is here today, he's there today, he's on vacation today, he's working this week. You would have to know his schedule in order to be able to set up appointments for him, right?
I don't know his definitive schedule at that time, but I mean, like I told you, he would just text me if he needed me to do something.
Okay, and how often would that be?
I don't recall.
Okay. I mean, you would have some idea. You would have some idea of what's going on with his work schedule if your job that you're getting paid $800 a month for is to set up appointments for him, right?
Like I said, I don't know how often he would text me. Whenever he would text me and he would ask me to do something, then I would do it. It was like odd jobs. It wasn't a specific, oh, call this patient or do this.
Okay. I mean, isn't it true you had no idea what was going on with his schedule to set up any type of appointment for him or his work,
No,
right?
I would just text him and be like, okay, are you gonna be free for this X, Y, and Z if I needed to, but not that I can recall.
I want to ask you about this text from October of 2014, which is a month after you started collecting paychecks from Edelson Institute. You send a message to him where you say, how are you, by the way? How's work? And your love life? Didn't you say that?
That's what the text said.
Okay. The following year, you say, hey, I was going to text you, but you know, I never know if you're on vacation or not at work. Didn't you say that?
That's what the text showed, yeah.
The following month, you text him and you say, and this is December in 2015, and you're getting checks from Edelson Institute. So how's work? How's your office? So
Okay.
that too didn't you?
Yes, ma'am?
Okay. So you were working as a personal assistant,
Making that money, only set up the one appointment that you can think of, and you're having to check in with him. How's work? How's your love life? What's going on with you? You're not keeping up with his schedule either, are you?
Like I said, I didn't have his definitive schedule, what he does. If he needs help and he needs to text me and needs me to do something, he'll text me and let me do something.
Well, you also said that you helped him with tenants of his properties.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do with the properties?
He had a couple properties at that time. I don't remember what location or where it is, but he had asked me to collect like the tenant's payment, the monthly payment. And like they had like washers and dryers there too, and like you'd have to open it up and like get like whatever coins are in there.
Okay, so you collected rent from these tenants?
Yes. Do you want me to grab it?
just a moment.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you about a prior statement that you made. I just gave you a transcript of that particular day.
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at page 58,
Grab it.
line 22 through 25.
Okay.
Okay. When you were asked in October of 2019, would you be responsible for collecting rent? You said initially he wanted me to try to collect rent, but those tenants were so difficult, so I just didn't do it. Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you didn't actually collect rent?
No, he wanted me to collect it. Well, obviously here it says that I didn't.
Right. And today, though, you're saying that you did.
I said he wanted to. He wanted me to collect. I don't even remember what I just said.
Right. I
now.
just asked you if you collected rent, and you said you did.
Well,
and that was a lie, wasn't it?
I just said I didn't in this testimony.
Okay. And if you said that you collected rent from him today, and you previously said that you did not collect rent from his tenants, he wanted you to do it, but you never did it. That's a lie, right?
I should have told you to refresh my memory instead of saying that.
Okay. Was that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Why did he do this favor for you? To give you over $17,000 over the course of a year and a half from him and his parents' business.
I needed to do it for the insurance for my kids, and I had to put it on a bracket so that I can apply for that.
I understand why you needed it. Why would he do that for you? That's my question.
Because he had a business. He had that office.
Right, but you're not doing a service for him, though, right? You only set up the one appointment, and you didn't actually collect rent from the tenants. So why would he do this for you if you're not actually earning that money?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
I asked him for that favor for the insurance.
I understand why you needed it.
I don't know.
My
why he
question
did
is,
it for
why
me.
did he do it for you?
I don't know, ma'am.
Isn't it because he's keeping you happy because you did a really big favor for him
No,
in July
ma'am.
of 2014?
No, ma'am.
And you did hang that over his head, though, sometimes, didn't you?
Hang what over
The fact that
his head?
you had done a really big favor for him.
Not that I could recall.
Here, this is part of a conversation you're gonna have with him. You say, I know you're busy, but every time I speak to you, it's like you have an attitude. I know you're overwhelmed by everything that you're doing. This is in April of 2015. Don't worry about it. I'll just ask him myself. And then you send him a website. And then you say, that's the website. Next time, don't be such a dick to someone who has done something for you. Right?
Okay.
What did you do for him?
I don't know what he was referring to.
I mean, you weren't doing much of anything for him, right? He was the one giving you all this money.
And I told you it was I did the whole purpose for that was for the insurance for my children.
I know, but my point is, he hadn't done anything for you. You were the one he was the one paying you the money. You weren't doing anything for him. He was doing everything for you, right?
He was doing that as a favor for me.
Right,
yes.
so what are you talking about here that's something that you've done for him?
Well, do you have the rest of the text? Because that's just like a portion
It
of
doesn't
I
say
don't
that
remember.
day. You're just talking about he's being mean to you and you're saying don't be such a dick to someone who's done something for you.
Yeah, I don't know what I was referring to.
Okay. And that favor, you say it was to get insurance, and you're talking about Medicaid is what you were trying to get?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you get insurance through Medicaid, I mean, the taxpayers are paying for that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. That's all of us,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. And there's nothing wrong with that. A lot of people need Medicaid. It's a serious thing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you were getting Medicaid at the same time that you were paying thousands and thousands of dollars in cash for a boob job, right?
Well, I've already saved up for that. That was a long-term, like for the insurance was a long-term for my son because he has a disability.
I understand you said that. But I'm just saying you
know
were
you-
getting Medicaid at the same time that you were paying thousands and thousands of dollars in cash for a boob job, right?
That I've saved up for, yes, ma'am.
Okay. You say you saved up for it, but you had a habit of depositing money into the bank. We saw all your cash deposits by day, and you deposit, I mean, sometimes multiple deposits every day in the bank of different cash, in different banks.
Yes, ma'am.
In cash, okay. So you make all those deposits in cash every day, sometimes at different banks, multiple times a day, right?
At different banks at the same day?
Yeah, you deposit a lot of cash in the bank. You do it, sometimes it's not just like a once a month thing. You do it almost daily. Sometimes you do it at multiple different banks in a day.
If that's what the records show, I don't remember what I was doing at that
But
time.
you're saying for this particular breast augmentation, you did not deposit that money. You kept that at home.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it was just all the other money that you had, you deposited in the bank, except for that.
I've already saved up for my breast augmentation.
So that's a yes, you deposited all your other money into the bank except for the cash for the breast augmentation.
Whenever I would have money with me and I would, from working from the club, then I would save up and then I'd deposit whatever I had.
Charlie Edelson, he also gave you other gifts, right? Besides just, that wasn't the only benefit being on the Edelson Institute payroll. I mean, he paid for a trip to Santo Domingo for you, right?
And the kids?
Okay, and that's the Dominican Republic, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and that was in 2015 after you and Charlie Edelson broke up?
If that's what the record shows, I don't remember what date it was.
Okay. And he also offered to send you and your mom
Where am I looking
in
at?
October of 2015.
Because I didn't go on a cruise with my mom, so.
Okay, but you're talking to him about. You're talking to him about. He says, where do you want to take your mom? You say, I want to do something for my mom. Let me see if she has days off on Thanksgiving. He says, so I think it would be super cool for you to go, just you and your mom, Friday through Monday on a Norwegian cruise. Does that work for you? Let's look at dates. Right?
I guess so, but I never went on a cruise with my mom, so.
And he says, do you want me to get a cruise for you and your mom in 2015, doesn't he?
I guess so, but I never went on a cruise with my mom.
Okay, that's not what I asked. He offered to buy you and your mom.
If that's what was on the text,
Okay.
then yes.
He would also give you cash. Sometimes you would text him, ask for help, ask for loans, you needed cash.
If that's what the text says.
Well, he would give you cash, right?
If you can show me the text message.
Okay. In May of 2015, you say, by the way, I have a shitload of things to pay for. I need a little help. The kids' tuition is crap for the summer. I have to stop my weekend job. I hate asking. He says, I'll lend you whatever you need. You say, it's just tight this month. And that's on May 20th of 2015, right?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry. It's loud. Right.
Okay. And then
when you look at State's Exhibit 81B, all your daily cash deposits, and a couple of days after that, on May 26th of 2015, you deposit $1,400 in cash, right?
That's what the record shows.
Okay, so you ask him for help, and he gives you cash. Isn't that true?
That's what the records show.
who is Sully?
That's the mechanic.
Okay, so Sully, and your attorney was asking earlier about a Sully Mech, M-E-C-H. That was in Charlie Edelson or Sigfredo's call list, right?
Yes,
Sully is a mechanic. Mech is the first four letters of mechanic, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how did you find out about Sully?
That was somebody that Charlie used for his mechanic.
Charlie referred you to Sully to fix cars when you were having car trouble, right?
Yeah, when like if the Lexus was having issues or like my Mazda was having issues.
Right. And so you got the Lexus fixed with Sully, right? And your Mazda. Sully fixed.
Yeah, he's fixed it. He's fixed it before.
Okay. And Sully is the mechanic for Eco-Friendly Shop.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the name of the
body shop.
You brought the body shop.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you got work done with Sully, Charlie Edelson would pay for it.
No, I believe I paid for the, unless you have a text that shows otherwise, but I paid for payments for the Lexus getting fixed because it kept breaking down on me.
Okay, and your Mazda broke down a couple of times, right?
I believe so, yeah, because I got in a car accident.
At least some of these times, though, Charlie paid for it.
I don't know which times, but if you have the text message for it.
All right. Here in October, he's saying, I just got a call into Sully for you. I just spoke to Sully. It needs to be done. It has to be done in Mazda. He said it should be about $1,200. You're, upset that it's $1,200. He says, I'll pay it for you. Smiley face. And that was in October of 2015.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I was trying to read what was like after the text message.
No problem. That's after you got back together with Sigfredo Garcia.
Of 2015?
Right.
Yeah, I believe I was already with him.
Okay. And Sigfredo Garcia would drive the Lexus too, right?
Every now and then.
Okay.
We'd switch sometimes.
And whenever the Lexus had a problem, y'all would take it to Sully at Eco-Friendly Shop because that's the mechanic that Charlie had referred to you.
Well, there was also another mechanic that I think I was trying to use for the Lexus, but since Sully's been working on the Lexus, like we've taken it over there.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's also called in prescriptions for you, right? Charlie has?
Who has?
As a favor? We're talking about the favors. We talked about the trip to Santo Domingo, offering you and your mom a cruise, the car repairs. He also called in a prescription for you, right? Called in prescriptions in the past?
Prescriptions?
Right.
I guess so. I don't recall. That was such a long time ago.
Okay. Do you remember him paying for a catered fit meal service for you?
If you can refresh my memory.
You don't remember that?
Can't remember.
All right. And then he also gave you cash. When you would ask him for help or ask him for loans, he would give you cash.
Do you have any text messages that show?
I just showed you the one about...
Well, for that one, yes.
Right. Okay. And those things that I was showing you, all of those things in 2015, that's after you and Charlie Edelson broke up.
I believe so.
And you heard June say, you were here during trial, that after they broke up, they were together for 7 years, he didn't give her any gifts like that. What makes you so special that he's giving you these gifts after he broke up with you?
I think she did mention she was getting gifts from him.
He said a little something, not a trip, cash.
You looked into
car repairs? No, I'm asking
Oh.
you. What was so special about you that he's giving you all these gifts
know,
after
ma'am.
you broke up?
I don't know, ma'am. But you're referring that you had records for her too.
No, I'm asking you why you were so special that he's giving you the gifts. And you don't know?
I don't know.
So not just to keep you happy, keep you quiet?
No.
All right, so we saw in the financial records that you had a big cash spike.
Yes, ma'am.
In August of 2014. Where did this money come from?
Oh, well, it was showing, I believe when Chris was talking about it, there's like jobs that you guys didn't account for.
Where were you working in July of 2014?
I don't know if I was in Fate or Hollywood Live, but I know that like my jobs were, and I've told you before that Sigfredo has given me cash.
Okay. Yindra says you were not at Hollywood Live in July 2014. She said she quit in July 2014 and you had quit 2 months before. So you weren't at Hollywood Live in July 2014, were you?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. And you said actually today, you worked at Fate and then you went to Hollywood Live, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So where were you working in
Well,
July 2014?
I believe it was Fate, Hollywood Live, and I think Fate after that, like because there was a little bit of a gap between the Fate and like me being in Fate.
Okay. Where were you working in July of 2014?
I don't recall where I was working.
Okay, so you can't tell us anywhere you were working at that.
Not that, no.
Okay,
Do you have any records of where I was?
No, I don't. And now I'm asking you, where were you working?
I don't recall. That was back in 2014. I don't recall.
Where did this money come from?
I don't recall where I was working or if Sigfredo gave me money on 2014.
You don't remember whether it was money that you earned or money that he gave you?
No, ma'am.
I mean, this is over twice, $13,200 in August of 2014. That's over twice the amount of money that the most you've ever deposited before that in those 3 years.
I wish I could remember, but I don't know where from 2014.
Twice as much money, over twice as much money as any other month.
I wish I could remember. I don't even remember what I did yesterday.
You don't remember depositing $13,200 in your account in August of 2014.
No, ma'am.
You don't remember depositing $17,000 from the day of Dan Markel's murder to the end of August 2014.
No, ma'am. When I look at the records that you guys have, it's crazy. Even when I to see how you guys put it and make it out to be like on my account.
Wouldn't that be a memorable thing for you if all of a sudden
Exactly, it
you
would
got
be.
over twice the amount of money you would normally have?
That would definitely be memorable.
I mean, before July of 2014, you hadn't deposited $5,000 even close since January of 2013, over a year and a half before.
Ma'am, if I wish I knew and I could recall and remember, but I don't.
And then over the course of these 3 months, you've got over 5,000 here, over 13,000 here, over 5,000 again here, and you're saying you have no memory of depositing that money or any idea where it came from.
I don't have a recollection.
And you don't think that's something that you would remember?
I would remember that, but I don't have any recollection of that date. I don't know
I'm not talking about one specific date. I'm talking about those couple of
I know
months.
you were saying those months, but I
Right.
remember when we were doing the chart, there was jobs that I was working, and I don't remember where I was working, what exact month, and I told you I've gotten cash from Sigfredo before.
Okay, you can't tell us, though, anywhere you were working in July of 2014.
I can't remember. I can't
Okay,
recall.
and when you're talking about this money from Sigfredo,
Yes, ma'am.
you said he didn't steadily give you cash. It was just whenever he had it, he'd show up with it.
Yes, ma'am.
How much were you making at Fate nightclub?
I don't recall. You can refresh my memory.
What, you didn't say today. How much did you?
I mean, from my testimony?
Well, how much do you remember making at Fate
I don't
nightclub?
remember. I don't recall.
How much did you make at Hollywood Live?
I don't recall.
Were you making thousands per night?
I believe I was making more in Fate. I don't know how much exactly. I don't want to commit to like an amount, but I was making more in Fate nightclub than Hollywood.
Looking at page 36, lines 22 and 23.
Okay.
In your prior testimony, you said that a good night for you, you would walk out of there at $1,000 to $1,500. Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said that you would work there sometimes 2 times a week? On the next page, page
yeah.
37?
Yeah.
That's what you said back in 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
And you gave that testimony that you would walk out of Fate with between $1,000 and $1,500 a night. And that was before Ramsey Neighbor was a witness in this case. Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that was before we had Ramsey Neighbor to come in here and say, the club was not successful, it did not work, my employees were not making that much.
It was successful when that was happening, because even like his time frame of like he was talking about like it being a hip hop club and then it became like a trans whatever club, but in hip hop nights we were making a lot of money.
No, he said that his employees made between $200 and $250 a night every time they work. So why are you saying back then that you made $1,000 to $1,500?
Because we were making that much money. We were.
Okay. We have a paycheck from Fate where it says that you made $985 for a whole month of your tips.
Yeah, that was the credit card tips.
Right.
There's whenever you work in the nightclubs, if they pay cash, like whatever the tips are, that's like your money. When it's credit card, then that's when they do like the percentage, and then that's why we got that percentage for the month. Like, I guess they added everything up for the whole month.
I understand. Ramsey Neighbor says that 90% of their sales was in credit cards.
No, it wasn't.
It's credit card sales. Well, that's what he testified to, right?
I understand that. That's why we wanted to get those records so that it could show it, but they didn't have the records available.
If you were making $1,500 in cash every night at Club Fate, why were you making only $985 in credit card tips then?
That was the percentage. I can't recall how much the percentage was. So every single time in the month that they would collect all the percentages from the credit cards, that's the check that we would get.
If you were making $1,500 a night in Club Fate, why were their checks bouncing if they were that successful?
When it's cash, when the patrons pay cash, and it's a hip-hop club.
They're paying their cash
Yes.
to the club for the drinks, right?
Yes, and then whatever our tip out is.
I understand that that's money that you can keep. I understand
ma'am.
that. I'm saying, why were your checks bouncing from Fate if you were making $1,500 there every time you worked?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
I can't recall why the checks were bouncing.
It's because Fate was not a successful nightclub, right?
It was
They weren't making money.
Even on, like, if you look back and you'll see all the events that they had, we would have artists come in there. It was a very successful nightclub.
Okay, so successful that Yindra says that you left because you were not getting paid.
Because of those bounce checks.
Right.
After a while, whenever you work in clubs, there's times where it's like you're making good money and then it'll kind of die out. That's why we switch from place to place.
I understand that, but you're saying that you made $1,500 in cash per night when you worked at
I understand
Fate.
that, yes.
Right. The owner says it did not take off. It was not successful. They made $200 per shift.
I understand what you're saying.
And your checks were bouncing from there, from what
Your Honor, I'm
in your
gonna
bank
ask
records. Isn't that true?
objection.
Hold on a second.
If she could let the witness finish answering, I'm going
All
to
right,
object to
let's let-
badgering.
Let's let the witness finish the answer. Let's ask a question and then go to an answer. All right? I want people talking over each other. What's the question, Ms. Dugan?
Isn't that true?
I'm trying to explain to you that that's why they needed the records, because it will show on the records how much we were making. We were making a lot of money. I worked there.
Okay. Why would you leave Fate then, where you're making so much money, and go to Hollywood Live?
I believe I did both, or one kind of overlapped with the other. I can't quite remember.
You said when your attorney was asking you questions that you worked at Fate and then you left and you went to Hollywood Live, and that's what Yindra said too.
And I believe I went back to Fate after that. I can't fully recall, but I know when I was working in Hollywood Live, I was doing bottle service and I was a bartender, and I was making really good money in Hollywood when I was bartending.
Okay. And Yindra said that she told us how much she made per night.
But Yindra was working as a bottle service in that club.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't the same amount of money, and I've already explained that before.
So you were working in as a bartender in
ma'am.
Hollywood Live? Okay. And how much money were you making a night at Hollywood Live?
I don't recall in that club, but I know that I was making pretty good money, because you can work there throughout the week as well, whenever they have events as well.
Was it less than Fate or more than Fate that you were making
As a
at Hollywood
bartender?
Live? Yes, whatever you did at Hollywood Live.
It might be a little bit lower than being a bottle service in Fate, but I can't recall this exact amount.
Well, then why did you leave Fate, where you're making $1,500 a night, to go to Hollywood Live, where you would make less?
And I told you at that time too that sometimes we have peak seasons and it starts dwindling down, so that maybe that's why I went to Hollywood. I can't recall. This was back in 2014.
You said that you were working in liquor promotions. What's the name of the company that you worked for?
I was trying to remember it. You guys didn't pull any records for that either?
You have bank records from Encore Worldwide and CO. Is that where you worked for liquor promotions?
That was way back. That was way back. I did other promotions for, I believe, Absolute. I cannot think
And
of
what's
the
the name
other
of the
two.
company that you worked for?
I
that would have
can't
written you
recall.
these paychecks?
I can't recall.
Okay, was it Encore Nationwide?
One of them, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that was a liquor promotion company that we have here that you worked for from January to December of 2013?
If that's what's on my records, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then what's CO?
I don't recall.
Okay, so then you stopped liquor promotions in December of 2013.
I don't recall the dates.
You said Encore Nationwide was the business that you
Yeah.
worked for? Okay, so then if your last paycheck is in December of 2013, that's when you stopped liquor promotions, right?
If that's what's on your records, I just know that I worked for another liquor promotion, but I don't know if it was Encore as well.
And you said that in certain liquor stores, the owner would allow you to get tips when you handed out drinks.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that you think at the time they gave you paychecks. That's what you said?
At the time, maybe. I honestly cannot recall from 14 at that time too?
2013, yeah.
2013, I can't.
I'm asking you about what your attorney asked you. When you were working at liquor promotions, though, you said just sometimes you would get tips if the owner allowed that to happen of
Yes,
the liquor
ma'am.
store.
If that's what I had said, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, today, you said that this 2014, this cash spike was from your nightclub work and then from Sigfredo Garcia. How much of it was from Sigfredo Garcia?
I can't recall the amount.
You don't remember?
No, ma'am. When you were showing me that chart, I'm telling you, I wish I could remember. I don't remember because you're asking me exact amounts and where I worked and names I can't remember.
He didn't provide you much money that often, right? It wasn't like a steady thing.
And not that I can recall, no.
So
I mean, it's whenever I guess it would come up on something, then he would give it to me.
If he showed up and handed you $5,000, $10,000, $13,200, that's something that you would remember, right? That never happens.
It's not that it never happens. I told you like it would happen. I don't know the exact amount that he would give me. I don't want to commit to an amount that you're trying to tell me. I can't remember back in 2014.
In your prior testimony, you said that he did not, and I'm looking at page 60, lines 18 through 25. You said that he did not steadily give you cash. He did not have a set date that he'd give you anything. Sometimes he would, you were asked, was there ever a time when he'd come to you and your attorney asked, well, would you consider $1,000 a significant amount of cash? You said yes. Would then he give you a significant amount of cash? And you said yes. So you never said in that prior statement that he gave you anything more than $1,000.
Which page number again?
Page
I'm
60.
sorry. 60 and in which line?
Lines 18 through 25.
I just said that there wasn't like a set amount that he had to give me anything.
Right.
It would be whatever he had.
Your attorney asked, did he give, would you consider $1,000 a lot if he would give you $1,000? And you said yes. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so $1,000, him coming and giving you $1,000, that would be a lot from him.
From my testimony, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so if he came and gave you $5,000 in July or October, or $10,000 or $13,000 in August, that would be very abnormal.
It wouldn't be abnormal. It would just, you're trying to say if I could remember that amount?
No, I'm saying that before you said $1,000 would have been a significant amount.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if he was giving you more than that, that's something that you would remember. That would be significant, right?
Yes, that would be a significant amount.
But you don't remember. You have no idea.
Remember.
Isn't it true that the reason that you move on? I want to ask you about this night at Yardbird you told us about.
Yes, ma'am.
In your prior testimony, Did you have any indication that Sigfredo Garcia knew you were at dinner there? Or knew that you had gone there for dinner?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so Sigfredo Garcia didn't say anything to you that would lead you to believe
That was,
that he knew you were at dinner? with
yeah, that was the first
Yardbird.
time I mean, not the first time this time around, but I heard it through the trial.
Okay, so you had no indications that he knew that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And the whole July 1st jet ski incident, that was, you said, the same day as the voicemail to Harvey Edelson from Charlie Edelson?
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry, from Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so with this wire, Charlie Edelson gets contacted by his mom. She says she was given paperwork, which turns out to be this article about the murder. She says this TV probably cost $5,000. You agree with me that TV sounds like their code for this murder, right?
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
Overruled if you know.
I don't know, ma'am.
Then Donna Edelson tells Charlie that it has to do with the two of them, and the man mentioned an ex-girlfriend, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then Charlie calls you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Why did he call you?
I have no idea.
You don't know?
No, ma'am. I don't know if that's before or after, or when he spoke to his mom, or when they mentioned my name, or when he said ex-girlfriend. Like, it's been going round and round. I'm confused myself.
Okay, and you said that in your last testimony, I'm looking at page 154, lines 4 through 9.
Which lines, ma'am?
154, lines 4 through 9.
Yes, I was saying that I'm his last ex-girlfriend.
That's what you said in 2019, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That you were his last ex-girlfriend.
Yes, to my knowledge, yes.
We've had testimony during this trial, though, that he's had several girlfriends since you dated, though,
Yeah.
between that and the bump, right?
Yeah, but I was explaining here that I'm his last ex-girlfriend. Like, he was dating June, I think, at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't know about Whitney, so I was his last ex-girlfriend.
You didn't know about Whitney?
No, I heard about it now.
Wasn't that like his first serious girlfriend after you and him broke up?
I don't know. That's why I'm getting confused, because I'm learning so many things from here that I don't know when I knew that was his girlfriend, or I knew of that girlfriend. I know about June because she testified over here.
Okay, I mean, you knew that he was talking to lots of girls.
Yes, ma'am.
And dating lots of girls.
Yes, ma'am.
And you would actually chastise him in the messages about like him dating so many girls, moving them into his house, letting them drive his cars, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would check in with him about these girls. You would say, you know, are you still talking to this girl, right?
I might have mentioned it, but just to say it, you'd have to show me.
Okay. In December of 2015, you say, are you still talking to the lame chick, the girl who's hot and is really not? And he says yes, or I'm still seeing her?
Yeah, but I don't know which one that is.
Okay. I guess my point is, you know that you knew that you were not his last ex-girlfriend.
To my knowledge, I was his last ex-girlfriend because he was dating June.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't really know. I didn't know about Whitney. I don't know if I've learned it from trial, but I was his last ex-girlfriend. If he was dating June and he dated me, I'm his last ex-girlfriend.
Well, by your own admission in the wiretap call, you say you've had 1 million ex-girlfriends, right?
I understand that, but I'm saying I'm his last ex-girlfriend. We're talking about this.
Right, but you and him had broken up in the fall of 2014. and this bump is in the spring of 2016, right? You'd been together with Sigfredo Garcia again for a year at that point, at the time of the bump.
At that point, okay.
Right. He had dated tons of girls in between that, right?
I believe so.
Okay. You were not his last ex-girlfriend then.
But I'm saying from the timeline from June, like June, the girl June.
Right.
I was his last ex-girlfriend. We were talking about it in here. Like, you're talking about the, wasn't this from the
That was
bump?
from October of...
From the bump, though?
The
Like,
transcript you're looking at is from October of 2019 when you say you were his last ex-girlfriend at the time of the bump. That's what you said last time was the reason that he called you, when an ex-girlfriend was mentioned.
But that's what I'm saying, but you're talking about a specific date on this, what's going on right now, too. This is not on the 19th, this is the transcripts from the 19th.
Right. I'm saying, though, that you knew you were not his last ex-girlfriend. Isn't that true?
I'm confused because I'm saying that I was his last ex-girlfriend. What are you talking about from when we were talking in Dolce Vita?
Right. So you
Okay.
thought that you were his last ex-girlfriend.
Objection,
before...
ask and
I'm
answer
so,
now, Judge.
So you can ask it one more time.
Yes,
and
sir.
that's it.
You believe you were his last ex-girlfriend
ma'am.
before the bump, and that's the reason he called you?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he called you because he wanted you to deal with this for him, right?
I don't know if this is the reason why he had mentioned my name and why he wanted me to call.
Okay, well, even before, though, that you knew your name was mentioned, you were willing to help him with the problem, right?
I was listening to him. I don't know at that moment if I was saying that I was willing to help him.
Okay, I want you to look at that same page, 154, lines 17 through 19. In 2019, you said, before your name was mentioned, you were willing to help him with that problem.
I said yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're asked by Charlie Edelson to call this number. You don't know why he's asking you to do this, other than you're his last ex-girlfriend. And then the person that you get to call the number, coincidentally, just happens to be the shooter of the crime that Charlie Edelson thinks he's being blackmailed for, right?
I mean, can you ask your question one more time?
You were asked by Charlie Edelson to call this number
Yes.
on the article.
Yes.
You got someone else to do that for you, right?
Yeah, I asked Sigfredo to do it.
Sigfredo. So you coincidentally get the person who was the shooter of this crime that Charlie Edelson's being blackmailed,
I mean,
right?
I was just asking Sigfredo to call the number.
Okay, and just coincidentally, he's the shooter.
I didn't even know about any of that until the trial.
Okay, so that is a coincidence.
In your opinion, I believe so.
All right. No, I don't think it's a coincidence. You're saying that that's a coincidence. You didn't actually have anything to do with it.
No, ma'am.
And you didn't actually know what it was about or who you were getting to call for that reason, anything.
No, ma'am. Other than the fact that they said Katie and Tuto.
Yeah, and when Charlie Edelson told you that his mom said it has to do with Tuto and Tato, why didn't you say, you know exactly who that is, Charlie? Tuto is Sigfredo.
No, he was saying it in different ways, and then that's why I never corrected him. I know, like, they've asked me about that before. I didn't know that I had to correct him and say, well, you know him.
Mm-hmm.
You know the father of my kids. Like, why are you saying the name different?
And he said that, though, multiple times. He said, I don't even know who Tuto is. He said that on the phone, and he said that in Dolce Vita, didn't he?
On the phone, I think I heard it, but on the Dolce Vita, I don't remember.
And you just didn't correct him, just didn't ask why
I
he was
just
acting like
didn't.
he didn't know who Tuto was.
That's the whole reason why I'm even in here, because I wasn't asking the questions.
Why don't you ever mention Garcia's name to Charlie Edelson?
Why don't I ever mention his name?
Right.
Like the Tuto?
No, why don't you ever say Tuto or Garcia to Charlie Edelson? Why do you just say he this, he that?
I never mentioned his name to him.
Right, why not?
I just don't, like, I'm not gonna be like saying, I don't know, I didn't.
Why don't you ever mention Charlie's name to Sigfredo Garcia?
I've always referred to him like my friend, or vice versa, like I always say my friend. I don't think they want to hear about each other's name whenever I'm mentioning them.
So whenever you talk to Garcia about Charlie Edelson, you always say that person or my friend.
Or my friend, yeah.
Okay. I mean, if you called him and are talking to him about that person, well, how does he know who you're talking about?
Did I ever message him saying that person?
In the wiretap call, yeah. You're talking to Sigfredo Garcia and referring to Charlie as that person.
I don't recall.
Why don't you just say Charlie?
I never mentioned either one of their names because, I don't know, I just didn't.
I mean, isn't the reason, though, that you never say their names is because you were all afraid that law enforcement might be listening?
Well, apparently everybody had a burner phone, so why would anybody even be talking on the phone?
Charlie called you. Charlie said that he wanted the problem flushed. That problem was this bad guy that was
Objection,
trying...
that's not in evidence.
Overruled.
That was trying to extort his mom?
That was a joke.
Okay. But he wanted you were the person that he wanted to take care of this problem, right?
Yes, because somebody mentioned my name. We've
Right.
gone over this.
Out of all the people in the world, though, he chose you. And you're saying that...
Because they mentioned my name.
Okay. Today...
And Tuto's name. And then mentioned Tato's name. So, yeah, that's why I was confused.
All right. What happened in the car before y'all went to Dolce Vita?
I don't even recall that. That's what I was asking when they said that there's a 10-minute meet-up in a car. Like, where's that video or where's that?
Did he search you for a wire?
You're talking
Charlie
about
Edelson.
Charlie?
Yeah.
No, because I don't even recall that happening.
All right. When did you find out that Dan Markel was murdered?
I believe I found that when Sigfredo got arrested.
Okay, so that was the first time that you'd ever heard of Dan Markel, his brother-in-law, being murdered.
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie Edelson never told you that.
No, ma'am.
And you and him talk all the time.
Not all the time. You'll see the phone records. It shows.
I've seen them, and y'all talk all the time.
You were just telling me earlier that, like, our conversation stopped, like, dwindled down.
No, I was
within
saying
those-
that you said that he was ghosting you.
Okay.
Okay. You and Charlie Edelson talk all the time, right?
I guess so.
Okay. And when Sigfredo, I mean, he never mentioned to you that Dan Markel had been murdered.
No, ma'am.
What was it that you thought he was saying that made national news, BBC News, Good Morning America?
What
What's
was
he
who?
talking?
What was who saying?
What was Charlie Edelson talking about? What made
I
national
don't know. I
news?
didn't even know what BBC was.
You know what Good Morning America is,
Yes,
though, right?
I know that, but I didn't. It wasn't anything that was like popping out. He never mentioned Dan Markel. He never mentioned Tallahassee. He never mentioned anything about a murder. Those things would stick out.
Right. I would think that they would.
But he didn't talk about that. I'm telling you. And
Why didn't you ask? I mean, what was on Good Morning America? What was on national news?
I don't remember what happened. I mean, we have the whole video, and it didn't
Right, but
even
then
pick
he
up
would have
anything I
explained
said.
to you what he was talking about.
He didn't explain anything. He was saying scenarios.
Okay. In the Dolce Vita video, he's saying it's either somebody trying to blackmail his family or it's the cops working undercover.
Yes,
Why
ma'am.
would it be the police? Why would the police be investigating his family?
I don't know.
Why isn't your first question, why in the world would the cops be running an undercover investigation on your family?
I don't even know if I ever mentioned that. I don't know. Don't remember what happened in 2014.
Looking at page 155, lines 3 through 11. You were asked, why would it be the cops? On page 155, lines 3 through 11. You were asked why it would be the cops. You said, I don't know, because he's always talking about the cops. You were asked, But didn't you ask him why the cops would be running an undercover operation on his mother? And you said, no, ma'am.
So I didn't ask.
Right. You didn't ask. Why wouldn't you ask? Why would the cops be running an investigation on your family?
I don't know. That's the whole reason of why he was meeting up with me, because he doesn't even know what was going on. Now I see that he did.
Right. I mean, we're not talking about him, though. I'm saying you didn't ask why the cops would be running an undercover investigation on his family, did you?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
And this may be the third time objection asked and answered.
All right, that was asked and answered.
Okay.
Let's move on.
I want to ask you about this Dolce Vita video.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna have to put on our headphones some for this.
If you need more volume, it's right here. If you need more volume, okay? Your number is on the headset. Okay, just tell me.
Everybody ready? Yes.
Ow. All right, so Charlie Edelson says in that clip.
Objection, Judge, as to what Charlie Edelson said?
Overruled. This is, she can give her interpretation. It's up to the jury to decide, but she can ask the question.
When he says at the very beginning of that clip, if they had any evidence, we'd already be gone to the airport by now.
Objection.
What did
Judge.
you understand?
I didn't hear that.
Overruled.
I didn't even hear anything that the recording was saying.
You didn't hear any of that?
I didn't hear anything that the line that you just said, I did not hear that on the recording.
When that recording started, you didn't hear him say, if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport by now. So you had no idea of what he was talking about, evidence of what?
I don't know, ma'am.
If he did say that, what evidence of what?
I wouldn't know. I don't know what I said.
Okay, so in the next statement, when he's saying, if they bug your phone, you're still not talking about any of this? I mean, what are you not talking about?
I don't know what he's talking about.
You couldn't hear anything that he said?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Maybe my volume wasn't up high enough. Maybe we should try that one again. Let's try it one more time.
beginning of the clip that time when he says if we had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport by now?
The only thing I caught was bugged phone.
Okay.
I didn't hear anything in the beginning.
If he had said to you, if they had any evidence, we'd already be gone to the airport by now, what was he talking about? Evidence of what?
I have no idea. I told you he was saying scenarios, and I can't remember what he was talking about at that time.
So he wouldn't have been trying to ease your mind, let you know if this is the cops, they don't have anything on us?
No?
When he says, even if they bug your phone, and at the end he says, you still have not been talking about this. What have you not been talking about on your phone?
I didn't hear anything that said anything about me not talking on the phone.
When he was talking about even if they bug this, even if they bug your phone,
Okay.
at the end of the clip, he says, you still have not been talking about this. So even if your phone is bugged, you're still not talking about this.
But is he implying to me, like he might have been saying scenarios? You guys keep taking things out of context, and it's not, I don't even know. I can't answer that question if I don't know the whole thing.
Okay, so I'm telling you what I'm hearing on here, and I'm asking you about it.
What you're hearing?
Judge, that's improper.
All right, I don't want to get argumentative. You've already asked and answered that question.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
move on.
You never went to Tallahassee, did you?
No, ma'am.
And you never shot anybody, did you?
No, ma'am.
I want to play the next clip for you. He's telling you there that you have to be able to put the person at the scene at the time in order to prove a crime. You can't just say, oh, my brother did it, or oh, I shot JFK. You've got to have evidence. That's what he's telling you, right?
Okay.
That's what he's telling you, right?
I mean, that's what it said on the recording.
What is he talking about?
I have no idea. That's what I'm telling you. He keeps talking in scenarios. I don't know what he's talking about.
Right, and last time when you testified in 2019, you said that he was just talking in scenarios. You didn't have any specific memory about what,
Exactly. Right? I didn't remember anything specific.
Right. Your attorney asked you today whether if last time you explained what was in the Dolce Vita video,
yes,
what you explained was that you remember him talking about scenarios. You didn't know what they were. You didn't have any specific memory of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you don't know why he's letting you know that, hey, in order to prove a crime, they have to put the person at the scene of a crime. You don't know why.
I don't know why.
Let's listen to the next one. In that one, he tells you, if this person went to the cops, they're going to be asked, well, where's the weapon? Did you witness it? No, you just heard a rumor? Well, that's worth 0. You have to get them on a wire. You have to get the person to confess. Outside of that, there's no evidence. That's what you heard, right?
Parts of it, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he's saying, right, that if you guys all keep quiet, no one's going to have any evidence of you, right?
I didn't know what he was talking about. I didn't know what he was talking. He's saying scenarios over and over.
Why is he talking to this about this with you?
I don't know.
What is he saying the cops aren't going to have evidence of?
I have no idea.
You had no clue.
No.
And you didn't ask either, did you? That's your
I
testimony?
don't remember what we were talking about, or if I asked. I mean, I hear myself responding, but
Right, but you did say that you never asked why the cops would be running this undercover investigation, right?
I believe so.
Okay. You were in this Prius that Garcia and Rivera rented for the July trip to Tallahassee. You were in it at some point, right?
No, ma'am.
You never sat in it?
Never sat there.
Never rode with Garcia just to get food or something?
No, ma'am.
All right. The father of your children was in that Prius, though, right?
Well, with the picture that they've showed, you see, yeah, he was in that Prius.
Okay. And in this video, Charlie Edelson is giving you examples of how just because a person was in a car that someone used to commit a crime, that doesn't mean anything, right?
On what video?
On the Dolce Vita video.
I don't recall that part.
Okay. Let's listen to 2 more clips. Got one more. So here, in those 2 clips we listened to, he was saying you have to be able to put the person at the scene at the time, not in the car. Let's say you sat in the car, right? Then I go commit a crime, but your DNA is in there, and I said Katie was in my car and she did this horrible crime. Okay, they get your DNA in the car, and okay, Katie was in the car. No, that means Katie sat in the car for 2 minutes and got out. Katie has nothing to do with me robbing Burger King. That's what you heard, right?
Parts of it, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then he gives you another rental car example. He said if you have a car and you can link this person to renting that car that's used at the scene of the crime, you also have to prove who was driving that day. You know, they could have rented it and lent it to a friend. Then he gives you another one, doesn't he? He says, you rent a car and I asked to borrow it. I drive to Orlando, rob a McDonald's, and come back. Yeah, you rented it, but you were out. You didn't even know I took your car. Isn't that what you heard?
Parts of it, yes.
Why is he giving you so many rental car examples?
I wish I knew. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's saying scenarios. Don't you think it's kind of odd? Why is he saying all those scenarios in front of other people or whatever? If, like, apparently, if he thought that I was, what did you say earlier, that I'm wearing a wire?
No, I think that he didn't think you were wearing a wire. I think he thought that y'all were in a loud restaurant, and he's trying to ease your mind. And he's saying to you, right, that he's saying...
But why is he keeps explaining himself, like, and he says, I don't have anything to do with it. Why is he trying to convince me that he has nothing to do with it when I don't know what he's...
I'm going to stop.
I'm sorry.
Okay, she's going to ask the questions and you're going to respond, okay?
He is trying to ease your mind because the car that Garcia and Rivera rented to drive up here and kill Dan Markel had been on the news, right?
I don't know of that.
You were nervous that police might be able to connect them to having rented it or been in that car, weren't you?
Why would I be nervous? I never even knew of it.
You never knew that the car was on the news.
I knew from when Sigfredo got arrested, and I think they put a picture of that, of the Prius.
He was trying to tell you in that video that it doesn't matter if they rented a certain car or were seen in a certain car. Police have to be able to put them at the scene of the crime at the time, right?
That's what he had said on the video, but I don't know what he was talking about.
So he's just talking about that. You have no idea
He's
why.
giving different scenarios.
Okay. One of the scenarios he gave was, he said, you know, it could be the cops, you know, trying to run an undercover investigation, or it could be somebody trying to blackmail his family. That was the other scenario, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did he think somebody would be extorting money from his family?
I don't know. That's what he was trying to figure out.
Wouldn't you be curious as to why someone was trying to blackmail his family?
Would I be curious?
Right.
I was curious. That's why I sat there and I listened.
Right. But you never asked him, why would somebody be trying to blackmail your family? Why are the cops doing this investigation on your family?
I don't know if I asked them at that time or not, because
You
apparently
said in
they didn't
2019
even.
you did not, right?
Well, apparently then I don't because I don't recall. But if that video said, or like it picked up anything that I was saying, then I would know what I was talking about.
Well, you said in 2019 that you did not
Okay, so
ever
then I
ask that,
don't.
right? And now, though, the video is audible, right? And it's pretty obvious you would have known what was going on in order to
Objection
listen
to
to
don't.
all this.
characterization
Oh,
of the
that's,
evidence.
all right. Ask a question, Ms.
Yes, sir.
Seaborn.
All right, let's listen to one more. About 12, 15 seconds in there, you heard him say that, you know, if this was somebody blackmailing his family, this is somebody who knows information. That's what he said to you, right?
If that's what it said on the video.
Is that what you heard, that this is someone
No,
who
all
knows
I
information?
heard a little bit in the end, but I didn't hear the first sentence, like what you were just saying right now.
What is he talking about that these people know information about?
I don't know. Keep telling you, I don't even remember.
Okay, got one more.
No, she just keeps saying about that.
All right, so in that clip, he's saying if this is a bad guy, there's two ways of dealing with it. We can go ahead and call the police. They'll contact him, arrange a setup, take him down. But then he'll be telling everything he knows, or else he's going to serve 10 years in prison. And the next thing you know, that person's singing, and he's going to start calling your name out. And my parents are going to have to say, they're going to be asked the story of what happened. Isn't that what you heard?
I didn't hear that, like, not all of everything that you're saying, but like I said, I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, you heard him say at the end of that clip that they're going to be calling your name out, that
My
blackmailer.
name?
Right.
No. I did not hear that.
With this bad guy who knows is going to tell the cops information, why would he be calling your name out?
I don't know.
All right, got one more.
Bless you.
So in that clip, after he explains that this bad guy could tell information to the police, could call your name out, he says, this is my idea. And he gives you very precise instructions, doesn't he? In that
Yeah,
clip.
he was talking about the calling to say it's, yeah.
He told you to say, my friends have no idea what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't know what you're talking about either, but the name sounds familiar of who's incarcerated.
Yes, ma'am.
Whose name did he think sounded familiar?
I believe it's because his mom got bumped and said that you have to help your friend's Tato or something.
Right.
Like your brother Tato? I don't know. He's talking about Tato or Tuto.
Okay. The name Tato and Tuto were familiar to you.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And you never had to tell him who Tuto and Tato were. He knew and you knew. Right?
I don't know if he knew. Well, yeah, he did. He knew Tuto's name.
Okay.
I don't know about Tato.
Tato was the one who was incarcerated, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you knew that.
I knew he was incarcerated by the feds, but I don't know where he was at.
All right, and he said, so I'm going to give you something as charity to help the less fortunate, but do not contact these people again or they're going to the police. The only reason we're doing it is because of karma. And the whole time that you're talking, this is what he's telling you to do, right?
Okay.
He wants you to say, I don't know what's going on, and only use the words help and charity, right?
Okay.
He really didn't want you to give this guy any information about what you knew, did he?
Didn't want to give who?
He really didn't want you to give this blackmailer any information about what you knew, right? He's saying, don't say anything else, right?
No, he's trying to convince me now. How many times I've listened to it, he's trying to convince me to do this. If I was in anywhere, shape, or form in this with him, why would he throw me to the cops and tell me to
because
say this?
You were the ex-girlfriend who took care of this problem for him. You are his connection to these people. He wants you to take care of it.
No, they mentioned my name. They mentioned Tuto's name.
Right.
And then they mentioned about a brother being incarcerated, which was Tato.
I know. And then he starts talking about Sigfredo Garcia right after that clip, right, that we just heard. He starts talking to you about Sigfredo Garcia, doesn't he?
Refresh my memory. Like, what
Charlie
was he
Edelson
saying?
starts talking to you about Sigfredo Garcia, doesn't he?
I don't know who he was talking about.
Okay. In that clip we just heard, he's saying now he's fucking with him, he's fucking with his wife. If he's fucking with the king himself, you'd better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. He knows who you are. And if he can't do it, have someone else do it. Right?
Yeah, but he's not talking about Tuto there. Like, where?
He's not?
No.
Okay. Well, let's keep listening, but 1 second. he's telling you, though, in that part that I just talked about, how mad Garcia needs to be about this, right? Some guy is messing with you, putting your name out there as part of this, and you need to kill him or he's going to be a big problem. He either needs to do it or have somebody else do it, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think he's talking about Sigfredo there.
Okay. When he says that to you, why don't we see you jumping up from the table? Why don't we see you raising your voice saying, whoa, whoa, kill? What are you talking about? We don't...
Yeah, I would have said something like that, but I didn't even know what you're saying about kill. But obviously, I didn't react that way because it wasn't something that's like...
Well, you heard him say he better kill him or he's going to be a big problem. Either he can do it or have someone else do it. You heard him say that, right?
Part of it, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you didn't jump out and run out of there?
No.
Okay. You didn't raise your voice and start, whoa, 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 I'm not being a part of anything like this, did you?
No, but if he's like saying scenarios and he's talking about stuff, like I'm probably not even, like it's nothing that like made me like, oh my God, like what are you talking about? Like, why are you even talking, period?
Charlie said, so help me God, if they fuck with my family, it's gonna be Nazi shit. This will be done. I mean, Katie, I don't care what I have to spend. I swear to God. Mm-hmm. He's telling you that he needs this guy killed and he doesn't care what he has to spend. That's what he's saying, right?
Overruled.
I mean, if that's what he's saying, I can't say what he was stating it for.
What did you understand him to mean when he said that?
Charlie's always talking about different, you've heard people say that he's always talking about some weird stuff. Like that's not something that like, oh, somebody's messing with his family. I get that. And somebody's trying to blackmail his mom or whatever, but it's not to the point where I was like, you know, like it didn't make me like, whoa.
I have one question. He said to you, you better kill him or he's going to be a big problem. If he can't do it, have someone else do it. And he didn't care what he had to spend, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
That's been asked and answered.
You seem pretty calm when he's saying this to you. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I don't know how my demeanor was. That's what I'm saying. I wasn't like, whoa, like I didn't run out and jet out of there.
Had he said that to you before? Like when he wanted his brother-in-law killed?
Said what? He's never spoken
about... He wanted someone killed. He didn't care how much he had to spend to do it.
No, ma'am. He's never spoken about Professor Markell or murder or having anything to do with that. That's why it didn't raise anything to me.
I want to show you one thing. Just going to make this screen. So this is the same clip we've been listening to, and I've been pausing this one. Let's keep listening and see who he was just talking about. So right after he's telling you he needs somebody killed, he doesn't care what he has to spend,
30 seconds after that, he's checking in with you about Sigfredo Garcia. He says at 6 minutes and 57 seconds in that clip, he knows I have you on salary. You think he'd be happy to know that.
I didn't hear that.
You did
about
not
a
hear
salary
that?
or nothing, no.
He says he doesn't have any bad feelings towards me, does he? Our paths never crossed.
That I can assume that maybe he was talking about Sigfredo.
Right. He says, I didn't know the two of you would be working out. He's talking about Sigfredo there.
I believe so. Like with what he's saying at that part, yes.
Right after, from what we just talked about, he's saying this guy needs to be killed. If he can't kill him, find somebody else to do it. He's going to be a big problem. He's fucking with me. He's fucking with his wife, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
He's talking about Garcia right after that.
I don't know if he was talking about Garcia.
You
He's
just-
talking about Garcia now that the part that where you're saying that, oh, our paths never crossed or whatever. I can assume he's talking about Sigfredo, but at that time, I don't think he's talking about kill and all of this and saying that it was him. Why didn't he just say his name?
You do admit, though, he's talking to you about Garcia right after he's telling you that he needs to have someone killed, and if he can't do it, find someone else who can do it.
Objection, asked and answered.
Asked and answered.
All right, so what he's trying to do when he's checking in is, does he have any bad feelings towards me? I have you on salary. You think he'd be happy about that? He's trying to make sure that Garcia doesn't have a reason not to help you with this, right?
I didn't hear anything about the salary and
He's saying
keeping me happy.
there was no overlap in us dating. I keep you on the payroll, right?
I'm not gonna say yes to that because I don't believe that that's what.
So was he checking with you in
It's
that
about-
clip we just heard to see if Garcia had any bad blood against him?
Not at that part, no, ma'am.
All right. Next, after he tells you what he needs done. He's checking with you about Garcia. Then about 20 seconds later, he says to you, you know it. I don't have to sit here and tell you what I would do for you. I show you what I do for you. You know how I am. I look for things to do.
What's your objection?
It's motions in limine, Judge, just in terms of Ms. Duguid's interpretation of what is being
All right,
said.
It's going to
The
be up to the
evidence speaks
jury to
itself.
decide. That's overruled.
Isn't that what he said?
Keep going, ma'am.
He's saying, I look for things to do for you. You don't have to ask me for shit. I'm the one that's like, hey, someone's birthday's coming up. I got you, right?
That's what he said, yes.
Okay. Just like when he's offering to send you and your mom on a cruise, right?
Well, he offered it, but like I told you, I never went on a cruise with my
Paying
mom.
for the Dominican vacation, right? He looks for things to do for you
Okay,
to keep you happy.
I guess.
When you were with Charlie Edelson, you were sleeping with both Charlie Edelson and Garcia at the same time, right?
I mean,
They
I
weren't
can't-
aware of each other. I mean, they knew of each other, but they didn't know you were with both of them at the same time, right?
not that I was, I mean, it might have overlapped, but I don't remember that.
Okay.
I mean, I don't remember if it was at the
Charlie
same
Edelson
time.
didn't know that there was any overlap.
That he didn't know? I don't know what he knew.
Okay, well, he told you we didn't have any overlap.
Oh, with the, from the video?
Right. And you tried to keep them separate. That was something that you did when you were with Charlie, right? You tried to keep Garcia separate from him?
Well, I didn't think they'd like each other.
Right. Garcia was jealous of Charlie.
I believe so.
We heard Charlie say he helps you out when it's somebody's birthday. Who's he talking about?
I have no idea. I don't know if he's talking about Sigfredo, because I know there was a comment about like some GoPro or whatever, but
when's Garcia's birthday?
the 27th of April.
Of April? Okay. So is he talking about getting Garcia birthday presents?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know. I'm assuming maybe that's what he's talking about, but
Why would he get Garcia a birthday present?
he always jokes about stupid things like that.
Why would he get his ex-girlfriend's boyfriend a birthday present?
I wouldn't know, but he'd make jokes like that before, just like the GoPro, but he never got him a GoPro camera or whatever it was.
After your discussion about Garcia, he checks in on Garcia's gang connections, right? See if those are still there?
Who checks in?
Charlie Edelson.
Checks in. He's never been in a gang.
Overruled.
Okay,
Garcia's not in a gang.
let's listen to him in a minute. Oh, sorry, one second. All right. So when I first started that clip, he said, I don't think they want to mess with his connections. And he says, is he so far removed? Does he still have people? Does he have anybody that he can call up that's, right?
I didn't even,
You didn't hear
I'm
that?
trying to like hear what he's saying, and I didn't hear that.
Okay. He then says to you at the end of that clip, listen, you giving money to somebody is not an admission of any kind of guilt.
I heard that part.
Okay. Guilt of what?
I don't know.
What would you be guilty of?
Exactly, I don't know.
Well, then why is he saying that to you?
I don't know.
What did you understand it to mean?
I don't know. I can't interpret what it was happening at that time. Like, I don't know what it means.
He was saying that because you were concerned that giving this $5,000 would make you look guilty, right?
That it would make me look guilty?
Yeah.
If that's your assumption, but I didn't do any of that.
All right, I have two more very quick ones. We're almost done.
Your Honor, I'm just going to object to the state's little subtitle.
All right, it's coming on.
Yes, I'm going to object to the state using any demonstrative or anything that has their work product or their opinion on it.
All right, that's overruled. It was just your identification. It meant nothing to the jury. It came up on the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. right, he says, let me ask you a question. When everybody was there the next day, did any of you take any money? It's not like you're driving around in a Bentley, cruising around in a mega yacht. You heard that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you understand that to mean?
I don't know, but now it kind of makes sense with everything that, you know, like with other people saying it about the money, but nobody ever got money. I don't know what.
When he said when everybody there was there the next day, what day is he talking about?
I don't know.
Isn't he saying when everybody, you, Tudo, Tato, were together the next day after the murder when you gave them the money? None of you took it and did anything extravagant, right? None of y'all were.
That's what it's assuming. That's what it makes it look like to be.
Okay.
I see it now.
He's checking to see y'all weren't too flashy with this that would draw attention to you, right?
Okay.
Objection, mischaracterization of the evidence.
Overruled. In the form of a question next time the student.
Okay. Did you ask him what that meant?
I don't recall if I did or if I didn't.
Okay. Let's listen to the end of that clip and then I'll go straight into the very last one. At the end of that conversation, in that last clip, he says, you know who this is coming from? The inside. What did you understand that to mean?
I didn't understand what he was talking about. He keeps saying it has nothing to do with me. He's giving scenarios and you're misinterpreting it, and I can't remember because that was from 2014.
Okay. I didn't ask. Did you hear him say, you know who this is coming from, the inside?
He's saying that, but he's not saying it toward, like, he's not implying me directly.
What did you understand that to mean?
I didn't know.
Okay. So not the inside circle, you, him, Tato, Tudo, of who knew how this murder went
that's
down?
what I'm saying. You keep implying these things, and that's not, you're taking it out of context, and I know that looks bad now with everything that we've been hearing, but it's, obviously it didn't make me like, oh my God. Like I said, I didn't run out of there and think it was a big deal.
I mean, he chose you for a reason, though, right? You were the person that he chose to take care of this. I mean, I know you're saying you don't know today, but we heard you on the wiretap call. In that call, you say, I fuck up bitches for no reason. You say, this guy is going to have a big-ass problem. I am the wrong person to, God forgive him that he said the wrong fucking name. Now this is my business. You said that, right?
Yes, ma'am, and that's taken out of context as well.
Well, you were
I was angry by that, yeah.
I'm sure you were angry. You were pretty tough in those calls, though. You were somebody who knows how to take care of things, somebody who people shouldn't mess with, weren't you?
You should have played all the other calls as well. You just, one little call that I was so upset already. He's been annoying me with this different scenarios.
Right.
For
today,
all the other calls.
Today.
And I was.
You're pretending not to be that person. You just don't know anything about anything, didn't ask
Judge,
any questions.
Objection. Improper question. She's pretending to be someone today.
All right, else we'll strike the question. Ask another question.
Today you're saying you don't know anything and you didn't ask any questions, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you talking in code on the wire?
I guess that's what everybody's implying is code. I know I made a comment saying, like, I'm so tired of this code shit or whatever because I'm either around my coworkers, I'm around my children, I'm around other people. So he's probably around his coworkers.
You told Sigfredo Garcia that Ethan's clothes cost $65.70, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Those were actually the last 4 digits of the undercover phone number. That was a code, right?
And I just did not want to say it over the phone, somebody's phone number, because I was either at work or I don't know where I was.
Why would giving a phone number cause an issue for somebody at work or one of your kids?
He's trying to call some number that they want me to figure out if it's somebody blackmailing their family. Why would I say that phone number out loud?
Right, but you're not saying the whole story. You've already told Garcia the story when you're at home. On the phone, you're just giving him the number. Why couldn't you just say the number?
I just said it that way.
You didn't say the number because you were afraid law enforcement might be listening, and you knew exactly what it was about, right?
Why would I think that they were listening? I wouldn't use my phone.
All right. You say that you said that you got a burner phone, and you got a burner phone the day after the police went to his job, right?
I never got the burner phone. I said Sigfredo got the burner phone before he got arrested.
Didn't you think it was crazy that Garcia wanted you to use a burner phone?
The feds just went to go question him. And at the same time, I didn't even know that they were doing it the same exact moment that they were banging on my door.
If you had nothing to do with the murder, why did Garcia get you a burner phone, not just him?
I don't know. He's the one who got it. Because
Okay.
he figured that it was somebody banging in the door, and then I guess that's why we wanted to talk.
But you'd have the same phone number your whole life. Weren't you curious as to why he wanted you to use a burner phone now?
No,
You didn't ask.
no. The feds just came to his job.
Okay. And after getting the burner phones, you fled your home.
I never fled.
You never stayed at your home again.
I packed up my stuff a couple days after, but my family
You
wanted...
had someone pack up your stuff.
No, I packed it. If they had the cameras over there, they would have seen that I went there. I packed my stuff, and then I had one of Sigfredo's guy friends to go do the U-Haul for me because I can't lift anything.
You said that you had no idea that this murder of Dan Markel occurred that summer of 2014, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Sigfredo Garcia never... Where did he say that he was going when you took him to the comfort rental car?
I never took him.
Okay. It's just a coincidence then that of all the places...
I never knew his whereabouts or whatever around that time because we weren't even together.
Okay, just a coincidence then that of all the places you could be in Miami and that he could be in Miami, you're using a cell site that services comfort rental at the exact moment that he's renting a car, and you go straight there, time on the rental car, and you go back home.
I never took him to go get a rental.
Okay, so that is just a coincidence, you're saying?
If that's your opinion, yes, ma'am.
And he was also in that rental car as soon as he got back from that trip to Tallahassee. That was outside of your apartment, right?
They had that
The GPS ping?
Yeah, the GPS ping on that parking lot, but that parking lot, other people live there.
Okay. Did you ever see him in the rental car?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you went right back to that area later that day?
Right back to what area?
To the area of comfort rental car. And you weren't taking the car back with him?
No, I did not. I never took him to get a rental.
What about when the Prius was at your house the night before the Tallahassee trip? Did he mention either of those times that he's at your house right after the June trip or right before the July trip, where he was going and what he'd been doing?
I never even knew that the Prius car was in the parking lot.
Did he say that he was about to go to Tallahassee?
No, I would have remembered if he said something about Tallahassee. He doesn't know anybody in Tallahassee.
What about during the 15 or 20 times that you communicated with Garcia during the June trip or the July trip? He never mentioned where he was? You never asked him where he was or what he was doing?
I never asked him where he was, and he wouldn't tell me even if I was to ask him. He doesn't tell me things.
What about the night of the murder, July 18th, when you're consistent with being at Rivera's house after you go past Yindra Mascaro's residence? Did you go to Louis Rivera's that night?
No, ma'am.
Where were you?
I don't recall where I was on July 18th.
Okay, well, you were talking to Garcia, and then it shows you going up near Rivera's house, and then after that, your phone is powered off for the night, right? And that's when you go spend the night at Charlie's?
I don't know what happened on July 18th. That's what it's saying on the things or whatever.
Well, you told your attorney when she was asking you questions, you did spend the night with Charlie that night, right?
No, I don't even remember where I was. I don't know if I was up north or whatever. I don't remember that day.
Yindra was taking care of your kids that night, right?
Well, apparently, yeah, when she had said that I didn't remember that day until she mentioned that it might have been that night.
Okay. Yindra was taking care of your kids that night then? That's a yes?
That's what I'm saying is I don't see her. My daughter was little at that time. Like, I never leave my daughter overnight. That's why it wouldn't make sense to me. I never leave my daughter like overnight at somebody's house.
So Yindra was not telling the truth when she said
No,
that?
I don't know if she babysat that day. I just don't remember. I don't recall ever leaving my children at night. I was living with my mom at that time.
Well,
if that was the case, I would have had my mom because the kids would have been more comfortable.
If Charlie invited you over, you're going up there, your phone's powered off for the night, and you're coming back for that direction that next morning.
That's the route that it's showing, but I don't remember what I did that night.
Well, you
There's no
stayed with
text
Charlie
messages.
during that time, though, right?
No, I didn't. I don't remember what I was doing.
Okay. What about the next morning, the morning of July 19th, when you and Garcia were at Rivera's place?
Me and Garcia were in Rivera's place.
Right.
That was the whole situation. There were so many different versions of that story.
Okay. Well, in your previous testimony, you were asked what you were doing that day, and you were shown this text. You were shown this text, and you said that this text means that you were at the pool that day at 11 a.m. You said that in your previous testimony, right?
I didn't know at what time, but I was at the pool from the text. Like, I was shown the text, and I guess I don't know what the timestamp was at that time.
Okay. This message does not say you were at the pool at 11 a.m., right? It says you just got back from the pool at 4:54 p.m.
Yeah, but what time did I go to the pool?
You said you
Probably at the
went to
pool.
at 12:18 p.m.
Okay, so
Okay. So you were not at the pool at 11 a.m. like you said in your prior testimony.
but when I was shown that, I'm pretty sure it had like a timestamp or something on it. I don't know why it said 11 at a specific time.
Because you were
Improper impeachment, Judge, that's not what she said in 2019.
Okay. If we could look at page 53, 52, lines 23 through 25, and 53, lines 5 through 7.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
52, 23 through 25, and 53, 5 through 7.
Objection, improper impeachment.
That's what it says. I just said that. It said, okay.
All right, hold on a second. Ms. Dugan, you take a look at it first.
Okay. You were asked, where were you that day? You said you took Ethan to the pool. You were shown that message. You said, do you remember what time? And you said, I believe it was 11.
That's not correct.
You're not reading. You're right.
I'm looking at page 53 at the top. Say, I believe it was around 11 in the
I
morning.
believe it said around 11.
All right, it's proper impeachment.
Okay.
Wow.
You were not at the pool, though, around 11 a.m. that day, though, were you?
For me to have said this day because I didn't remember what I was doing, and for me to come up with that time, it's because I was shown something.
Well, these are the
state that.
messages about you going to the pool that day.
I see your messages now, but at the
Right.
time when we did this, and I was shown what time I went to the pool, I wouldn't have just come up with it at 11 o'clock without seeing a text message with the time.
You said in 2019 you took Ethan to the pool around 11 a.m.
I believe
because that
it-
means that you wouldn't be at the money drop around 10:30 and 11 a.m., right?
Mischaracterization of what she said in
All right,
2019.
that's sustained. Mr. You can
Okay.
move on. This has been asked and answered.
All right. You
We need to
called.
be mindful of the time also, because I
Yes,
have to
sir.
give time for redirect.
I'm almost done. You called Louis Rivera during the June and July trips. You called his old number, right? That 934 number you had in your phone as Tato?
I called the number, but
Right.
I never spoke to Louis.
When you couldn't get in touch with Garcia, you called that number.
I believe so.
And you didn't talk to Garcia because that wasn't his phone at the time, right?
What, the 934 number?
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You never talked to Louis Rivera on the phone, usually.
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. You did talk to him though. You called him those 2 dates and then you talked to him the day of the money drop, July 19th, right?
It said that he had called me.
Right. You called him, he called you and then you called him back, right?
I believe so. That's
Okay.
what the call log says.
And you spoke to him. You tried to call him in June and July because you knew that he and Garcia were together in Tallahassee during that time.
I didn't know that they were here.
Well, then why would you call Louis Rivera?
I don't remember why I called him. I called him in June and in July.
Yeah, on the June trip and the July trip.
If he was with Garcia, well, maybe I was trying to get a hold of Garcia.
But those were the only times all summer, though, that you called that number, though.
I don't
That's
recall
what the
that.
expert said?
I don't recall that that's the only time.
If you were always trying to call Rivera whenever you were looking for Garcia, you would have called it more than 2 times the whole summer,
I
right?
don't recall that.
And then on July 19th, the reason that y'all were talking that day, you and Louis Rivera, was because that was the day you were supposed to deliver money, right?
I never delivered any money.
You said, so the only time that you call him is during this June and July trip to Tallahassee and the day of the money drop that summer. And your phone locations are consistent with being at his house, but those are just all coincidences. You didn't have anything to do with this murder. That's what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Aren't you mad at Garcia and Charlie for doing this and you're innocent and you're having to answer for it?
Am I mad at them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been upset.
If you were mad at Garcia, I mean, just not long ago, just this month, you said on a recorded call to him, I can't talk to you, I can't touch you, I can't see you, I can't feel you, and you were crying about it.
Yeah, he's the father of my kids. I'm gonna love him forever.
And this $17,000 cash bike during the 6 weeks after the murder being put on the Edelson payroll, even though you didn't collect rent, you made the one appointment, your $4,000 breast augmentation, all of that within the 2 months of the murder. Those are just all coincidences to it. You didn't have anything to do with this. The money had nothing to do with anything that you did.
I've explained everything already.
Okay. All the favors that Charlie did for you after you and him broke up. The trips. Nothing with that had to do anything with the murder. That was just a coincidence too. Just him being nice.
I guess so.
Okay. The fact that he called you out of all of his ex-girlfriends after his mom just said an ex-girlfriend was mentioned. That's a coincidence too.
I guess so.
The fact that your husband committed a murder for your boyfriend. That's also just a coincidence. You didn't have anything to do with it?
I didn't have anything to do with it.
I mean, those are some pretty unbelievable coincidences, right?
Objection improper.
That's sustained.
Okay, you either have the worst luck or you did this, right?
Objection improper question.
Sustained.
Garcia would never do anything to help Charlie Edelson, would he?
I wouldn't think that, but with everything that's all in the evidence and stuff, I mean, it looks pretty bad.
And you said in 2019 he would never do anything.
I did say that because I would never think that they would like each other in any way or do favors for each other.
Okay.
I see why I'm in the middle. I'm smack in the middle. I see it. That's why I'm fighting for my life.
And so you did say Garcia would never do anything to help Charlie Edelson.
In my 2019 testimony, yes, I did mention that.
Right. And in opening, your attorney said that there was definitive proof of a link between Garcia and Charlie. What is it?
What did my attorney say?
No, what's the link between Garcia and Charlie?
That they knew each other or they spoke to each other.
How?
I don't know. Apparently everything's being done behind my back. That's why.
That's all. Thank you.
Redirect.
Ms. Magbanua.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk about your memory,
Yes, ma'am.
all right? Miss Dugan was not present at Dolce Vita, was she?
No, she was not.
Okay, and as much as she's trying to insert her opinion as what is being said, it's just that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You have ears, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So does the jury?
Yes,
Yeah?
ma'am.
So they can listen for themselves of what happened at that restaurant.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I do want to talk about some things that Miss Dugan purposely left out that we could all hear on that video. Like the time when he said, "If they are the cops, I'm happy because I have nothing to hide."
Yes, ma'am.
You remember when that was played, Miss Dugan skipped over that part and went to what she thought she heard afterwards, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's because that makes no sense.
Of course.
If you are all involved in a homicide together, why is Charles Edelson telling you that if it's the cops, I'm happy? That makes no sense.
No sense.
Okay, because if you were all involved in a homicide and it was the cops, what would happen?
He'd get arrested.
And if you were involved, what would happen?
I'd get arrested.
All right. Now, she also brought up all of these portions of what Charlie Edelson is supposedly saying, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
It's clear that half of that entire video is missing.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk about how that enhancement came to be. You provided testimony back in 2019, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's before the state was able to create this new audio.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you testified in 2015 and answered questions,
Yes, ma'am.
you had no idea that they would even be able to create this new audio.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I stated, that everything in my testimony is consistent with everything that was on the video that they just enhanced.
Now let's get to that about just enhanced, right? You were set for trial in February of 2022, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Valentine's Day you were supposed to go to trial.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the state provided us with this this new enhancement,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And we actually agreed to reset your case
Yes, ma'am.
so that we could all get the enhancement.
Yes, ma'am.
Because as far as we're concerned, it would only contain evidence to
It's
exculpate
on
you.
it. Yeah, exactly.
If you thought that there would be anything on there that would prove your guilt, you would have gone to trial in February.
Exactly.
You wouldn't have even given them an opportunity if you thought anything on that video
Yes, ma'am.
would have come up against you.
Yes, ma'am.
And as we sit here and listen to this video, this covert undercover thing that they did, do you hear any direct evidence in there of something to do with the homicide?
That's why I stated that I've never heard Dan Markel's name. I never heard homicide. I never heard murder. I never heard Tallahassee. Nothing. And I'm telling you that he is going on and on about different scenarios.
Like one of the clips that she played where he says, he starts talking about a scenario like if I go to Orlando and I rob a Burger King. There's no robbery of a Burger King, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you here for a robbery of a Burger King?
No, ma'am.
Okay, but that's what one of the scenarios he presented to you.
Yes, ma'am.
He also mentioned about something about, Miss Dugan says, he says something about robbing a McDonald's,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? He doesn't say any scenarios about a homicide
Yes, ma'am.
or a murder.
Yes, ma'am.
It sounds like he is just trying to justify why it is that they would say your name.
And for me to make a phone call.
Okay. How many times did he repeat to you, it's because they said your name? If you can remember.
On this video, I can't recall.
How many times have you had an opportunity to sit down and listen to the video that we just received a couple of months ago?
I haven't even seen it in its entirety because they can never get anything to the jail.
And so
Can't get that evidence.
Was this maybe the second time in this trial that you were able
Yes,
to listen
ma'am.
to it?
This is like the second time.
Okay.
And we still don't know what the first half was, or this time that I went to the car for 10 minutes. Like,
They have no record of that, right?
apparently, that's what I wanted to know. Where was the record for that?
There's no video of that?
No video.
Okay. And had they been able to enhance the entire audio, not just bits and pieces of what Charlie is saying, we wouldn't have to speculate about what that conversation was, right?
Exactly. That's why I didn't want to commit to a certain thing that I'm saying or how I'm interpreting it, because clearly it wasn't big enough for me to be like, oh my God, why are you talking about this? Or, oh my God, we got to call the cops, or me run away because you said this. It's like everything was taken out of context. Just like my phone calls, just like this video,
And everything that we've all sat down and listening to, every single thing, there is no direct evidence of you being involved in a homicide.
no, because they've had this video forever. I would have been arrested a long time ago.
Let's
If
talk
that-
about that. These wiretaps and this Dolce Vita, that was all known to them in May of 2016, right?
I believe so. Before Sigfredo was arrested?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
They released your probable cause affidavit, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And said it's because there was no probable cause to arrest you.
Yes, ma'am.
So they didn't have probable cause to arrest you until Louis Rivera was arrested, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Obviously, if they had some direct evidence in those wiretaps, they wouldn't need Louis Rivera.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So everything is innuendo and speculation.
Yes, ma'am.
You would expect, if you are wiretapping people who are involved for over 400 recorded phone calls, that there would at least be one thing in there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
In the Dolce Vita video, you can hear that you're talking,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? Your voice isn't raised.
No.
You don't sound like you're, well, we can't hear you at all,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? So where Ms. Dugan keeps asking you about things of what it is that you said, we won't know because they can't clarify your voice, right?
Yes, ma'am.
This case has always been focused on Charles Edelson.
Yes, ma'am.
The video was pointed at who?
Charles.
Whose voice is the only one that was able to be amplified?
Charles.
And you're always the person that is left in the dark.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I want to go over some of the text message that Ms. Dugan tried to commit you to try and explain what they meant, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell me what we talked about, I don't know, 4 months ago on February 23rd of this year?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you even know what day of the week it was on February 23rd of this year?
No, ma'am.
Right. You were asked questions about text messages over the course of 2013 to 2016.
That's why I was getting a little upset, because I can't remember those times, and I know they want me to commit to a certain date, certain time, certain scenarios, and I just I want to be able to provide that information, and I can't.
Now, I'm referring to one of the exhibits that are marked that was previously shown to you in regards to a text message dated 12/11/2015. Right? I'm showing you this. This is a snippet of a full-blown conversation, right?
Yes, ma'am.
The state did not include the entire conversation.
Well, that's why I had asked what did the rest say, because they always take bits and pieces of everything and make it to look like something else, and it looks bad. I get it. I see it. This is my second time around. I see how it makes it look so bad.
You see, when you see these things in pieces, even though it's you, you're like, this looks bad.
It looks bad.
And you understand why Ms. Dugan says, oh, all these coincidences. You understand that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But it's because they don't have the whole story.
Yes, ma'am.
We tried to introduce some of the phone calls, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we can't.
I don't know why not, but we couldn't.
I'm going to show you another text message that was shown to you about Charles Edelson offering to buy you a trip for your mother. Okay? Can you read that to the jury, please?
I'm scared?
No, right above it.
Oh, by the way, she's having a major surgery for her spine on January. She has to be out for 6 months.
What was going on with your mom while she needed surgery?
She had something was hurting on her spine.
Okay. And so
A back surgery that she needed to do.
this had anything to do with her cancer diagnosis later on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so Charles knew that you were going through this with your mom.
Yes, ma'am.
How close were you to your mom?
Very, very close.
And he was offering for you and your mom to take a trip.
Yeah. Apparently, yes, ma'am.
And you never took that trip, right?
No, ma'am. I couldn't.
You can never take that trip with them.
Objection irrelevant.
Just, if you can answer the question, overruled.
No, I can't because my mom passed away while I was in here.
And you've always felt that you hold the key to your own freedom, right?
They said that themselves, that I hold the key to my own freedom.
That's sustained.
Your Honor,
Jury to disregard that statement.
it goes to our state of mind.
That your objection's overruled.
Okay. Now I want to show you some other text messages that's already been introduced into evidence. I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 33.
Yeah, let me help you.
Okay, do you see the date of this text message?
3/12/2014.
Okay, and this would be the morning after you had dinner at Yardbird, right?
He called me and said, yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you read that text to the jury?
I guess, I don't know. He called me and said, have a nice dinner, and to never call him again. I'm like, WTF.
Okay. And you're talking about Secreto here, right?
Yes, ma'am.
These text messages come from Charlie's iCloud.
Yes, ma'am.
We don't have your text messages from back there.
I don't know why we don't.
But that indicates that someone was watching you at dinner, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he said, and it sounds like he's mad.
Objection to leading.
That's
Yeah.
sustained.
Does it sound like he's mad?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Also, too, kind of strange, don't you think, that Charles would be asking you about tutor the next day
Yes, ma'am.
to see if he's maybe told you about their meeting the night before.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, let's look at Defense Exhibit 29.
Good. Good, right there.
Can you read that to the jury, please?
I'm letting go of the night job. I'm not going in this weekend. They're behind on paying me and shit, and it's a lot of work. Like, we shouldn't have to clean up after that. What I tip out the bus boys for, and they suck.
Okay. This is evidence of you working at the nightclub.
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, can we ask for a date on that?
Sure. April 30th of 2015. And this is in evidence. I'm also going to show you it's already been put into evidence, which is defense 5 from November 6, 2014. What does that say?
Put that you work in the office, not at home.
All of these little statements that come from the iCloud, all of these are just little pieces of evidence that prove that you were working for him,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And there was a text message also about you paying for the Lexus.
Yes, ma'am.
There's also paperwork to support that you're paying for the Lexus.
Yes, ma'am.
But this is not a response that they want to hear from you.
No, ma'am.
Okay. It's only about their truth,
Yes, ma'am.
not the real truth.
Or what they have.
Now, I want to, she asked you about Charlie, that there being evidence that Charlie called in prescriptions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Charlie treat your son? Or his father did, dentally? Is that
I don't quite remember. He might have.
But you got services from them, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I believe one time they're bringing up something about you pulling your wisdom teeth.
Yes, ma'am.
You need a prescription after that, don't you?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Oh, no, it wasn't for any type of weird prescriptions. It was for the pain.
The Vicodin. I'm assuming it's Vicodin.
I don't even remember what it was for. But yeah, from like an extraction.
Now, the state tried to discuss with you about that money spike,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And she wants you to pinpoint where that money came from.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember where that money came from?
No, I didn't. Didn't even know that it was spiked up like that on that exact month and from their chart.
You could easily look at this jury and say it was on that day, right?
No, ma'am.
I'm saying
On
you
what?
could do that,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? If you wanted to make the evidence look better for you,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? But that's not what you've done.
No, ma'am.
Even though you keep saying, I don't remember, you've said I don't remember a lot.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk to the jury why it is so difficult for you to remember what happened in 2014. Why do you think it's so difficult for you to remember things?
Besides the fact that it was 8 years ago, I've been incarcerated for 6 years and I had COVID twice, and I can barely remember anything.
Okay, and then you were able to recollect certain specifics once these text messages were shown to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's because it jogs your memory?
Yes, ma'am. And it's right there. Even that I'm scared because who created those?
Now, the state is saying that it would be weird for Garcia and Charlie to be speaking, as far as you knew, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Wouldn't it be more weird if Charles Edelson asked his girlfriend to ask the father of her kid, whom hated him, to commit a murder for him?
That'd be extremely weird.
Okay? The person who doesn't tolerate cocaine use is going to be okay with a murder, right?
Exactly.
Now, if law enforcement, if you are even worried that you did anything wrong, okay, and that it could possibly be law enforcement monitoring what you're doing, what would you or any other reasonable person do?
Apparently everybody had a burner. Like, I'm learning it every single time. Or don't speak on the phone.
If you were involved in this homicide and Charles Edelson came to you and said, listen, some dude from up north went and mentioned your name and Tuto's name to my mom, what's up?
Yeah.
You were involved in that. Would you have freaked out?
Of course.
Would you have agreed to call someone who could have potentially been the FBI?
Yes.
You would have if you were involved?
Oh, no.
If you were involved, you'd probably say, don't ask me to do that.
Exactly.
You do that.
Exactly. And he kept pushing for me to do it. That's the part that I don't quite understand. He kept telling me.
And he kept saying to you, it's because they said your name.
Yes, ma'am.
He also says to you, because they brought this out, go in there and say that this is charity and give them the money.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that because he says if they take the money, then it's not the cops?
Yes, ma'am.
He also insinuates that, hey, we're helping out the cops by finding out who this person is, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He even mentions in there that when we kind of bring him out, we'll then call the FBI.
Yes, ma'am.
He was trying to convince you that he had nothing nefarious going on.
Exactly.
Okay? And he just kept repeating himself over and over again.
And over. That's why I wish they heard the other, however many other calls.
Or if there was an actual full recording of what was happening at that table.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? Miss Dugan keeps saying that you didn't say this or didn't say that or your voice didn't get loud. If you were involved, your voice probably would have gotten louder, right?
I mean, I would probably be pissed off and reacting a completely different way.
Because you'd be suspecting that, oh my God, I'm about to go down for a murder.
Exactly.
And I have 2 kids.
Exactly.
You wouldn't sit there and let him talk his mouth off, right? Or continue to use the phone.
Why? Exactly. Why use the phone? Why meet up? Why be in even a public place? I mean...
Can you pinpoint to all of the recordings that you listen to, okay? Is there ever a time where there is something about anyone, you, talking about being worried about getting called by the police?
No, ma'am.
You are actually, explain to the jury why you got so angry on that phone call.
On the one that I was...
Yelling at Charlie to stop aggravating you and to do something about this.
Because it was just so many phone calls after phone calls, and he's been talking about the same thing over and over and over. Different scenarios, or do this, or do that, or whatever, and like, you call him. You call the number.
And is that part of what annoyed you, is that he was pressured, like, you call.
Yeah, because they kept saying my name. That's the only reason, because they kept saying my name.
And every time you start saying, I'm gonna call the FBI myself, because if anyone's messing with me, because they said your name.
I hear that now, and I hear it from the phone call that he was trying to calm me back down.
Immediately as you suggest that you're gonna call the FBI, what does he say? No, Katie, listen, we have to.
Yeah, all of a sudden it's, yeah.
The other things about them talking about, oh, you hear them saying, oh, they can't put you in a car, and if that segment is in relation to his scenario talking about a robbery, right?
I believe so.
Like he's explaining to you probably why, hey, listen, the FBI might be suspecting us of something, but don't worry, we're not involved in anything.
That's why I was getting kind of confused, and like how she was saying like what was being said, because I could barely hear it and I can barely understand it. And like I said, I don't want to commit. I know how it is with this whole thing, committing to certain things, and then they go back and they make it look bad. It already looks bad. And I don't even know like which clips. I don't know if it's a consistently happening like that, or that's what happened right after it, because we were seeing different clips of the video.
And you trust that the jury can listen for themselves?
Yes,
the
ma'am.
Entire video in its entirety?
Yes, ma'am. That's why we waited for this video to come out, so that my jury will be able to see this.
And we were hoping we could hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
But coincidentally, we can't.
I don't know why. I never moved from the table. I was the same exact spot.
And we just can't hear you. Now, the state also brought up the fact that Charlie does favors for you and pays for things for you.
Yes, ma'am.
May? Yes. You may.
Ms. Magbanua, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as Defense Exhibit 39. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you see your name there?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you see Charles Edelson's name there?
Yes, ma'am.
Does this look like a fair and accurate representation of a segment of his iCloud account?
Yes, ma'am.
The Cellbrite printout?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I move into evidence what's been pre-marked as Defense Exhibit 39.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted as Defense 39.
Thank you, Judge. May I publish?
Yes.
And this is from February 2nd, 2014. You say, by the way, I need a favor. Whenever you get the chance, I need to borrow from you.
Yes, ma'am.
Charles Edelson's response, no problem, I'll call you tonight. Thank you. You know I'll pay you back.
Yes, ma'am.
No worries. I know you're good for it. It's not a situation where Charles Edelson would just shower you with gifts and money.
No.
He'd help you out sometimes?
Yes, ma'am.
And you'd pay him back?
Yes.
Okay. You weren't driving around in fancy, expensive cars, right?
No, actually, that Lexus that I bought from him always broke down. That's why he was helping me with Sully, because of the fact that I bought that and then he just breaks down every time. Anyways, I was getting frustrated with the car.
He didn't pay your rent?
He did not pay my rent.
He didn't pay your kids' tuition?
No, ma'am.
Okay. He didn't buy you fancy bags like how June has and fancy shoes?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, Judge, I'm gonna just take they're two separate exhibits. Let me show it to the state. I'm gonna go ahead and give them to Tracy so she can mark them.
Okay.
And then I'll ask a few questions so that when I do this, I can.
All right.
Now, you had mentioned previously, and Ms. Dugan brought it out, that there were times that you were speaking in code on the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can hear it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, back in 2019, when you were under oath and you were asked about this, you admitted that you were talking in code, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said to the state exactly why it is that you were speaking that way.
Yes, ma'am.
Does Charles Edelson, whenever he talked, for example, about marijuana, how does he refer to it on the calls?
In code?
The bonsai trees,
Yeah, the
right?
bonsai tree, yes.
Okay. So it wasn't unusual to him,
No.
to you, that he was kind of behaving that way.
And that's the thing, when he starts talking, it's like you kind of like pick up like kind of how his, you know, like his way of talking, his little lingo, and then it's like you're talking kind of like back like him, but you're not really, it's not like because you're doing a code or you're coming up with this elaborate scheme of how to talk on the phone. You wouldn't talk on the phone to begin with.
Since the date of your arrest, have you heard a peep from Charles Edelson?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Has he done anything to help you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Have you even spoken to him?
No, ma'am.
And you've known from the date of your arrest who the state wanted,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? They made it very clear.
Yes, ma'am.
And you know they wanted you to,
Objection, motion in limine.
the next question is, do you know they wanted you to cooperate?
All right, you can ask that.
You know they wanted you to cooperate,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And it would be as easy as you could have pled guilty and just given them what they wanted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But that wouldn't be what?
Truthful.
Okay. You'd have to lie about your involvement.
Exactly. Or how, whatever they wanted me to say.
Okay. And you've tried to explain yourself to the government over and over again.
Plenty of times.
Okay. And your story has never changed since day one.
It never changed.
Not like Louis Rivera's.
Definitely not like Louis.
Okay. And you know that this is a very tough time for you right now, sitting here having to answer all of these questions about your personal life, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? And there's a camera behind us,
Yes, ma'am.
so you've had to go through this before and have all of your
Yes, ma'am.
personal business all over, everywhere, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It's not easy.
No,
And you still elected to get up and do it again today.
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
Because I want them to know the truth. It has to come out for me. All this speculation and all of this evidence and how everything's been, I've been living this for 6 years. And I just, if I didn't come up here and I didn't talk to my jury, I don't even know. I don't know what the outcome would be.
And Your Honor, that would have been my final question, but if I could just introduce you.
Okay.
I have no objection to those, just move stuff along.
So I can just move it in? Perfect.
All right, so that's 40 and 41.
40 and 41.
All right, they'll be admitted.
Thank you, Judge. So just so the jury can see, this is a text message from Charles Edelson. Say, I decided to stop lending money to anybody that is not in medical emergency. It just adds a lot of stress to my life, and almost nobody gives an F. And that's in October 28th of 2015. Charles Edelson apparently lends a lot of people money, right? And then this one, when we talk about one of the times the car broke down. 11/18/2014. Oh my God, I have a bad news. FML. I have to take it back tomorrow, but the parts alone is expensive for both, so I need a loan, buddy. Wow, imagine if I took it to another mechanic. I just texted Sully my CC, which would be credit card.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm taking care of Katie's car. Thanks, bud. Are you sure it's going to be like a grand or so, bro? Now, this is between Charles Edelson and Sully, right?
Okay, yes, ma'am.
This is Charles Edelson going behind your back to try and pay for the
And
car.
pay for it.
Is that because he knows that you are not somebody that just takes all these handouts?
No, I don't. I don't like to owe anybody anything.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Magbanua, you may step down to council table.
If Your Honor, Ms. Stephen, do you want
Yeah, you can just leave everything there. All right, is the defense calling any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor, the defense rests.
All right, the defense is rest. Does the state have any rebuttal witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so that completes the testimony portion of the case. Okay, I apologize for keeping you so late, but I think you understand the importance of getting this done today, so I hope you bear with me. So tomorrow, when we reconvene, we will start with the jury instructions and then closing arguments, okay? That will be done all in the morning. I expect that what we will do is that will be done by lunchtime. The court will provide lunch to you, and you will go back at noontime and start your deliberations at that time, okay? So that's what I'm expecting, absent anything that is out of my control or anything that I don't know up to this point, but that's what we're expecting for tomorrow, okay? Everyone, I don't want to hold you any longer. Have a great evening. No talking about the case with anyone else. You can leave your pads right here on your chairs, and we'll see you all tomorrow morning at 8:30. We'll start promptly after that, okay? Thank you. All right, jury's out of the courtroom. The door is closed. You may be seated. Both the state and the defense have now rested. And would you like to bring any motions on behalf of the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the defense would like to renew all previous motions and objections and now make our second motion for judgment of acquittal.
Okay.
Even in the light taken most favorable to the state, I think the standard is now that no reasonable juror could find Ms. Magbanua guilty beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Now that the standard has changed, Judge, a little bit, and we've also had evidence from Ms. Magbanua, I would rely on the same arguments I made as to the elements of all three charges, in that all of the case is circumstantial but for the evidence of Louis Rivera. And now that Ms. Magbanua has taken the stand and explained everything as it relates to the circumstantial evidence in this case, and she's been consistent since day one, that weakens the evidence against that the state has as it relates to the circumstantial evidence. And then now all you have left to evaluate is still Louis Rivera. Same argument, Judge. All we have in front of us is Louis Rivera, who admittedly says, I don't know anything about this. I don't know who did the hiring. I don't know anything. It's only Garcia is telling me that Katie is in the one doing the middle. There's no evidence that she knew what in the middle was for. If you believe him and he says, oh, she was in the middle hiring us for this, Louis Rivera himself says, I thought I was going to commit a robbery. And the elements say that you have to have intended the crime to be committed. There's no evidence that Ms. Magbanua conspired with anyone to have a murder committed. Mr. Rivera was not able to give any information as to who it was in the Edelson family that this was done through. Ms. Magbanua didn't do anything to assist. There's no evidence that the paperwork with Dan Markel's face on it didn't come directly from Charles Edelson. Mr. Rivera never said that that information came from Ms. Magbanua. It actually came from Mr. Garcia. And the only evidence they have is supposedly her the next day being picked up by Sigfredo and going to the house, and their own witnesses say that she didn't know what was in the bag. Even believing that that took place, there is no evidence to establish that Ms. Magbanua knew there was money in the bag or that this was money for any criminal activity. So in addition to all the cases that I cited earlier, Judge, for my first JOA, this is the additional argument that I'm making for the second JOA.
All right, thank you, Ms. Quaz.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Kappelman?
I'll rely on my previous arguments, Your Honor.
All right, the second motion for judgment of acquittal is denied. There is sufficient evidence for a reasonable juror to find the defendant guilty on all three charges. So there certainly is sufficient evidence for this to go to the jury. And for my reasons also stated previously, the motion is denied. All right. Can we take a look at the jury instructions now? I think we can get through these pretty efficiently so that we can have them ready to go when we bring the jury back tomorrow. So who's going to handle this on behalf of the state?
Mr. Evans is going to come down, Judge, but I'll stand in until he arrives.
All right. And do you all, Ms. Dugan, do we have the same technology that we have out in Gadsden where we can make changes to them right here?
Yes, sir, I can make changes as we go.
Okay, can you do that? All right.
Good morning, good evening, Your Honor.
All right, good afternoon. Good late afternoon.
Late afternoon.
All right, and so, Ms. Kawashi, you're handling the
Yes, Your
jury
Honor.
instructions? Okay.
No, this one.
I could have just a moment to pull them up.
All right.
Your Honor, I just want to let you know, it's very minor changes. A lot of it really just includes taking out some instructions that the state included.
Okay.
And
All right.
I'm a stickler for mirroring the language from the Florida Supreme Court's
All right.
standards, so it's
I
just
appreciate that.
relatively minor changes.
What I'm going to do is, since the state submitted them to me, I'm going to take it as if they don't have any objection to them, and so I'll be going primarily to you to see, as we work our way through, to see if
Right,
you
Your
have
Honor, and
any
I have the
objections.
copy that they provided to you, so I've been going based off of their copy and the minor changes that I
All
wanted
right,
to have
thank
made.
you. We'll let Ms. Dugan bring them up, and then she can just make the changes there, and then we can get the appropriate copies made for tomorrow.
I'm ready.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the only thing that I see on the first page is just a minor change with, there's no space above justifiable homicide on my copy. If you could just make sure that's a space there.
Well,
All right?
Yes, sir.
And then also on the bottom, it's the wrong, I don't know what those are called on the bottom there, but can you see underneath the page number? It has Mr. Garcia still on there, so we need to take that out for the page number.
I didn't notice that.
Okay, so for the statement of charge, introduction to homicide, and the justifiable homicide instruction, and the excusable homicide instruction, those are standard instructions. Any discussion on those?
Yes, Your Honor. Just like I said, I'm a stickler with the Florida Supreme Court's guidance. So in the statement of the charge, I would just add that conspiracy to commit murder and solicitation to commit murder is just the addition of those words instead of
Conspiracy to commit murder and
Right,
solicitation to commit murder?
Right.
All right, I'm in favor of that, so we'll just make that more
Yeah,
specific.
it's just more clarification for the jury.
Conspiracy to commit, solicitation to commit.
Conspiracy
Right,
to commit murder and solicitation to
Just
commit
as how it's
murder.
charged in the information. Just to add those words.
I just want to make sure that our camera here is not getting any work product by looking at the back of these. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, as for the introduction to homicide, we would ask that the first 3 paragraphs be the defense is waiving all lesser included. In this case, we believe that based on the facts, we've never disputed that a first-degree murder has been committed. So we would be waiving all Category 1 lessors. We would ask that second-degree murder not be included, manslaughter not be included, any lessors of murder. We're not disputing that Dan Markel was premeditatedly murdered.
State is not waiving the lessors, Your Honor.
All right, we're keeping the lessers. That's a standard instruction, so we're keeping in both the second degree and the manslaughter.
Okay, Your Honor, we're not asserting justifiable homicide or excusable homicide. We would ask that those be taken out.
I think those are required to be read, Your Honor, and so we are requesting them.
All right, I'm going to keep them both. It's a standard instruction that's given in every first-degree murder case, and so they will remain. All right, so now we go to count 1, first-degree murder, and any discussion on that? Ms. Kawaz?
No, Your Honor, I have no objection to the actual, where it says count 1 first-degree murder. I have
Okay.
no objection to it's the
All right.
standard jury instruction.
And then the standard instruction with the lesser included crimes, I understand that you have an
Right.
objection
Right.
to including them, but that's the standard instruction if we
Right.
are. Okay. All right, and then second degree murder, any discussion on that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, and any discussion on the manslaughter?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Okay, the principal's instruction, any discussion on the principal's instruction?
Your Honor, I know that it was probably just put in there just to facilitate everything for the jury, but the way it starts with there are 2 ways in which a person may be a principal is not in the standard jury instruction. We would just ask that it read principles, and then that language is taken out, and it starts with if the defendant helps another person, which is the standard language. I do note that it says if the defendant helps another person or persons commit a crime, it says that defendant. I don't know if that's maybe just because Ms. Magbanua was tried with Mr. Garcia the last time. The standard language says the defendant, not that defendant. I know I'm being particular, but I'm just, like I said, Your Honor.
All right, then no, that's, whenever it's clear, I don't have any problem with
Right,
the
so, and then the rest of the paragraph is fine, and then it said the first number one, it says that defendant. I would just ask that it be changed to the defendant. And the same for paragraph 2. So instead of that defendant, it says the defendant.
All right.
The language otherwise is standard.
Okay, all right. So there are two ways in which a person may be a principal is not in the standard instruction?
No, Your Honor, because the standards are differentiated between 3 I think it's 8 for
Okay.
principals. The second one would be principals, and then it says when active participant hired by defendant. That would
All
be
right.
the second principal instruction.
Mr. Evans?
Your Honor, the reason it was being requested for both, or this line was inserted the last time and it needs to be inserted this time, is because there's two ways to prove principles. One is the first paragraph, or the first one that goes through if the defendant helped another person, and goes through 1 and 2.
All right, I think it's repetitive. I don't think we need it. I mean, if you read it all in its entirety, that you can tell. That's what the jury instruction says, that there's two ways. So we're going to take that out, Ms. Dugan. And then if you could change that on that first line to the, and then also with 1 and 2, change that to the. If you have any question about what I'm saying, then let me know.
I don't.
Okay, and then on the next way to be a principal, where it's 1, 2, 3, on number 1, we'll need to change that to the.
The. And also, I believe in the initial paragraph, I have it here as an addition. I think it might have been inadvertently left out. It just says defendant instead of the defendant. And Your Honor, I'd just like to note for the record that the first line of that paragraph where it says the defendant may also be a principal if he or she is not standard language, it just starts, the standard language starts with if the defendant paid or promised to pay another person. That's how the standard reads.
All right.
The may was instructed for the same reason the first line was instructed, to differentiate. There are two ways to prove principle, which is the first part, which would be 3.5A, I believe.
It's A and B.
Yeah,
Yeah.
3.5A. And the second part is, the second way you can prove a person is a principal is 3.5B, which is where it starts the defendant paid or promised is what it says. But the reason that line, the first part of that line was inserted, it was inserted last time, was to...
I don't care if it was inserted last time. I don't need to hear that. Is
well,
it in the standard instruction?
It is not standard instruction.
Then I don't want it. I don't want it. The defendant may also be a principal is struck. And so it'll start with if.
If the defendant, right. And Your Honor, I'd just like to note in element 1, it says that defendant again instead of though.
And Your Honor, for the record, the reason the state has made this and is requesting as an obstruction and is objecting to removal of it is that it needs to be clear to the jury that there are two ways to prove the defendant may be a principal. One is under 5A, the other, or 3.5A, the other is under 3.5B. And the way it's being worded now does not make it clear to the jury that distinction, that there are two different ways.
Your Honor, if I may respond, I believe that how that could be clarified is where you have principles, which is how the 3.5A is titled principles. 3.5B is actually titled principles when active participant hired by defendant. I would ask that that title be included before the second one so that the jury is well aware that there are two different ways that principles can be proved.
Would not have any objection to that, Your Honor, because then it clearly makes the
Yeah, it's
distinction there
different.
are two ways.
I agree with the state, Your Honor. I don't want to
All right, well,
compound the two.
make that change then.
Did you say that one more
Sarah,
time?
Sarah, it would look like this.
Right.
So it would just be the title of the actual 3.5B. So take out this language here that says the defendant may also write. And then, so that would be capital. And then you can add in this title, which says principles dash when active participant, because I understand that the state wants to differentiate the two. So it would be that title, but with a hyphen right before the second one. I don't know if you want to include in the standard, I know it's repetitive, but after both principles, it says to be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when, I don't know if you want to have that.
Okay, hold on a sec. If we need to get this on the record.
Okay, Your Honor, if the court agrees that we should have them differentiated by title, under the first principles instruction, the standard language, and it's repetitive to both principles, but I want to make sure that it's clear to the jury for both. After the second element on the first principles, there should be language that reads, to be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. That language is read for both principles instructions. So it will be repetitive, but since we're delineating them into two different types of principles, I'm sure the state would agree that that line needs to be read.
All right, so Mr.
more than
Evans,
once.
is that a distinction? Is that a good enough distinction for the state?
Yes, well, since we're breaking the two of them out, they should read, and put them under different headings.
Right.
They should read as the standard instructions read. It does include that line, so we have no objection to it reading
All
as
right.
the standard read.
Thank you.
I know that everything's fine, the only thing that's changed is in red.
Yeah, I know, I'm looking right here now.
Okay,
And then
sorry.
I've got a V lowercase there.
Oh, and Your Honor, in paragraph 2 under 3.5b, which is when active participant, I would request that it cross out he or, because it reads he or she, but in this case, Ms. Magbanua it's just Ms. Magbanua alone.
That's acceptable, Your Honor.
All right.
Yes, please, yeah, that line needs to be put in right above.
And it's an all difference.
Huh?
I think it's an all difference.
Oh, yeah, yeah. In both paragraphs, this line has to be. Oh, yeah, you have it in this one. Right.
Yeah, in both paragraphs, it'll
Both
just say
paragraphs,
if
it has-
she.
Right.
Oh, okay, so I'm just gonna copy and paste this then.
Well, yes, that needs to, and then in both paragraphs,
All right, I'm just gonna copy and
oh,
paste that.
right, in here at the top, if she, as if she. So right here, just cross out he or, because I remember last time Mr. Garcia was sitting.
Okay.
Right.
All right, just look over that real quick. There's a lot of change.
Just make sure.
Do you wanna scoot over too?
Yeah, here, I've just made my changes in red. So the, and then the defendant, and then the language, the standard, right. And then it starts with, if the defendant, right, did, da-da-da. The person's, oh, this wasn't a separate line. I didn't know it in the standard. Your Honor, in the 3.5b, the active participant, in the state's version, it's broken down into two separate sentences. It's actually just one sentence. So it says, if the defendant paid or promised to pay another person or persons to commit a crime, comma, the defendant is a principal and must be treated. They have it as two separate sentences. So I would just ask it, if the state has no objection, just to
No objection.
have it read
To read it.
as one fluid sentence.
All right.
Oh, you want, okay.
Yeah.
So it would be, oopsie, crime.
So it would be
No.
comma and then a
It would be
lowercase
comma,
t.
the defendant, and all the language is the same after that.
Yeah.
Okay, and then, oh, and the line, okay. You good? Yeah? Okay,
All right, the changes have been made?
yes.
Okay. All right, so now we're to independent act.
Your Honor, we were asking to remove that instruction. I did some case law, and I found case law that says that when the defendant's theory at trial is supported by the testimony at trial from the defendant, is that they're denying any involvement, it negates the propriety of an independent act instruction. And I could put the case cite on the record.
All right, Mr. Evans, any objection?
No objection. If they were put in there last time, I think at one of the defendant's requests.
I
Right.
think it was Mr. Garcia's
Okay.
request, yeah.
So we'll take out independent act.
Yes.
Count 2 for conspiracy. Any discussion?
Your Honor, the only language that's not standard is the first line that says, in count 2, Katherine Magbanua, the defendant in this case has been accused of the crime of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. That's the only language that's not standard. I mean, I don't...
All right, it's just an introductory line. We'll
Right.
keep that in. Okay, so everything else is standard. You're okay with it?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Dugan, you're all caught up?
There's
No changes.
So
No
no
changes for
objection.
conspiracy.
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right, count 3, solicitation. It has the same introductory line.
Right.
And then any other discussion?
Yes, Your Honor, the amended information for the solicitation count actually lists who the one or more persons were, so I would ask that it track the language of the information. So we would take out the defendant solicited one or more persons and put in the defendant solicited Louis Rivera and or Sigfrido Garcia, because that's how it's charged in the information.
Do you have any objection, or do you have discussion on that, Mr. Evans?
Let me have
She went upstairs.
Do you want me to pull up the information?
So they want the specific names of,
Yes, that will be acceptable, Your
And
Honor.
that's exactly how it's worded in the information, Your Honor.
So
all
it
right,
would read-
so the defendant solicited,
Louis Rivera and or Sigfrido Garcia.
all right.
That's how it's charged in the information. And that would
Louis
also go for the second
Rivera
element.
and slash or,
Yes, and or. Okay, yeah. I hate that language in jury instructions, but that's how it's charged in.
Sigfrido Garcia.
Right. And that would also go for element 2, Your Honor. Where instead of one or more persons, it would say Louis Rivera and or.
All right, you see that, Ms. Dugan?
Yeah.
Okay, let me know when you're ready.
Got it.
Okay. Plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof is the standard instruction. Any discussion on that?
Like I said, Your Honor, I don't mean to be a stickler, I just like to track the language. It says to overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has a burden of proving. The standard instruction doesn't pluralize crimes, it just says crime, with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. It's mere semantics, Your Honor. I mean, I doubt whether it says crimes or was or were or individual or person would really have an effect on the jurors. I'm just a very big stickler for tracking language for the instructions.
All right, so do we want that in plural then, since there's 3 crimes charged?
That was the reason it was included, Your Honor, with
All
the
right.
3 crimes charged.
And the defendant is the individual who, so then it needs to be consistent with the last crime on that paragraph. Has the burden of proving the crimes with which the defendant is charged were committed, and the defendant is the individual who committed the crimes.
Okay.
Right.
So right here.
You got it.
Got it? All right, then we go to weighing the evidence.
Judge, everything is exactly as worded. I would just ask that the 10th factor be considered, which was, does the witness have a general reputation for dishonesty? And I would be pointing to Mr. Rivera.
I don't know if reputation evidence was admitted in this.
Your Honor. Yeah, I said, well, Garcia and Rivera, several witnesses, Your Honor, were asked about Mr. Rivera's reputation. Was he known as a Latin King member? Which I would...
All right,
Wendy
out
as
of an
well.
abundance of caution, we'll
Yeah.
put that back in.
And Miss Edelson, of course. Which
So
would
do you know that
possible.
language, Ms. Dugan?
Yes.
So let's see, we keep, all right, so we're adding number 10.
Right. I think it's 3.
3 point.
I can't remember, but I do have the actual.
Remember, we got the actual.
Yeah, actually, I have the. I tracked
Okay,
it.
just got it.
Just you can double check it before you submit them tomorrow, but I tracked it from the website. And the rest of that instruction is perfectly fine.
Okay, we keep in law enforcement, we keep in expert witness.
1 through 10. The 9 that they included were properly included.
Right, I'm moving down from that. So burden of proof instruction, law enforcement instruction, expert witness instruction. We keep in the paragraph in regards to immunity. So now Ms. Dugan, have you caught up?
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we will keep in the defendant has become a witness, so we can
Right.
take off the shading off of that. and keep in the next two paragraphs, and then take out defendant not testifying.
Got it.
Right. I had left that.
Okay, defendant's statements.
Your Honor, we would ask that that be removed from the research I've done. That seems to, the language of the instruction talks about whether a statement was made knowingly, voluntarily, and freely made. It seems to deal with statements of the defendants that were made to police, like a confession, anything of that sort, and there's no evidence that Ms. Magbanua has given a formal statement to the police.
Any discussion from the state?
We don't have any objection to taking it out. It's just usually a standard one
That's
anytime, any.
All right, we'll take out defendant statements then. Rules for deliberation. We keep in all of those except for number 7.
7, yes, that's what I was going to say. I don't
Okay.
believe that that was applicable in this case.
Let me know when you're ready.
Ready.
Okay, and then so we'll have renumbered to just 7 of those. Cautionary instruction and single defendant multiple counts.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. I'll need a verdict form.
Oh. Right.
So, did you send that to me? I didn't get one.
No, sir, we haven't sent the verdict form.
All right, if you could send me one in the morning,
Well, I have to get the
then we'll
verdict
go over that in the morning. And then submitting the case to the jury.
Your Honor, of course, I just have to lay the record. For the verdict instruction, I would, of course, object to the inclusion of any language that deals with lesser included based on my prior objection. But
All
based
right.
on Your Honor's ruling.
All right,
we have
and
to keep it in.
you can put that on the record when I show you the verdict form.
Okay.
Also. So submitting the case to the jury, anything in regards to that?
Your Honor, there was one line that was left out from the standard, which is in the second paragraph, which would be the second sentence after "are present in the jury room." The language that was left out was, if a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. That's the only discrepancy I saw with the standard.
All right, what number is that instruction, do you know?
No, there were no numbers.
Is it, let's see.
It might be 3.13.
Submitting case to the jury instruction?
1-3?
Oh, I guessed well.
Okay.
It's 13.
Yeah, so there's one
Second
sentence.
paragraph, the second sentence, it says something about the restrooms. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns.
Courtroom, already in courtroom.
Mm-hmm.
If a juror goes to the restroom, comma, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns.
That's the only line that I saw that was not present.
All right, we'll include that.
I think that maybe is the last time we did.
It might, no, I think it was updated since. That's why I had to go to the website to make sure, because I know that this has been a couple of years.
Got it?
Yeah.
All right, I think that we're set then.
Your Honor, just one more thing.
Oh,
The
what's
last
that?
paragraph, it says during the trial, items are received into evidence. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help in your deliberations. The standard language gives 2 options. Either A, these exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate, or if you wish to see any exhibits, please request that in writing. I didn't see any language that said the exhibits will be delivered to you shortly, so I'm not sure if Your Honor wanted to select A or B. We're fine with whichever one the court would prefer to keep in.
Let's see, you may examine, the exhibits will be delivered to you. All right, so the exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate is appropriate.
Yes, I left that up to Your Honors. I didn't know if you'd want them to request it before they see, or if you would just send everything back. And so either one would be fine with the defense.
Well, they have the capability to view video and audio back in the jury room, in this jury room, I believe. I checked on that.
What about this special equipment though? If they want to hear Dolce Vita or the wiretap calls, they might have to come back in here. Maybe none of us could be in here and they could just come, I don't know.
Your Honor, I wouldn't object if you wanted to add an extra, especially for the Dolce Vita video. So you'd say if you wish to see, that particular exhibit, because I really don't know how they would get the special
Okay, this
equipment.
is what we can say. Let's take out the exhibits will be delivered to you shortly. We'll put
Right.
in, these exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate, and then we're going to add another sentence.
Right, for the, here. I don't know, that might have been an updated one, I'm not sure.
And let me know when you're ready with that.
With you when you begin to deliberate.
Got it.
Okay, if you wish to use the audio headphones provided in the courtroom, comma, please request that in writing.
Okay.
Any objection from the defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
When I'm trying to fix the footer, she has two case numbers, it's just.
This is case number station.
Yeah, but there's two case numbers.
Oh, the case numbers are 2000.
Are we putting both of them in the footer? 'Cause
I've
right
been
now-
using both of them because
Okay.
for some reason that's what the clerk's office has. So it's 2016 CF 3036 and 2018 CF 497.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I'd just like to say, I had all the intentions of removing the lessers. I'm going to be honest with the court, I didn't really look through.
Of removing what?
The lesser included.
Okay.
Because had been asking, so I'm going to go and look through them tonight. I'm sure they're standard, but if I do see anything that I would be happy to contact the state and just to let Your Honor know, but I'm sure they're standard
All right.
instructions. I
I
don't
mean,
think
you
those
can
are
have
changed.
discussions and then just let me know in the morning. But but we'll go with this as the final form unless you have any discussion to change that.
Right.
Okay? And then, so Ms. Diggin, you have that. If you could, when you get back to your office, ask somebody to print that out, and can you make the copies?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll make 25.
Okay.
Make it consistent with.
One part.
You're welcome. I think that's fine. Got to the so let's go back and do it.
All right, are we all set?
Yes, sir. I'm
Okay.
gonna email these to everybody if that's okay, just in case there's anything else.
Right.
Okay.
All right, they're coming as an email to everyone. All right, we're all set then with the charge conference, and so tomorrow morning we'll meet back here. Been starting promptly at 8:45. We'll have the jury instructions ready to go. Read the jury instructions. We'll go right into closing. All right, for the state, Ms. Dugan, who's doing closing for you? Ms. Kappelman?
Yes, sir.
All right, she's not here? Okay, and what about for the defense? Ms. Kawas? All right, so I want to get them into the jury room by lunchtime. So are we gonna, these jury instructions aren't gonna take that long to read. So we're gonna be starting at approximately 9 o'clock. All right, so do you think 90 minutes is sufficient for you, Ms. Kawas?
Your Honor, I think so, 90 minutes and 90
All right,
minutes,
so I'm
yeah.
gonna hold you to that, okay?
I won't talk too fast, I promise.
All right.
You won't
And
be-
so if Ms. Kappelman can get the same message,
That'll be fine.
and then as I stated to the jury, then I'll excuse the alternates. We'll send them back to start deliberating at that time, and I'm going to provide them lunch. And then I'm going to tell them, now the time is in your hands in regards to that. Okay?
Just to be clear, Your Honor, the 90 minutes, she can divide up however
She can, yeah,
All right.
however she chooses.
We don't have that.
Okay? All right, anything else before we break for the evening? From the defense?
Not from the defense.
Good?
sir.
From the state?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, we're in recess till tomorrow. Thank you.